I mean, I'll tell you a story. A friend of mine who's a businessman, very, very, very top guy. Most of you would have heard of him. A highly neurotic, brilliant businessman, seriously overweight, and he takes the fat shot drug. And he called me up, and he said, President, he calls me, he used to call me Donald, now he calls me President, so that's nice respect. But he's a rough guy, smart guy, very successful, very rich. I wouldn't even know how we would know this, but because he's got comments. Said, President, could I ask you a question? What? I'm in London, and I just paid for this damn fat drug I take. I said, it's not working. He said, I just paid $88. And in New York, I pay $1,300. What the hell is going on?
Are we ready? Hey man, I didn't think you was gonna do it. I didn't think you was gonna do it. Y'all ready? Okay, I'm gonna count it down. I'm gonna go 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get in the water! Get in the water! Yes! Welcome to the summer of 2025 with the DC Department of Rex. Yes! I
mean, you know, people are entitled to their sexual proclivities. You know, I mean, let there be 1,000 blossoms bloom as far as I'm concerned. You know, but I ain't spending any time on it because in the meantime, every 3 months, a person is torn to pieces by a crocodile in North Queensland. Bang.
We'll get to you, Aaron. We'll get to you.
Yes. I don't know if we will. I have so much to cover. I don't know if we have time for
over the last
news.
day. I guess there's probably not a chance with all the material that's just come through. Oh,
I might have to do a separate show just for him. Hello, everyone. How y'all doing?
Doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Back to the original.
I swear Bob Cattle was halfway between two different speeches.
I feel like he had a stroke halfway through.
Someone flicked the channel from one speech to another halfway through, and he just fucking pivoted on the spot.
That's not the first time he's made that reference. Meanwhile,
that's
every
the same clip,
every 3 months.
That's the same clip though. That's the old clip.
No, it's the same clip, but he's made that reference.
I didn't know
The
that.
crocodile reference.
Every 3 months, someone's torn apart by a crocodile in Queensland.
Okay, and
What is supposed to do about that?
He represents most of the people who get torn apart.
Yeah, it's.
But are you suggesting that we kill them?
Because StreamYard is a bunch of scumbags who want to extort more and more money from everybody. We're back on Restream. So yes, we're back on Restream. I can't use Edge anymore, so everybody will be very happy.
unless of course Costy wants to donate $100 a month.
Yes, it's the Aussie Boy podcast. It also means we're coming to you in crisp quality 720p again.
Oh yeah, vintage.
Anyway, I don't know what I have like 3 intros for sections now. I don't want to like start the show with let's do racism news.
It's the hot new thing.
Yeah.
Fuck, we'll do racism news.
Let's just call it the.
Go on, say the M word. Go on.
Fuck you, nigger.
Okay.
Nigger.
That's racist.
It's the fatigue section.
I updated the racism news intro.
Nice.
So,
Well, I do like how our avatars now actually the voice bubble is actually working properly.
yeah,
StreamYard had issues with it. Yeah,
the StreamYard one, it doesn't isn't as big, I guess.
Well, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. It's like it just doesn't pick it up properly.
no.
It yeah.
All right. So Charlotte had some words.
Hi everyone, I'm Shiloh Hendricks. I wanted to take a little time
Is that coming
to
through?
talk to you all about what's
Yeah,
going
we can hear it.
on with my fundraiser and kind of the aftermath of the park situation. Also,
The park situation.
some concerns that have been brought to my attention. There are a lot of people who think that this has all been a scam, that I haven't been getting my money, and that it's not going to me. I have gotten every dime of my money. It's all gone to me. Nobody has asked me for any money.
You know where that's coming from, though.
So there's that. Rest assured.
Where what's coming from? The money.
She's not getting her money.
Where is it coming from?
That's coming from people who are against her and want to convince people not to pay.
Oh yeah, of course.
No, she's not even getting her money. You're getting scammed.
I thought it might be people who are jelly.
Well, they are that too.
That too.
It's like people who are against her spreading
all
that
the money
rumor.
has gone to
Yeah.
me. When this first started, I had a handful of people helping me out. Anglo-Saxon Girl, Tom Hennessy, Paul Miller, and Ofsterbone, Avi. And they really just were kind of guiding me through this time and promoting my fundraiser and getting the word.
Yes, Anna Faris will play her in the telly movie. In the telly movie, The N-Word.
The park incident.
The N-Word.
That's what the title, the N-word.
The
Subtitle, the park
incident.
incident.
What's going on. So I am forever grateful for all of them for that. And then
And it'll build up to the moment you
the
know is
Avi
going to
thing
happen.
happened, where he got fired from his job and uploaded a video and started his own fundraiser. That had nothing to do with myself and the rest of the people that were involved. As soon as we found out the truth about all of that, I severed ties with him immediately. I am not married to him. I don't know him. I've never met any of these people. So I just want to shut that down. Right.
The Netflix special N-Word Park. Fatigue the series.
Yeah, but you know what Netflix would do to it? The kid would be like 4 years
The
old.
kid would be
and
white.
Actually,
The kid would be white. She'd be black.
no, but then they couldn't make it a proper racist thing. Like she's truly racist. They'd have to make it so the kid was like looked like he was 3, severely autistic with Down syndrome, and the guy was an austere, like an actual local businessman who spoke perfect English and was a pillar of the community. Walking out, excuse me, ma'am, is that really the proper language you want to be using? And she just goes off on him. Not some fucking chomo Somalian.
Just a Somali chomo in Minnesota. In Minnesota, eh?
Right now. Yeah. When I first found out that the park video was going viral, it was terrifying, but not surprising, because obviously he was recording me. It was going to get out there at some point.
Anytime you're doing anything, and if someone's pointing a camera at you, it's going to end up on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Meanwhile, dude there was filming was a pedo, and the kid was 12. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
I did not realize I was going to have so much support and have all of you people rally around me.
You people?
What do you mean? In this situation. And it was very overwhelming, and I am so grateful for you all for that. When this first happened, and I went on X and I saw Anglo-Saxon Girl had posted my video, I messaged her and I was like, hey, that's me. Just kind of needing somebody like-minded to talk to. And of course, she didn't know it was me, so we went through the whole process of, proving who I was. And that's when we kind of got the whole fundraiser started and set up. And yeah, the rest of that is history. I also just want to say how proud I am of everybody and just showing what can happen if we tribe up and if we stick together and if we keep fighting back. Our future, our existence depends on standing up for ourselves and not backing down. And we just have to keep on going. There's no other option. I mean, what else are we going to do? You can't be afraid of words. Don't be afraid.
Yes, that helps. It helps that she's quite pretty. Because if she's just a little too trailer trash, I don't think she would have raised as much money. Yeah.
Afraid of the people who are so fragile to a word.
She's also articulate.
I
She
am
doesn't sound like she's
so
born
thankful for you all.
in poverty.
We are
like
in the process
deep,
of looking
deep
for a
poverty.
home. We have looked at some, getting out of the state
Good.
and starting a new life. And I want to have a quiet life. I don't plan on, being an influencer. I don't plan on doing interviews. Like, that's just not something that I would ever want to do. It's not on my agenda. So maybe someday, but I don't foresee it happening anytime soon. We're all doing okay. We've been moving around a lot. It's been an adventure. It's fun to see new places and, been kind of an outlaw. Again, I just want to say that I am so grateful for all of my supporters and all of my people who have been with me through all of this.
Your people?
And
What do you mean, my
I
people?
haven't said anything on here. I haven't done any sort of videos or spoke to anybody really. So I felt like it was about time to clear the air and just kind of, keep you updated with what's going on. And yeah, so I just want to say thank you, everyone. And I will talk to you later. Bye.
So yes, very. Yes, she could be poorly educated, but just she just be poor, just educated and high IQ. Yeah, exactly. Baldo would make her a single mother again. She doesn't sound like she grew up in the deep hills of Kentucky. Yes. You guys are terrible.
Oh God.
Anyway, speaking of low IQ, CG Bryson says, so y'all donated almost $1 million to a pagan witch because she said the N-word. I just wanna make sure I'm getting all the facts right.
Well, you're not, for starters, because they're not donating to her because she said the N-word.
That's exactly right.
So you failed within your first sentence.
Yes, you have failed this logic. I had a response. Let me just find it. It's going to put me at the top? No. Oh, there it is. It is going to put me at the top. So yes. So I went and found what it was. So I said, I showed this pendant to my missus. Her response was, "Oh, that's pretty. Guess I married a pagan." Room temperature IQ take from Bryson. So this is sterling silver goddess Freya pendant rainbow moonstone.
Yeah, Freya.
Therefore pagan.
Yeah. Well, no, therefore Norse.
Yeah, Norse
pagan. Gods aren't necessarily pagan unless you're well, I guess kind of in that they came before Christianity.
Mm.
But
I
hope Bryson I hope Bryson doesn't call it Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday.
Did you guys? Stabby says, "Did you guys hear the good news? I guess Hassan got banned for Twitch for what 15 minutes."
Probably.
Let me check. X.com. God, I hate calling it X.com. It feels weird to do it. Twitch ban.
Does Twitter.com still work?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, okay.
Faster to type X. Oh yeah, there we go. Sure enough.
Like full ban?
Twitch partner Hasabi has been banned. So many Adolf Hitlers are here in the replies cheering for this. Anyway, speaking of Hitler.
Temporarily suspended, so
Speaking of Hitler.
Yeah, lame.
Kanye's paying what looks like homeless black dudes to scream Heil Hitler on Hollywood Boulevard. Nothing good will come from this.
Bro, what?
Nigga, Heil Hitler. Nigga, Heil Hitler. All my niggas Nazis, nigga, Heil Hitler. Nigga, Heil Hitler. Nigga, Heil Hitler. All my niggas Nazis, nigga, Heil Hitler.
For those just joining,
for legal reasons, I'm not in Melbourne anymore and can't be arrested for watching that. Sorry, RC.
Oh, poor RC. Oh, you got a jail, boy.
No, I think there is something good that might come from this.
I think he's made Heil Hitler good again, great again, I guess.
No, he might actually take the sting out of the word nigger.
Maybe.
That might be the good that comes from Kanye.
Yeah, because people are more outraged over the Heil Hitler than the nigger.
Yeah, it's like...
I never thought that would happen. The world is heiling. Ah, that's brilliant.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God, it's fantastic. You know what the most amazing part about this is? They're on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Any guesses to whose star they're in front of?
P. Diddy's.
Exactly. They're in front of P. Diddy's star.
Oh,
Showing solidarity.
I don't know what that says.
Are there any Lawtubers who are
whatever it says,
actually
it's
covering
funny.
that trial?
No, it's a federal trial. So what's there to cover? There's news reports. So I'm not even covering it. Like, there's no news about it. Like, it's just going to be a sleeper. Like, it's just going to boil and boil and boil until it's finally like there's the result. This is the problem with federal trials because of the ban on broadcast. It's just a giant pain in the ass. And your only hope is that it's in New York and that, and that Joe has time on his hands and nothing to stream. So somebody post the
and so you got a
huge news meme from Joe.
Yeah,
you got to
big names
rely on the
dropping the
news
trial.
outlets to actually not be biased, and that's fucked.
Well, usually federal cases in New York, if they're big enough, what's it called? Inner city press will live tweet them.
Yeah, but
which is about as good as you can expect.
It'll either be California or Florida, because that's where the two houses, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it might be in Florida. It depends on where they filed the charges. They can file them anywhere in the country. So.
Nigga, Heil Hitler. Nigga, Heil Hitler. All my niggas Nazis, nigga, Heil Hitler.
I do have to say the song is really the song is really fucking catchy.
The trial of Sean Diddy Combs is taking place in Manhattan, New York.
Oh, there you go.
Oh.
Yeah. So there you go. They charged him in the Southern District.
Is that actually Kanye West screaming in the background?
No.
You sure?
I don't know.
Because that
have
wouldn't
to say
surprise
no.
me if it was.
I have to say no. If it was, he'd draw too much of a crowd.
Isn't that the point?
Maybe. NHH, Jesus fuck. Nigga Holly, my God. Like, it is very catchy.
All my niggas Nazis, nigga, Heil Hitler. Nigga, Heil Hitler. Nigga, Heil Hitler. All my niggas Nazis, nigga.
Don't try and fucking cancel these guys, though. They're just getting a fucking paycheck.
Why? They're black. They can say it.
That's right. They get a Heil Hitler pass. Southern California Muslim social media influencer named Yasmin Zora Rubdu was recorded on camera praising Hitler and doing Nazi salutes. Kanye West's Nazi song is playing in the background. You know what I love about the song, though? No fucking copyright strikes or claims.
Because it's not on their system.
Heil fucking Hitler. Heil fucking Hitler. And any fucking Hitler fan or fucking anti-Zionist, fucking fuck you guys too. Heil fucking Hitler. Heil fucking Hitler. Hey, guess what?
I will pray for you.
What do you do for the Palestinian babies?
I will pray for you.
Do you pray for the Palestinian babies?
I will pray for you.
But do you pray for all the fucking Palestinian babies?
I'm praying for you right now.
No, but do you pray for Palestinian babies? Do you pray for?
Just
No, you
for
don't.
you.
Okay, so
For
you don't
you.
give a fuck. Well, then I pray that fucking God gives you some health cancer, and you end up fucking in a Dead Sea somewhere, like you know all the salt, and your body floats after you die. That's what I pray for, all right? Fucking, I pray
Keep
you end up in
performing.
the fucking Dead Sea.
It's
and
great,
your
great
fucking body
performance
floats.
art. It's great.
Hey, guess what? Hey. Heil Hitler. I don't give a fuck, man. Everybody can record me because I want everybody to know how much I fucking hate these Zionists. Everyone can record me. Post that shit on the internet. Fucking Heil Hitler. You want my address? Look at my name. Yasmin Robu. 268 Portico.
Just in case. I thought you paused that for a second.
No, I didn't.
No, it was cut off. I just saw the time.
Nobody should. I mean, they sided with Hitler, so I mean, they're just returning to their roots. So, in the because of course we are in the racism section.
Oh, I got just come back. What did I miss?
You're clear now. You're good.
Clear, good.
I see. Victoria Police. Vic Paul. Vic Paul. Blah, 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 blah.
Hands up, don't you?
I mean, 2 for 5 isn't that good a special.
I know, right?
Well, it depends what they are.
It's fruit. It's fruit. These ladies aren't arguing over fruit.
Yeah, but it could be £2 for $5.
They're not eating any.
Even then,
Bags,
2
they're not
pounds
eating
of
it.
fruit? No. White guy here is making the right decision. Keep your hands visible and stand back.
Uh-huh.
Jackson, Tennessee.
This is commonly known as the weave interlock.
Mm-hmm.
That's when they both grab each other's weaves and drag each other to the ground.
Yep.
Why are they always chunky?
Because they fat.
Because
And they can't cook.
Snap lets you buy soda on on it.
That and just the culture of soul food is inherently high calorie.
Yeah, but like that
Tastes so good though.
Because bad food is cheap food.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sugar.
Yeah,
I get it.
high-
It's
yeah.
sugar.
Bad
fructose
food is
corn
subsidized
soup,
food.
Yeah.
Don't you remember the video of the of like the fat black chick at Red Lobster getting the using Snap to get all you can eat fucking
Oh, and getting $6,000 a month,
yeah.
whatever, because she's got
getting
kids,
$6,000 a month of Snap, and it's like
Yeah.
because you got eight kids.
There's
Gotta
7
feed my
different baby daddies.
But it's okay because like Reagan was full of shit when he was talking about welfare queens. So Teen Killer in quotes, thanks Daily Mail. Carmelo Anthony is allowed to graduate from high school while on bail for brutal stabbing.
Apparent. Oh.
So
this is the guy. Yeah.
Well, the school was the school district wanted to what's it called? Not suspending, expelling him, and he wouldn't graduate. And there was outrage, of course, so they flipped. So now he gets to graduate.
Fucking, you're gonna go to jail for 40 years. Who gives a shit if you graduate?
I wouldn't be sure. I wouldn't be too sure about that.
Well, apparently they're trying him as an adult.
Yeah, but they've taken death penalty off the table.
So he might get 40 years.
So yeah, he might get 40 years. But look, these days I think the conviction isn't the lock. So
What state was this in again?
Texas. I think it's a suburb of DFW. So
Yeah. So Dallas.
Okay, maybe.
Eric says it's because of the white man. This guy says, "What would you call this graduation celebration?" We're would call it a copy claim.
Nigger fest.
Like I swear, the first time I saw this, I thought they were fighting. I thought everyone was just in a just grabbing each other and throwing.
Celebratory chimp.
I mean, obviously this is a Juilliard graduation. Anyway, over to some white racism. The EFF leader in South Africa, we have not called for the killing of the whites for now.
I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I'm saying to you, we have not called for the killing of white people, at least for now. I can't guarantee that.
At least for now.
I mean, you'd understand somebody watching that, especially as it gets
But it's
shared.
okay, 'cause you are not white.
Freak out. It sounds like a genocidal call.
Cry babies. Cry babies.
I'm not calling for the slaughter of white people, at least for now.
I can't give you a guarantee
I'm going to clip that crybabies. That's going to be a clip.
of the future. Especially when things are going the way they are.
Subtext.
Especially if things are going the way they are.
There you go. Thank
there will
you,
be a
Malema.
revolution in
So
this
that
country,
he's
I can
not-
tell you now.
The Economic Freedom Founders are literally the Marxist Party in South Africa.
They're not. Yeah, they're not in.
They are.
government.
They're not exactly a majority party. They get about 9% of the vote. So they're not a big threat, but one day,
Big enough threat.
one day, like he said, we're not calling to kill the white people today.
Yeah, well,
yet.
that'd just be like Donald Trump saying, "Yeah, I'm not going to suspend habeas corpus yet.
I'm not planning on suspending habeas corpus and deporting every journalist at CNN yet.
I'm not suspending the Fifth Amendment yet.
We're not
I'm not
going to be going
declaring
into the
martial
streets and executing all the migrants
yet.
Can
you imagine how many leftists would absolutely lose their shit if he added the caveat yet?
We're not going to do it
The
yet.
things-
Maybe
we're not gonna-
tomorrow,
we're not-
maybe next week. Maybe
We're not going
never.
to murder half the country. We're not going to murder all the Democrats yet. They'd be losing their shit.
Yeah, well, it's okay because it's white people.
Mm.
Now, woke history book promoted by schools claims Stonehenge was built by black people, while Waterloo and Trafalgar go untaught. So yes, a history book promoted to schools claims that Stonehenge was built by black people. A policy exchange investigation finds. The prestigious Center Right unit found that George Floyd's death in 2020 led to schools hastily including material about ethnic minorities to appear anti-racist. Because it's important that you not be racist, not be racist. You have to be actively anti-racist.
Which is racism itself.
See, I talk with my hands, so this microphone right in front of me is going to get smacked around a lot.
That's your Italian
Like
side.
it deserves.
Hey, ba-ba-da-boopy. The book is marketed as so what is it? The report added that some resources such as the Brilliant Black British History push contested narratives such as black people building Stonehenge. The book is marketed as a must-have for any school library, but claims that early Black Britons built the world's famous Neolithic Circle is hotly contested outside mainstream historical thinking, yet presented as fact, according to the think tank. Yes, we was druids and shit. So, sticking with
Well,
the UK.
They're so used to stealing shit, they're stealing history now.
God damn it!
Basically.
Congratulations to the new mayors of Islamabad and Karachi, Pakistan. Sorry for the typo. These are the new mayors of Brighton and Rotherham. Good luck with that.
Oh, Rotherham. Where did we hear that? That
Doesn't ring a bell.
What's Rotherham? What happened in Rotherham?
Doesn't ring a bell at all. I don't know what you're talking about. Doesn't
Robinson?
ring a bell.
No. Yaxley? No.
No.
Something?
Yaxley Lennon. That sounds like a communist.
Yeah.
It's funny. Wait, that's it?
That's all you got to do.
Presented without comment. So I have a new section this week. I'm hoping it won't be every week.
Why did the back of their hand and their palm have different shades?
Jesus fucking Christ. And that was racism news. Yes, I have a new section. I'm hoping it's not going to be every week, but I quickly threw this together this morning, so enjoy.
Everything is stupid, stupid, stupid. People fall for every hoax. Moon landing's fake, the earth is flat. These are not just silly jokes. Everything is stupid. Getting dumber by the day. Logic's dead and buried. Brains have all been washed away. Everything is stupid.
Okay, so which community node is this video going to have? That's the question. That's what the betting is on this.
Whether it's flat Earth or
moon
landing,
or any of that. It's like, oh, which one's they going to pick? Which one are they going to arc up on?
So it has been 2 weeks. So this is from a couple of weeks ago. This drove me fucking nuts. But yes, French media shuts down claims President Macron had cocaine in Ukraine. I just realized that rhymes. Saying it was a handkerchief, and Chancellor Friedrich Merz held a drink stirrer, not a Coke straw or spoon. They say anything else is a conspiracy theory. Here's the video that was posted. Oh, quick! I need to hide my bag of cocaine and my Coke stirrer, like my fucking Coke spoon.
That's kind of sus how he picked it up.
Yes, it was very sus. Let's see some better video, shall we? Some more high resolution video.
Yeah. It will be a lot of a drink. Yeah. Super. Yeah.
They're taking photos.
Yeah, they're posing because that's when the press came in. That's why he grabbed it off the table. And for those of you who still do not believe it is a fucking drink stirrer and a tissue and not a bag of Coke, there it is. In all its fucking glory.
Hang on.
Sargon.
You don't keep your Coke in tissues?
Oh, for fuck's sake. See why
you fold them up in the tissue and then you swallow it.
See why I had made music about it. And so the second story for this section. Australia's Office of Gene Technology Regulator has opened the public submissions for the approval of GMO mosquitoes to be released in Queensland. So this is apparently Bill Gates's genetically modified mosquitoes to like edit our genes. It's not. It's the plan from years ago to release genetically modified mosquitoes to make it so that female offspring can't procreate. Basically, to wipe out mosquitoes because it's cheaper and better for the environment than fucking using pesticide.
And they're going to add the COVID vaccine to it.
They're going to add the COVID vaccine to it. I fucking and that is why I have this section of the show.
So they're still doing it because that tweet below it says Bill Gates genetically modified mosquitoes. I mean, is Bill Gates involved in this?
No.
Okay, you got my.
No, Bill,
I know the GM.
It's like saying George Soros modified mosquitoes. It's a buzzword you can say that immediately makes things sound suspect.
Oh, the Clintons are definitely involved then.
Yes, these are Clinton mosquitoes. Yes, it is very interesting.
It makes sense.
So, especially considering mosquitoes are responsible for something like 600,000 deaths a year.
Malaria, dengue.
Ross River fever. There's so many. Yep. Basically, any bloodborne disease.
But they're an endangered species, didn't you know?
Fuck that.
They
endanger them more.
I don't have a video for this.
I'm sorry, hang on. That was a Lilo and Stitch reference. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
That's how. Anyway.
Oh, Hana means family. Okay.
I don't have a video for this section, and I never will. This to get some whore news. Amarath calls the cops on her husband after he charged at her during a 20-hour stream argument. I don't think the argument was 20 hours long. I'm pretty sure the stream was.
The argument for most.
I'm not okay with. I'm not unokay with being observed.
Okay, great.
I'm unokay with you pointing the camera.
Well, then leave. I'm not going to follow you.
So you're literally just going to be super defiant, is that right?
Talk about problems. Hey, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
Avoid my
Leave. You
face.
can move. You can go away.
I wasn't in camera view. You moved the camera view to me.
Bro? What is wrong with you? You got.
Ma'am?
Yeah.
Dallas PD must be like, this fucking house again.
Did he kill any of the people he shot the other week?
That's a $2,500 Aeron chair. I hate my life. No, I don't.
I don't think she called the cops. I think it was one of her simps called the cops.
Almost certainly one of her simps called the cops.
Because
Plus
she's
this
like,
is-
yeah, no, nothing happened. It's fine. Don't worry.
No matter, that's exactly right. No matter how hot she is, there's someone out there who's sick of her shit. She's in her 30s.
Yeah, we're live.
It's early 30s though.
Is it early 30s?
Yeah, 32. She's 32. 31, 32.
I don't know.
Caitlin
eventually crash
Michelle
out.
Siragusa, born 93 or 94. Like her date of birth isn't publicly
Yeah,
stated.
so it's not publicly known,
Her
which
year
means
of
it
birth-
could be
her year of
it could
birth
be
is-
83 or 84.
No.
So hey, fucking how nobody knew how old Taylor Lorenz was. So
Nobody still knows how old Taylor Lorenz is.
no, it did get revealed.
What, 80?
She doesn't
Amara's
look.
husband,
She
Nick,
doesn't
is
look 41.
He's upset that she went from making $2 million a month in 2023 to currently making $1.2 million a month on her social platforms.
Oh, my 12 million a
We have a
year.
kid contract. And we still do OnlyFans. She does, right?
Yeah, who's we, bitch? We? What the fuck? All you do is shoot intruders.
The amount of money we make with both, with the exception of the last 2 months, has always been less than what OnlyFans alone used to make in 22 and 23. 2022 and 2023 and 2021. Back then, OnlyFans often hit a monthly of $2 million.
He's wearing silk pajamas.
Last month we did over.
Actually, maybe satin.
But this month,
As rich
and
people
every
think.
other month, we did the contract kick plus OnlyFans.
I would like to point out that this guy's complaining about the money she makes, where he's an impediment to it.
Yeah, what's he actually
like
doing?
the fact that his existence has been revealed has reduced the simpery. Because now all the simps are like, oh, I'll never marry her. Sorry, guys, you were never going to marry her anyway. Yes, she owns
Yeah, but
she
with
owns
him
some
not-
gas stations. Like, she's actually pretty good with her money. Though I don't know how bad you would have to be with your money to waste $2 million a month. Maybe if you, I'd need to ask some NFL players.
Well, if he's already complaining about the reduction in income, that tells me his expenses are really high.
Well, the reason she only does like fake shit on her OnlyFans is because of him. Because he's incredible. Like this guy, she's in the worst fucking career for her husband. Her husband is incredibly possessive and jealous, and she's a fucking e-whore.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just insanity. And he's got no marketable skills that I can tell.
No, he's aging with money.
I was about to say maybe he's good at math.
Like that's why he's so on the ball with how much he's making.
Because he can count it.
Sometimes 1.5. Actually, kind of frequently 1.5. But you get what I'm saying? So if you look at it, we made more money in 22
That fucking
and 23
watch
per
is
month
like gem encrusted.
than we did any of the months in the last 2 years.
Also, he jingles.
Yeah, he jingles because he's got so much of her jewelry on. Charges her again after she exposes live on stream that he spent her money on escorts, one of them named Octavia Red. There's no audio. What the hell?
No, there is. Yeah.
They were muted.
It's this booking Nick Lee to Octavia Red. Rebooking. Oh my God. Oh my God.
You're such a fucking asshole.
Lol.
Nice.
God, he's so sick of her shit he won't fuck her.
He's not even the one fucking her on OnlyFans.
That's right. He's not even the one holding the dildo or wearing it.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I mean. Because she doesn't take real dick on OnlyFans.
Yeah. I stumbled across my wife's Pornhub search history and it broke me. She told me it's just a fantasy lots of women have, but now I fear I'll never be enough. This is like 3 stories, unfortunately, but let me ruin it for you. BWC is what she was looking up.
Big white cock.
Big white cock.
So big white cock.
Not BBC. That's odd.
So yes.
Get an extension and satisfy. Like, suck it up.
They have.
If it's that small,
they have surgeries for that, bro.
Yeah, but you really want to potentially lose your ability to get a hard on because your dick's not long enough for a woman. That's not a risk I'd take. If they do it wrong, you ain't getting a hard on.
So you end up having it looks impressive, but it's floppy.
It looks impressive.
It's like a wind. It's like a windsock.
As long as you're a shower, not a grower, then yeah, it looks impressive. But if you're a grower and you lose the ability to get a hard on, you're fucked. That turtle head's not coming out again.
So apparently he spent Amaranth's money on hooking up with a porn star who escorts. So I guess a prostitute.
Yeah, she looks better than Amaranth does too, by the way.
I don't have the video, but he was accusing her of jerking off someone in a parking lot. I can't remember who it was. See, we need Ryu for this stuff.
Mm.
So, OnlyFans users face prison under harsh new Swedish prostitution law.
Oh.
OnlyFans users in Sweden could face prison sentences under a harsh new law that treats buying online sex shows the same as paying a prostitute for sex.
Yeah.
The law, which will take effect July 1, also criminalizes profiting from or promoting others who perform sexual acts for payment on demand. This is a new form of sex purchase, and it's high time we modernize the legislation to include digital platforms. Swedish Member of Parliament Teresa Caravello said after the bill passed.
Holes get wrecked again.
Under the new law, it will be illegal to pay someone to carry out a sexual act remotely, such as on a live video stream, for the specific purpose of that act being viewed by the buyer. The law targets live, specially commissioned interactions, which are especially lucrative and popular among many porn stars and online platforms. Watching and paying for pre-recorded adult content will remain legal.
They're getting rid of the pay-per-view.
So for those of you who think it's a cucked Christian conservative, no. The lefties hate porn as well. Caravallo, who is part of Sweden's left-wing opposition party, the Social Democrats, said the law is not aimed at targeting OnlyFans models themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, it will protect young people and other individuals vulnerable to exploitation. She pointed the links between online exploitation and grooming with drug abuse, human trafficking, and prostitution.
I don't know. Their argument seems that they're still arguing against prostitution.
Yeah.
Because they're still using their arguments.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, no, it takes out pay-per-view Swedish chicks, and it's all, you got to pay $12.99 a month for all the content. There's no requests, no any of that stuff, which is like, okay, whatever.
Like a watered down ban on porn.
Yeah.
No, they can't do special requests. What? So if you got some really creepy dudes requesting some nasty shit, they can't do that. But they can just do whatever they want. So
yeah,
it's all available once you get past the paywall, essentially.
OnlyFans billionaire owner quietly looking to cash out, but booming smut site is struggling to find buyers. La la la. It won't stop shit. It'll only stop 1% of the viewers because OnlyFans is global. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's more than just OnlyFans that it'll target. There's like Fansly. There's like the Playboy one.
Everything online it'll target, but it's only Swedish customers.
The billionaire owner of OnlyFans has put the booming smut site up for sale, but the London-based company is struggling to find a buyer because of its X-rated business model, the Post has learned. Leonid Ravninsky, a 40-something computer program who bought OnlyFans in 2019, dude, what a fucking fantastic purchase! Like he would have made so much money.
Oh yeah.
Just before the pandemic. Just before the pandemic, you buy OnlyFans, boom, it explodes.
Can you imagine the person who sold it would be kicking themselves?
Oh yeah, it used to be it was a British family that owned it. Despite profits that have pushed his net worth to $3.8 billion, a U.S. citizen who was a child emigrated to Chicago from Odessa, Ukraine. Radvininsky studied economics at Northwestern and now lives in a Miami penthouse with his wife. According to a source, he reaped an eye-popping $472 million in dividends from OnlyFans during the fiscal year ending November 2023, according to public records.
That's just 1 year.
Nearly all of the $585 million in profits generated that year by the company, which is said to have about 40 employees. From 2021 to 2023, his payouts ballooned to more than $1 billion from OnlyFans holding company Phoenix International Limited, according to the last available UK financial filing, first cited by Bloomberg. Radvinsky is the sole owner of Phoenix. Despite the tantalizing profits, the filth factor in the porn business generally limits the price tags to a relatively modest 3 to 5 times EBITDA. That's earnings before income, earnings before interest, tax, and RC. Help me out. EBITDA, earnings before.
Fucking something. I don't know. I'm not paying attention.
God damn it! What good are you? EBITDA, earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization. Depreciation is the one that got me. That's the one I never think about. A closely watched investment metric, a source familiar with the space, said that would peg OnlyFans at between 1.46 and 2.42 billion, a stiff premium in the porn sector that made it tricky to find a deep-pocketed buyer. So it's basically earnings. So 3 to 5 times earnings is what it's valued at, whereas other companies will tend to be like private companies that are listed tend to be, anywhere between 5 and 12 times earnings as a valuation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thank you, Costi. You're looking to find billionaires and trying to sell it as not an adult company, but just a platform like X that allows adult content. But I think most people right now view OnlyFans as an adult content company because it is.
Yes, it is.
X already allows adult content. So
X already allows adult content. So the company takes a 20% cut from its 34 million creators. Hey, YouTube, if you're listening, 20% would be nice.
Even the whore sites only take 20%.
Even the whore sites.
Even the pimps only take 20%.
Even the pimps only take 20%. The site is not on app stores, so no revenue is shared with Apple or Google. Apple's like, God, it hurts. 2/3 of its revenue is generated from US customers. Holy shit.
That's disappointing.
What? There's 1.4 million US females on OnlyFans as creators. 1.2 of them are between like 18 and 24. And that's about 10% of the actual population of 18 to 24s.
Cosy says my industry is 3 to 4 times EBITDA. Isn't your industry low margin though? Like low margin, high volume? Not to dox you or anything. Private equity firm Ethical Capital Partners. Fuck off. Was formed by investors who wish to remain anonymous before completing the deal. Neither Ethical Capital nor Pornhub former owner MindGeek revealed the final price, but the industry saw it. So Pornhub was on the market for about 3 years before finally finding a buyer in 2023. Ethical Capital Partners is the company that bought Pornhub, the private equity firm.
Sure, ethical. Okay.
Yeah, I thought so, yeah.
Ethical whores Ethical prostitution. Okay.
So anyway, if you've got a spare 1.4 to 2.8 billion, and want to buy OnlyFans, you won't be able to get a loan for it. You'll have to buy cash because the banks won't give a loan for that kind of stuff.
How many whores does that buy you? All of them?
All of them.
All the whores.
So anyway, Bonnie Blue got arrested. Here's a clip.
Stop talking to each other for a minute until we work this out, okay? Alright, what are you doing here today then? Okay. And whose vehicle is this?
I'm pretty sure this is bollocks because someone pointed out that she's not been arrested. The police car she's seen getting is R23 HRM, which is used for filming. The car itself has no identification number on the roof or side, which would indicate the force the car is assigned to. It's a TV prop car. So, yeah, private lending would sort you out, but yeah.
There's multiple videos of her getting arrested with different vehicles, different cops. It's all fake. It's all to get her sent.
Everything is bullshit.
Buy her OnlyFans and all that crap. Honestly, I would be surprised if she actually took that 1,000 dicks she took. I reckon that's fake too. Almost everything about it's fake.
I've got some video.
I did. Those girls
I haven't seen it and I haven't counted. But,
those girls never take 1,000 dicks inside them.
No, it's like this bitch. This is why Bonnie Blue's been arrested because Annie Knight's in the news. OnlyFans star Annie Knight lives up to title of most sexually active woman in Australia. Just say what it is, biggest whore in the country. With latest stunt.
She touches
Gold
their dick
Coast
once and that
OnlyFans
counts.
star Annie Knight has smashed her goal after sleeping with 583 men in just 6 hours.
They're all two pump chumps.
Like,
that's a battle. That's what you pay for.
I think I said on the Discord, like these, like it's 15. Like these guys spend 2 hours, like 20 minutes jerking off in a room with 40 other men, just to walk up and have a suck on your dick for 15 seconds.
Yeah,
and then you leave.
I don't think it counts unless you finish on her.
But
you know,
what the hell is that cost? Oh, vomit face. I couldn't see it in the chat. Yes, she's a hooer.
Yeah,
but that's how all these massive gangbangs go. Like she's not fucking 583 people.
Self-proclaimed Australia's most sexually active woman set a lofty goal to sleep with 1,000 men this year, and apparently, she wanted 500 of them to be virgins. It's funny. Radix, Christina, friend of Legal Mindset. She had a video on it this morning that I was watching. It's very, it was very funny. She's quite outraged. Quite outraged. Some rando says far out praying for the asteroid. Yes. Yes. Giant meteor 2026.
What's funny is do you have another article as a part 2 to this?
I do have the part 2 to it. OnlyFans star Annie Knight reveals she was hospitalized after sleeping with 508. I don't believe this either. Like this, if she's been hospitalized, it's for dehydration.
Well, the article says that she was hospitalized because of the stress set off her endometriosis.
Yeah,
I think she is a whore and got pounded too hard.
Well, she said she was bleeding, and I'm like, from where?
Endometriosis.
Her knees.
Her knees, her labia, her butt. Who knows? Like, depending on what happened.
Or there's that chick that took like 58 dicks in the ass and had to go get surgery for it.
Jesus fuck.
Wow.
Yes. Can you imagine the public outrage if the roles were reversed? Yes, I can. If it was a guy bragging about he was going to sleep with 1,000 women this year and 500 of them will be virgins, yes, there'd be outrage nationwide.
It'd be all over the papers. Misogyny.
Misogyny. Misandry. Oh no, that's the other way around. Anyway, that's the whore update for this week.
Title
this
to be
fortnight,
like
I guess.
Australia's biggest misogynist.
Since we're
Sleeps with
talking about
1,000 women.
since we're on the topic of Australia, I might as well do Aussie news. Did that play properly for anyone?
Nope.
No.
God damn it!
Must have. Oh, that's right.
It's-
You gotta
Restream. You got to play the clip first, so I can't.
Oh.
So every time I play the clip once, it won't play like this one.
You stupid, ignorant motherfucker.
Oh, that one worked.
That one worked just fine.
Wonder if this one works.
Louis Rossman thinks you're a pedophile.
Yeah, that was fine too.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's fine
What about
too.
this one?
You fucking cunt.
Yeah, that one works. It must just be the longer ones.
Or-
Anyway,
Or it's not ready for you to play a clip, and so it has to wait. And it's
maybe.
got to
Thanks
load
for
that
Restream.
section.
Good job. Video shows childcare worker hitting baby and laughing about it at Affinity Education Centre.
This video contains images that may disturb some viewers.
The text says, "I actually care." As she fucking like, it's not a hard smack, but still.
It was a baby. That's a defenseless child.
Yeah.
String that cunt up and
burn him.
Torture her.
Damning evidence of child safety concerns has been exposed at one of Australia's largest for-profit childcare companies, Affinity Education. Between 2021 and 2024, so 3 years, Affinity centres were hit with more than 1,700 regulatory breaches, averaging more than one a day.
Fuck.
Despite this, the New South Wales regulator issued just 9 infringement notices, totaling less than $2,000 in penalties.
If that was my child, that quote unquote childcare worker would have a rearranged face.
Wait, what am I making up? I'm not out here just making shit up. Yet. Video is sickening. A baby cries hysterically in a bouncer as a childcare worker slaps her across the face again and again for fun. It was filmed at an Affinity Education Centre in South Strathfield in Sydney's inner west. A colleague recorded the abuse for entertainment to be posted on Snapchat with a laughing emoji. Footage is 9 seconds, but it highlights an ongoing systemic issue around staffing, oversight, and safety inside the billion-dollar enterprise. Like,
dox them.
Yeah.
Dox them. They should
The audio problem, right? Yeah.
completely destroy their ability to be childcare workers because they're obviously not fit to be childcare workers. I don't care who you are. If you think that this is appropriate to either do it or film it, you don't deserve to be in that industry.
Yeah, there's something wrong with those people. Like, seriously.
Yeah, dox them. Put the full name and I don't know, date of birth and all that shit out. Just like they should be on a registry of we can't hire these people. They shouldn't be able to get blue cards or whatever they're called these days, working with children cards.
Mhm.
They should not have the ability. They should be charged too.
Should be shot,
Yeah,
but, you know.
Got no guns.
Yeah,
Cops do.
got no guns.
Cops do.
Like,
Like I said, if that was my child, I would rearrange that chick's face.
oh yeah, absolutely. There's no.
Like, I would go to jail for that happily.
The problem is you wouldn't find out until years later.
I'd still go do it.
So,
how do you like it, bitch?
yeah. Anyway, Susan Lay has become Susan Lay has become the first woman to lead the Liberal Party. So she won the ballot, 29 votes to 25 in the party room. So I wonder what happened next. The coalition split almost immediately.
Yes.
Mummy and Daddy are divorcing.
So the coalition that has split a few times in the past. I think 87 was the last time. So they've been a coalition for
38 years.
Yeah, 38 years. Jeez, I'm old. Yes, so they've been a coalition for 38 years now, and the Liberal Party elected a female leader, and then they split up.
They said, "Fuck this."
Fucking misogynistic nationals.
So yeah.
We will not be re-entering a coalition agreement with the Liberal Party after this election. What we have got to a position is that the National Party will sit alone on a principled basis. on the basis of looking forward, not having to look back and to try and actually regain important policy pieces that change the lives of the people we represent.
So yeah, they're it's a very fluid situation, because I heard yesterday that they've changed their mind. They're like, oh no, we actually do want to stay. Like John Howard came out and said this is the stupidest thing he's ever heard. Basically, every former Liberal Prime Minister has come out and said, what the fuck is wrong with you?
You are
because the National Party, without the National Party is the junior member of the coalition.
Yes.
So without the National Party, the Liberals will never hold government.
Yeah, but I can understand them saying this because they want more of their policy.
They want their issues front and center, which is fair enough.
Yeah, and it's like, well,
but from what Susan Lay's people have reported, there was no problem with that. They had no issues with what the Nationals wanted. Like the Nationals' issues were basically they wanted nuclear. They don't want government to build nuclear plants. Which was which was taken to the last election, which was fucking insanity.
Yeah.
What they want now is that, oh no, we just want it made so that if private enterprise wants to build one, so they want the moratorium lifted. Which that's fine. If private enterprise wants to pony up the cash and jump through the hoops, then go for it.
God no.
Absolutely go for it. But so that's fair enough. The other thing was they wanted the market access agreement for Telstra to be renegotiated, because there's a whole bunch of areas out in the bush where people actually live that don't have coverage. Which he's right. Like, it is unacceptable. Like, if people live there, the Telstra gets paid $200.
That's the free market.
Telstra gets paid something like $238 million a year to maintain fucking public phone booths.
yeah, isn't Telstra still partly owned by the government?
I don't think the government owns shares in them. I think they're listed companies. So, but they do have contracts with the government to provide services to the bush. So our tax dollars go to private company to provide services to other taxpayers
that they're not providing.
That they're not properly providing, and the Nationals have a problem with that.
I have a problem with that.
I have a fucking problem with that.
Like,
so.
You get paid to do a job, you don't do it, and you still get the money for it. It's like, come on. Now.
And like I said, we pay almost $250 million a year to maintain fucking public phones.
Yeah.
Which
well, they're all
nowadays
free now, though.
They're all free, and they're just Wi-Fi.
No, but why? Why do I give a shit about public phones anymore?
No, because there are people who don't have the ability to pay for a cell phone.
Well, then we should have we should spend $100 million on subsidizing cell phones for poor people.
What if you can't charge them because you don't have power? You're homeless.
I've seen homeless people with mobiles.
What if you're a 14-year-old kid who has just run away from home because dad's beating the shit out of you and you need to contact grandma? Oh no, that's where it all comes down to. Right?
Yeah, and that's what they're
already
the payphones
there.
are being used for.
The 14-year-old goes, "What's a payphone?"
But like, okay, I can understand why.
I appreciate where you're coming from, but
if I can understand if the Nationals want things done and they're not getting done because they're just like, yeah, we'll get there. What better way to show that you can walk away than by actually walking away?
Some rando says, I don't have much of a problem with a government-owned nuclear power station. We're already spending billions of dollars for stupid amounts of solar panels and windmills. No, I'm pretty sure we don't actually buy them. Like, we have like a fund set aside that provides loans for those projects. Not like we don't actually own them. Like we provide loan guarantees and shit
to other companies
for projects. So
yeah,
so the energy providers could actually build them.
And I've pointed out before so. I think I went over this a couple of weeks ago, but so there's a power plant in Georgia that had 2 reactors that wanted to add 2 further reactors.
State or country?
In the state of Georgia.
Okay.
They wanted to add 2 additional reactors. Those reactors are the same reactors that we were going to get. They were, I can't remember the brand. They make fridges.
LG?
No, not LG. Like, not Fisher and Paykel either. It wasn't General Electric. Maybe Electrolux. I don't fucking know.
Electrolux
I can't remember the
sounds
fucking
right.
name.
That kind of sounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. No, Westinghouse. It was Westinghouse. Yes, they were Westinghouse reactors.
Yes.
So these were 2 Westinghouse reactors. They started planning in fucking 2013. And they broke ground that same year. They were supposed to be online in 2020. They didn't turn on until last year. And the cost went from 15 billion US to like 34 billion US. Like, and this is again, this is a country that has a nuclear, like this is in a state that has a nuclear regulatory authority. It has nuclear power already at a facility that already has other reactors in a country that has a nuclear, like a nuclear economy, like that has the staff, that has the infrastructure.
Yeah. People.
We don't have any of that stuff. So if we wanted that stuff, we should have started 40 years ago. But unfortunately, nuclear has been banned for so long, like since fucking Chernobyl. So it's not going to happen. We should have done it long ago. Didn't they mess up the concrete though? Sounds about right. So the UK is trying to build a new reactor as well, and theirs is so far over budget. It's like 3 times the fucking budget. So it's a fucking shit show. And everybody points to China and goes, "Look, China did it. China did it." Yeah, because China can march 1 million people there and build it by hand,
and pay them nothing to do it.
Pay them nothing to do it.
Subpar quality material as well.
So. And look, it could be the best reactor in the world, but it's like unless you want to get the Chinese to do it, and the Chinese can bring in the labor to fucking build it.
Even the Chinese would own it,
and then the Chinese would own it, and they could turn it off just like the solar panels. So, Captain Cook Memorial will not return to Melbourne Park after repeated vandalism.
Faggots.
The city of Yarra has voted to scrap memorial to the explorer, which was toppled and graffitied in January. It's not like it's a big fucking, it's literally just this.
It's a pillar.
It's a fucking pillar.
Pylon, yeah, it's just sitting there.
It's fucking ridiculous. Australia's emerging insect industry needs to overcome critical barriers to expanding. Insects have a wide range of potential uses that address sustainability, food security, and waste reduction.
I would not eat the bug food.
Do not. You will eat the bugs. You'll eat the bugs, you will own nothing, and you'll be happy. Stabby says, we need reasonable nuclear regulations and subsidies to advance and start building thorium salt reactors. Yeah? Off you go.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Not here.
So, push to save John Prosciutto from bankruptcy after $2.3 million Moira defamation cost orders.
Who's John
Prosciutto? John Prosciutto was the leader of the Victorian Liberal Party.
Former leader now.
Former leader of the Victorian Liberal Party. So he's the one who slandered Moira Deeming and organised to get her kicked out of the party.
Sorry, and who's Moira Deeming again?
Moira Deeming is the Victorian member of the Liberal Party who went to like a women's rights rally and was smeared as a Nazi because the Nazis showed up.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
John
Prosciutto was sued. Moira Deeming won, and he was awarded. She was awarded like $2.2 million in
he
costs.
He defamed the fuck out of her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Federal Court Registrar handed down the decision during a short hearing on Friday, in which he ordered Prosciutto, to pay $2.3 million in legal costs.
Legal costs. Jesus Christ!
She took him to the fucking.
Prosciutto will need to pay in a lump sum or face bankruptcy
How the fuck do you rack up 2.3 million in legal?
She was
costs?
dragged through the media.
No.
Worldwide.
That's legal costs. I'm like, that's not punitive.
Yeah, and to fight all those things like that.
She only got $300,000 in damages.
Yeah, but
So that's in addition to the damages he paid.
Yeah, but going through all of her media appearances that she needs legal advice and stuff for, plus the defamation case, all that stuff. Yeah,
That's a lot of fucking money.
Yeah.
Well, okay, maybe
It wasn't just
legal
the
costs
lawsuit,
includes like media training and all that kind of coaching and stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure
Like,
maybe.
What are they called? What are they called? Where you got firms that like they help you revamp your image.
Fuck.
It's
Not
just
publicity.
PR.
Not. Yeah, like PR, like disaster PR firms.
Yeah, that could be. I could understand if that.
Yeah, really expensive
included
barristers. Yeah,
under,
KCs. Yeah.
Under legal costs, I could understand that. Like, yeah, but yeah, get a 3 or 4 KCs under your belt, and it's gone on for how long ago did this happen?
Many years ago.
Just a couple of years ago. This was relatively quick as defamation cases go.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
it was just
That's still a lot of money though. $2.3 million.
Especially in addition to the $300,000 in damages he already paid. So the actual damages he paid.
Yep.
And does she already have that?
I think he's paid it already. So
Okay. So what happens then? Oh, he's got a $2.3 million.
Started a GoFundMe.
He
Well,
has
if
to
he
pay
does-
it,
if he doesn't pay, he
or
goes back-
declares
He'll have to
bankruptcy,
declare
and he can't run as a
he'll lose his
politician.
seat. You can't sit in any parliament in Australia as an undischarged bankrupt.
Mm-hmm.
So then what? How do the lawyers get paid then?
They don't. They chase him forever.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like they would have struck.
It's why lawyers charge so much.
Yeah, like that was probably the goal was to bankrupt him and make him lose his seat.
Dean
Not his-
Andrews
yeah,
was still
she-
premier from memory. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
When was it? Like, so now I'm gonna have to look.
Friday's costs is Friday's cost order is close to the $2.4 million Deeming's team had sought, mostly to pay back a loan.
So she's only been in Parliament since 2022.
Yeah. So Hilton Grudgeon offered to help cover. So she took
the rally was in March 2023.
Yeah.
She was expelled from the party in May.
23.
So she tried to mediate it till December 2023, and then she filed a defamation case. The case was heard in September
24.
Yeah, September 2024.
So that's only 2 years.
In December, the court ruled. Okay, Pursuer was ordered to pay $300,000 in damages, and Deeming has sought to obtain $2.4 million in costs. So she was granted all her costs.
Nice.
That's insane. How the fuck did she run up fucking $2.4 million in costs?
That's what I'm saying. In
I
only
don't
2
understand
years.
that. That's insane.
That's what I'm saying. A disaster recovery fucking PR team.
Mate,
I could
yeah.
understand that if they're being advised on that.
Or
Maybe.
just a team of very expensive baristas.
Baristas,
Not
yes.
baristas.
Very expensive baristas.
Coffees for
Very
everyone.
expensive over here.
Anyway, moving on. Adelaide is more expensive than San Francisco, the city responsible for most tech innovations across the entire world.
And the highest population of poop on the street.
And the highest poop per capita, yes.
Outside of India.
Outside of India, yes. That is staggering.
All
like
5
Honolulu is on a fucking island.
Yeah, but Hawaii's a leftist shit.
No, but I'm saying Honolulu, like Hawaii, like Honolulu is on an island.
I know. It
So
is.
that's its excuse, because you've got limited fucking land.
Mm-hmm.
Adelaide is not on an island. It is the most boring city I've ever been to.
In the most boring state in the country.
The most boring state in the country, unless you like wine. Unless you like wine and balloons.
Sorry, wine and
You
what?
get wine in any other region.
Hot air balloons.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you can go to fucking
Winery tours, yeah. on a
You
hot
just
air
do
balloon.
that in Victoria.
You know, you do that in Queensland. Go to
Yeah.
Stanthorpe.
Like, how is Adelaide more expensive than fucking Melbourne? South Australia's population is the only it's the only state that's decreasing in population.
That's probably why.
No, but why is it so much more? Like, why is it more expensive than Melbourne and Brisbane, and Perth? All these cities have population increasing. Adelaide is decreasing, and it's almost as expensive as Sydney.
So you need, so it's like, so that price is the median multiple of the median income. So a house in Adelaide is 10.9 times the median
that
South
makes sense,
Australian
yeah.
income. So it's even
That makes sense.
So I don't know. So I don't know what that actually equates to.
People
in
in
real
Melbourne
money.
get paid more.
Yeah, but you would need
The
10
median,
times.
the median worker in Melbourne earns more than much
Doesn't
more
feel
than
like
the median worker
Yeah,
in
so
Adelaide.
a house in Adelaide is 10.9 years of median income, right? Whereas Melbourne is 9.7 years of income to pay off a house.
Whereas Sydney is 13.8. Let me do the math. How long would it take to pay off mine?
With no other expenses.
Well, that's how they calculate it. They do it. They go, how many multiples? How many years would you have to spend like 100% of your income go on your mortgage?
Yeah.
So we'll use not what I borrowed, but what the actual value of the house is when I bought it. Divided by.
Mine would be like 2 and a bit years if all my income went into it.
Mine would be 4.1 years.
Yeah, that's median. That's not even the average cost. That's the thing. They're going median, like middle of the middle value. So it could be anything.
So, well, no, median is not. Could be anything. You're not like a median is you cut the top
but I mean, sorry,
5%, the bottom 5%, and then you
it's the
go directly to the middle.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like the range of that could be anything, right? You could have 1 in a million, and the middle point would still be 500,000.
You will
you
own
could have
nothing.
250 and 750. The middle point.
Dude,
would
if
still
I
be
if I could
500.
pump all my income straight into my house and not have to worry about anything else, it would be paid off very quickly. So, shit just fell over. Never mind. I'll fix it later. Anyway, so that number's going to go up because interest rates dropped by 25 basis points.
So people are going to borrow more.
So people can afford to borrow more.
People can afford to pay more off the house.
You know what it means, though? It means inflation is under control. So, it means inflation in Australia is back into the target band.
You know, the yearly rate,
and the Reserve Bank is happy to cut rates.
Yeah, the yearly rate is under control, but the year upon year increases. Just the cost of it is killing people.
Well, yeah, there's supply issues still. Like
yeah.
we've like the world still has not yet recovered from COVID. That's amazing. Like 2 weeks to stop the spread turned into like a year and a half to stop the spread, turned into fucking ships still aren't getting there.
I reckon it'll take a decade and a half from now. It'll be 20 years from when COVID started to 2040. I reckon the world will be quote unquote recovered from COVID.
Yeah.
From all the after effects and the knock-on effects and all that bullshit.
Oh yes, I agree, Costi. For fuck's sake, yeah. Yeah, either do either do 150 basis points or do 35 basis points.
Just
fix make it round, bitch. Like please, just fix it.
Wait, what was the number again?
It's 3.85%, and it's because it was fine before COVID, but during COVID, they slashed the rate and stopped at 0.1%. That was the lowest the cash rate got. So cash rates in Australia never went negative like in Europe.
Yeah.
So we didn't go to zero. The cash rate was 0.1%. And when they hiked the rates back up, they left it. So now it's always like 0.1 like above what it should be. So it just doesn't look right.
Very annoying.
It's very annoying. Autists go, Premier David Chris Fully sick, bro. responded to the United Nations criticism of the government's approach to adult crime, adult time laws in Queensland. You don't control me, and I don't answer to you. I answer to Queenslanders. I think we can all agree on this.
Here's my message to the United Nations. You don't control me, and I don't answer to you. I answer to Queenslanders. I answer to a whole heap of those people back there who've had their lives turned apart. And I say to the United Nations, we make laws to deal with one of the biggest issues this state has ever faced. And it's a generation of repeat hardcore young offenders who were created by weaker laws. So I say to the United Nations, you focus on the things you control, and I'll look after the things that I control. And I'm accountable to Queenslanders, not to the United Nations.
Now apply that to immigrants. Now apply that to immigrants.
He can't.
Yes.
Queensland doesn't control the borders.
No, but immigrants that are coming in that commit crimes, and then the judge is like, oh, well, you didn't know better. You didn't realize that sticking two fingers in unexpecting women was illegal. Oh, slap on the wrist.
Okay.
That
seems oddly specific.
Yes, there was a guy going around doing that at a beach
diddler? Okay.
in Queensland
Wouldn't surprise
to,
me.
I think it was adult women, and he got a slap on the wrist for it because, he didn't know better.
I've heard similar things. Break and entry.
Yeah, we talked
Because
about
he's
that.
an immigrant.
Like things like that happening in the UK and stuff. And, yeah.
I think it happened on the Gold Coast, 2014.
Oh, you explains fucking everything.
20.
Was he Abbo?
No, he was an
Gold
immigrant.
Coast.
He was an immigrant.
Stabby
My
says,
case was
dude,
Abbo.
my grandkids are going to be paying back the money the government gave away because of COVID. Yeah, but you all got checks. You got great checks. I sent you great checks. My name was right there on the check. The reason we lost the House, the Senate, was because the Republicans, they didn't give out more checks. I wanted more checks. They didn't want to do the checks.
I wanted the Trump check.
Same.
I'd have a blank Trump check. That'd be awesome.
Hell yeah.
I'd be happy with a voided Trump check.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. One that's not going to.
Oh, we'll talk about the money, Stabby. We'll talk about the money your grandkids will be paying back later. So, 3 maps that show the scale of New South Wales flood disaster. I would like to point out that for the first time in, I feel like 2 weeks now, it has stopped raining, and now it's fucking cold.
Well, it is a week out from winter, so
it's as cold in my fridge as it is outside. So I don't know that that's good.
Winter's coming.
3 maps that show the scale of the New South Wales flood disaster. So this is just 2 months after Cyclone Alfred caused widespread flooding across New South Wales. The state is once again besieged by floodwaters. Thursday morning, there were 140 flood warnings for New South Wales, with 50,000 people told to prepare to evacuate. A man in his 60s lost his life in floodwaters near Moto, near the town of Kupanook on the mid-north coast. On Thursday, police confirmed the body of a man in his 30s had been discovered in floodwater in the region.
It's flooded, forget it.
By Thursday night, a third death was confirmed. A woman in her 60s whose car reportedly became trapped in floodwaters in Brooklana. On Friday morning, a 4th body of that of a man in his 70s who drove into floodwaters was found after his car was swept from a causeway at Nana Glen. Acting Police Commissioner Peter Thurtell said there were grave fears for another person missing the floodwaters. Where's the maps?
I was going to say, where are these 3 maps?
Yeah, where are these 3 maps? ABC, fuck.
Jesus Christ!
Look at these fucking numbers. Rainfall in the past week to Thursday, 600 millimeters. Taree got 500. Taree got half a fucking meter of rain.
That's over 2. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, that's 600 mils, 2 feet. That's a lot of fucking water.
Like, fucking hell.
Where the fuck is it going to go?
Areas. So these are the areas affected by flood.
Saturated.
I'm down here. So
doxed.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, these were the areas affected by floods. These are basically areas that are on the northern rivers. The Taree River runs obviously through this, like the town of Taree, and Taree is just gone, like it is underwater.
That's a shame.
These are the evacuate now locations. Every one of these areas are fucking leave your house and get out. So let me see if I can find some aerial footage of Taree.
How often does it flood around there?
Well, we had a once in 100-year flood last year. No, in 2021 there was a once in 100-year flood.
Mm-hmm.
This broke that level.
Right, but how often does it flood? Regardless of level.
There's flooding pretty regular, like in the rainy season.
Yeah.
If there's a tropical cyclone nearby,
yep.
Or there's a big heavy low off the coast. Problem was the waters off the coast have been unseasonably warm. So when the low pressure, because it's getting towards winter, more low pressure systems start to develop, and they're like, we had one the other day that just sat off the fucking coast and just sucked up all the energy. Because the water's like 24 degrees off the coast. Like, that's insane. It should be down to 22 by now.
Isn't it the hot water, cold air creates lows and cyclones?
Warm surface water will power storms above it.
That's what I mean. It's cold air and hot water. Is the perfect condition. And like, I was surprised at how late in the year that Alfred came down.
Yeah,
that was not common from memory.
So this is Raymond Terrace. This is just north of Newcastle. That's Port Macquarie.
Oof.
So that's Taree. That's a fucking whirlybird.
What? Where's Taree?
Underwater.
That reminds me. I was heading home.
Taree is unfortunately at the bottom of the fucking Taree River.
I was heading home just before the 2011 Brisbane floods happened, and I'm going a back way because the highway it's chocked, and I go to this spot and I'm starting to head down the hill, and there's a cop car, and I'm like, she's like, where are you going? I'm like, home. It's on the other side. And she goes, oh yeah, you can't go through, it's flooded. I'm like, yeah, but how flooded? She goes, see that car down there? And I'm like, no. She goes, exactly. Turn around, go a different way.
Wow.
I'm like, okay, fair enough. I got your point. You couldn't see the car. Like, there was nothing there. I'm like, yeah, it's just a little bit of a dip and you're fine. No, there's 6 meters of water over there. Your car's not getting through unless it's a boat.
Unless it's a submarine.
Yeah, so.
Sorry, I was wrong.
Yeah.
I was calling it the Taree River. It's the Manning River.
Just the same thing.
So, but yeah, here's Taree. That's the town of Taree. So the Manning River broke its banks. So it's never been higher. Like the Manning River's never been higher, like in history. So this is the worst flood in New South Wales history.
Highest recorded level.
Highest recorded levels. Yes, that was the word I was looking for. Manning River Rowing Club was underwater. That's okay. It's the rowing club.
Well, it's a good place to be, though.
Yeah.
Rabbit rescued from floodwaters.
Are they sending SES crews from other parts of the country?
Yeah, from other parts of the state. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Kempsey Levy was overflowing. Tasmanian Devil. Does he know he's a bit far north? Okay, is this flooding typical or a result of weather warfare? It's not typical in these areas. It's on purpose, as far as I'm concerned. Don't make me play the everything is stupid theme. Look, flooding up there is typical, but this level is not typical.
Yeah, the amount is not.
So, like I said, there was a once in 100-year flood up there in 2021. This was another one, except it beat it. So people were saying this was a once in a 500-year.
Wow.
So
that Tasmanian Devil looks like a pissed off, charred wombat.
Basically what they are. With 10,000 times the cancer.
I feel sorry for the cattle that'll die. Like, that'll just have to be exterminated.
Yeah, the butcher I go to, he's telling me that the because of the floods that happened in Queensland, that the prices are going to go up because they don't know where most of their cattle is coming from, because they don't know where most of their cattle is.
Yeah.
So I assume the same thing will happen.
Yep.
With New South Wales. So beef is going to go up.
Yep.
Well, we might have to stop exporting beef for a bit, so that the 70% that goes out of the country can actually go to the country.
America most affected.
That's not going to fucking happen. We get better prices overseas.
Mm.
Oh, there you go. Drone footage during the.
I got a rump roast the other day for $14.99 a kilo.
Oh, that's good. I got
8.2 kilos.
I got decent mints. I got 2 kilos of decent mints for $21. So about $10.50 for.
Okay.
Sorry for the Americans. Ground beef. Is Nick about to drop the body cam footage? I don't think so.
I don't think Nick's going to drop it.
I hope Mr. Jason Slade has a drone license. He's got a license for that drone footage. So yeah, even in Sydney, we weren't immune. There was flooding down my way, and I'm not even on the mid-north coast. Like I'm on the central coast.
But it's going to come down your route.
Well, we already had it. Like the rain's passed here, so Hawkesbury always floods. Like Hawkesbury River, there's always flood warnings on the Hawkesbury. If you live on the Hawkesbury, you will be flooded. You won't get flood insurance. Best of luck. But you will always be flooded. Hawkesbury's always fucking flooding. But yeah, so yeah, the Parramatta Wharf that's in Sydney that was underwater too. So we had roads up. Like the missus had to go to the hospital like for a doctor's appointment on Friday, and we had to theory craft the way to get there because the two main roads to get to the hospital were washed out. So
wow.
And if I was going to work, I wouldn't have been able to get to the train station. Not that it would have mattered because the trains weren't running. So
data point.
Yeah.
So yeah. Related, kangaroo tries to drown man in Australian floodwaters. A really muscly kangaroo tried to drown a man in Australia after the two got into a punch-up. Don James is said to have found himself fighting for his life as the marsupial held him down in floodwaters, which had pooled on the side of the road near Port Macquarie, only escaping after the animal appeared to become spooked. Christy Lees, who watched the battle unfold in a rearview mirror, told the BBC, "It's not every day a big male kangaroo decides to take you on. Even in Australia, you do not expect to see it."
I do.
She suspects, yeah, well, that's exactly right. But she suspects the very distressed kangaroo had become trapped in the area following record flooding. It hit New South Wales this week, leaving 5 people dead. Ms. Lee said she was first alerted to the kangaroo's presence as she drove down to check the water levels at Port Macquarie's North Shore with her husband around 9 o'clock local time on Friday. 2 men, one of whom was later identified as Don James by an Australian news network, ABC. One of them, there was a really big kangaroo just around in the next parked car, and sure enough, there was the kangaroo, as big as the car it was standing next to. Next thing Miss Lee knew, the kangaroo had launched towards her car, which he had slowed to a crawl so as to not startle the animal, and it started to attack it. As he moved around the car to her side of the car, the kangaroo appeared to spot another target, Mr. James, who was still walking away up the road. The kangaroo gave chase. They literally got into a boxing match. I'm looking in the rearview mirror and they're throwing punches. Look, that's how you handle. That's how you handle kangaroos.
Mm-hmm.
Like when they rear up, fucking clench your hand into a fist. I don't know how many times people have told you not to clench your fist to punch someone, but this is a kangaroo, so just fucking do it.
Mm-hmm.
And smack that bitch in the face as hard as you fucking can. And hopefully it will back down.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's how, like, they fight each other. They, like, paw each other. But they've got weak upper arms like T-Rexes.
Yeah.
So, like, compared to humans, like, we're basically Godzilla. No, that's a poor example.
just don't get kicked in the fucking
Something
chest.
with big arms.
Yeah, we got
gorilla.
We're
a gorilla.
No, wait. Hang on.
Yeah.
We're out of the racism zone now, so maybe not monkeys.
Maybe not monkeys. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, anyway.
Yeah.
But no, best way to take down a roo is by putting him in a chokehold.
They know how to do that too. So.
Finally, for Aussie news, the full distribution of preferences in Goldstein, I think it's Goldstein, was finalised. The margin is 260 votes in favour of the Liberal Party candidate. A recount request is being considered, and an announcement regarding that recount decision will be made when able. I don't think the decision's been made. Let me just check the AEC page. No, that was their last post. So yes, probably a decision on Monday about that. So in Australia, the only time there's an automatic recount is when there's less than 100. So when the margin is less than 100, as in Bradfield, this is a good example. So the margin in Bradfield is under 100, so there is an automatic recount. And what they do with an automatic recount is they count literally every ballot all over again, and they do a full distribution of preferences again. They look at every informal ballot and scrutinize every informal ballot again to make sure that there aren't because an informal ballot could be made formal if it's clear the intention of the voter. But both sides have scrutineers who basically sit at a table and go, "No, we object to that one. It's clear. Just because they put a 1 in it, that doesn't mean it's not a valid vote." So they'll argue about that. But yes, once the AEC does the final recount, whoever is the winner, no matter the margin, is the winner. At that point, they can enter Parliament, and it's up to the loser to take it to the High Court, sitting as the Court of Disputed Returns. And the remedy, there's only one remedy the High Court can deliver, and that's a by-election. So essentially, everybody we run that election again. So just in that seat, not the whole fucking country. Just that seat, there's another election. So everybody goes back to the fucking polls.
Someone
so usually
everyone goes back to voting.
Exactly. Usually, I think it's only happened once that in the last few years. It has happened previously, but the last time I can remember it was Sophie Mirabella, which I think is Indi. She lost to to the Independent, and she took it to the Court of Disputed Returns. The court said, "Fine, here we'll call a by-election." They called a by-election, and she lost by an even bigger margin. And the Liberals haven't come close to winning that seat back. So,
oops.
So yes, they got thoroughly punished for doing it. So Australians don't want to go back to the polls all the fucking time just because you're having a cry.
A Liberal got barred.
You don't get to if you're having a sook about the results. Australians are going to punish you for it. So, and look, sure enough, trending there is Zoe Daniel, who is the person requesting
the prime sook at the moment.
The prime sook. The arrogance of Zoe Daniel is staggering. Voters have been recounted multiple times. No, the votes haven't been recounted multiple times. They've only been counted once. She demands recount to be repeated until she's declared the winner. No, that's not what she's fucking declaring. Tim Wilson says, "I'm concerned about the increasing escalation of commentary from the former member for Goldstein that is trending towards bringing the AEC's count into question and needlessly seeding questions about AEC's process. The AEC has been very thorough." Bitch, I've seen your fucking people calling this entire election into question. Fuck you. The AEC has been very thorough. The current count has gone on for 3 weeks. Liberals and Teal scrutiny has observed the process. The votes counted multiple times. Our margin hasn't dropped below 100 once in a majority. Our 260 margin here doubles an imaginary 140 auto recount threshold. What's being missed is the form of public commentary. The AEC automatic integrity system to identify and reconcile discrepancies in votes counts across booths. Look, because it's more than 100 votes, she has to make a valid argument, and the AEC will decide whether it's a valid argument. So.
Has she said what her argument is?
No, they did. They redid preferences. They redid preference flows. So that's not recounting the that's not recounting all the ballots. It's not a proper recount. So they retabulate preference flows. So they don't look at the first party votes again. They go, okay, these were all votes for these two candidates. We'll look at these piles. Because a full recount takes a week. So they aren't recounting. They haven't done a full recount. So they've been recalculating preference flows. Now making identified and addressed yesterday. Yada yada yada. I've lived with political grief and I have empathy for how hard it is. So crying about having to cry. Cheryl Curnow, who I think this is the Cheryl Curnow former leader of the Australian Democrats. What a disgraceful, indulgent, patronising, and dishonest reflection this is. I won Dixon by only 176 votes. 400 were placed in a wrong pile. You expose so much of yourself to be very unpleasant, to say the least. Zoe Daniels has cast no aspersions on the AEC. Yeah.
But you are.
Well, she's experienced them fucking up the putting votes in the wrong pile. So putting votes that were for her in a pile that was for the other guy. So I think if you've experienced it, you don't get to you're not casting aspersions. You're repeating facts. So
When did she win Dixon? Isn't that?
I think it's a different Dixon. It's not that Dixon. Though it may be. Hang on. Cheryl. Was Dixon her seat? I mean, it was a long fucking time ago.
Because I thought, oh, okay, not this round. Because I was going to say, isn't that Peter Dutton's old seat?
It is.
It is, but oh yeah, she was the member for Dixon until 2001.
Oh,
Peter
okay.
Dutton beat her. She's who Peter Dutton beat.
Ah.
I bet she would have been a little happy inside. You're like, suffering your jocks, cunt.
So, yeah. Anyway, so that's Aussie news. Let's do some Trump news. I'm not even up to like I got so much fucking cover. Jesus Christ. I'm taking a week off. Fuck's sakes. So yeah, it's full bottom up count, yeah. That's the recount, yeah.
Wait, he was in that seat for 24 years?
Yeah. He gets the old pension. That's how long he's been there.
Shit. Okay.
You know what? Let me blow your mind. The leader of the Liberal Party right now also has held her seat since 2001. So the only people left, there's only 4 people left in Parliament now who are still in the old system that was abolished in 2004.
Yeah.
So if you've been in Parliament since 2004, you're on the old defined benefit scheme, so the old pension, where you get your gold card and you get your however much your highest rate of pay indexed to the rest of your life. So if you were the Prime Minister, you'll get whatever you made as Prime Minister till you die after you leave office.
So Dutton will get pretty high amounts.
Dutton will get I think the highest pay he got was just like a ministerial payment.
I didn't get extras because he was leader of opposition.
I don't know that the opposition leader gets extra pay. I don't think the opposition leader gets more money than an actual a minister.
It depends, because there were complaints about the pay when the Nationals split, because they wouldn't be part of the actual.
I know shadow cabinet. I know shadow ministers get extra pay.
Yeah,
but I don't think it is as much as being an actual minister. Because actual ministers have real jobs, shadow ministers just have pretend jobs.
Yeah.
Let me just.
He was the shadow leader of the opposition is 390,000.
Okay,
so how much is it standard?
I think that's fucking Victoria. How much do federal parliamentarians get paid? Base salary is available on the parliamentary officers page of the tribunal's website. Are you going to take me right there? No, you're going to fucking make me download a PDF. Of course you are. Fucking cunt. Legal matters, remuneration, salaries and electoral allowances.
Oh shit. Nick's live.
Bitch.
Nick
Don't let
is
a fucking...
live. He's doing a night stream.
366. The hell?
It'll get way harder or whatever. And maybe it will. I don't know.
What the hell is 366
But for
mean?
now, everything's been going great.
Yeah, let me do this. Oh, wait. Goddamn.
Oh, he fucked up his title.
Is he
366
sober?
days. That's what it's
No,
supposed to be.
I'm hammered. Yes, go away. Why is it so hard?
What the fuck is he talking about?
He is fucking wasted.
He is fucked up.
Someone called.
Yes, I'm sober. Again, I have random testing, and if I fail it, I go to prison. It's not like a thing that I have a choice around. It's not like, oh, I'm going to get around this thing. You just do what you have to do. That's it.
You kind of have choices.
Anyway, here it is. So here's the salary remuneration by role. So they all get their base salary. Prime Minister gets $160,000 extra. Oh, sorry, 160% extra. Deputy gets 105% extra. Treasurer gets 87. Leader of the House, Leader of the Government in Senate gets 87.5% extra. Leader of the House, 75. Other minister in cabinet who is a manager of government business in Senate. Other ministers in cabinet. So that would be what Dutton would be making. Okay, so Leader of the Opposition does get paid more, 85% of like extra. So
because I'm looking at the Wikipedia page and it says it's 390.
Okay, yeah. So he would get that would be what he would get paid for the rest of his life.
Okay.
Like completely horrifying behavior. So good job.
Thank you, Brave. You still have that fucking problem where if I watch
Rob
on
Price
both
says, Nick,
tabs,
I quit drinking 6.5 years ago. I have the odd beer, but I don't miss it at all. Yeah, man. I mean, so far I don't miss anything either. Like I said, that could change.
I'm going to take this
everybody
opportunity to have a
says that
have a
it's really
chocolate
hard,
bar.
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
But
And I don't
drinking
know
alcohol
how,
is part
I don't
of
know
your
how sobriety is going to go.
identity.
It's funny because people talk about, well, you guys, I guess, chat or online people, they talk about me and like, they're like, oh, well, he's acting this way, that way. You've never seen me sober.
You look like shit.
Like, as sober as like a status. You've never seen it before until just, I guess, starting on April 18th.
So he wasn't sober.
19th was when I started streaming again. But prior to that, you'd never really seen me sober.
Back in the day?
I started the channel off drinking. And so I might not have been drunk at a particular time, but I was always, I was always just a little bit away from a drink of some sort. And then eventually from substances.
Sounds like an alcoholic, Nick.
So everybody who's a behavioral expert on me, you're
Nick, no, he's never
getting
being
to know
alcohol. He's in
the
full
Nick Rotata
control.
that's underneath all of the substances. You're getting to know me now, so that's nice. But
I know Josh came
acting
up
like
with
you're some
the
behavioral
ceiling
expert
caps.
who knows all the drugs I'm on at any given moment. Like, no, you don't. You just don't. I'm sorry, but yeah, you're focused on it is fine, I guess. I don't know what purpose it serves for you, but if that's what you need.
Enjoyment, Nick.
Contrarian
Something you can't feel anymore.
92 says, glad you're doing well, Nick.
He's
Black
not doing
fatigue
well.
is real. Nick, her. Stop. You're awful.
I like it so far up the ass that it pops out of my mouth. M is G me for gay cyber.
Yes. If you're going to you got to go deep. I don't know what's controversial about that.
His face is flushed.
Let's see. John Jelaine
he's on
says, if
something.
a Chiron is a wise centaur and a centaur is a chimera of man and horse, what is a ticker? I have no idea. What's the punchline?
How would you
Hit me
feel
with
if you
it
didn't have
hard,
breakfast this morning,
please.
Nick?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, Nick.
I'm actually a little concerned that it will become something bigger than it is. Katomi says you were always awesome and you never needed the substances. Super proud to have you back.
800
Thanks.
watching.
Thanks.
Plus
He's
6
always
watching
needed,
off.
That's bullshit. He's always needed
It's
the substances.
it's also interesting for me because like I don't know. Well, I do now, I guess.
That's true. He got
Spending
felted
time with
so
me.
hard he had
But
to
I
do,
didn't
he had
know
to
what
do
it
a
would
stream
be
today.
like sober again.
You need to hug box.
Well, first I was annoyed.
I haven't
a
watched
lot,
any
right?
of that
But
shit.
like I got
Any-
over
any
that
of the
pretty
Keanu
quick.
Reeves stream.
And then it was like, holy crap.
The Keanu Reeves stream.
I know. I almost said I nearly said
Your head is
full
clear.
Keanu Reeves. I don't know why.
Which sounds weird because it's like, well,
Streeves,
duh, dummy.
Streeves.
But you kind of get used to riding through all of the work that I did
Look
was
at that gay delicate bracelet.
By work, I mean stuff related to the show was typically
Is that
under
his
the influence after a while. And so you kind of get used to that being
It's
the
a solidarity
flow of
bracelet,
your
yes.
thinking. But the
One that
flow
he
of your
could
thinking
tap
while
and
you're
then
under the
send
influence
over?
of liquor is slow and messy. And having it not in there is something that
At least he's stopped
been a
getting that
while.
stupid
So it's
fucking
been kind of
haircut.
cool getting back to
The Nazi one?
getting back to
Yeah.
that state.
Well, he just hasn't been back to his
And
Mexican
I like
barber
it
yet.
so far. I'm down with it. At first, it was I was annoyed and pissy and like having
How
a
long's he
fit
been on
about
for?
it because I liked the activity associated with substance use as well.
20
Like
minutes.
I mentioned this before, but like going out and going to a club or a bar or whatever. Like I liked just that activity. And if you can't drink, like you don't want to go do that stuff.
Boring. Anyway. The US Copyright Office has sided with content creators. Shock horror. Concluding its latest report is that the fees exception likely does not apply to commercial AI training. Sorry, we're in the wrong section. There we go. Cats are dismissed. Various uses of copyrighted works in AI training are likely to be transformative. The extent to which they are fair, however, will depend on what works were used, from what source, for what purpose, and with what controls on the output. Anyway, yada, yada, yada. Interestingly enough, the next day, Trump fired the director of the US Copyright Office. The firing of the Register of Copyrights, Shira Perlmutter, came after Perlmutter and her office earlier this week issued a lengthy part 3 of a lengthy report about artificial intelligence and expressed some concerns and questions about the usage of copyrighted materials by AI technologies. Clearly, that did not sit well with Donald's friends in the tech bro space. So I guess Donald Trump has posted that he will make prescription drugs and pharmaceutical prices be reduced almost immediately by 30 to 80%. Let me just get my voice ready. For many years, the world has wondered why prescription drugs and pharmaceuticals in the United States of America were so much higher in price than they were in any other nation. Not many very people know this. Sometimes 5 to 10 times more expensive than the same drug manufactured in the exact same laboratory or plant by the same company. Can you believe it? It's outrageous. It was always difficult to explain and very embarrassing because, in fact, there was no, I just want to point out, he uses Oxford commas perfectly. Like, there was no correct or rightful answer. The pharmaceuticals/drug companies would say for years that it was research and development costs and that all of these costs were and would be, for no reason whatsoever, borne by the suckers of America alone. Campaign contributions could do wonders, but not with me, your favorite president, and not with the Republican Party. We are going to do the right thing, something that the Democrats have fought for many years. Therefore, I'm pleased to announce that tomorrow morning in the White House at 9 a.m., I will be signing one of the most consequential executive orders in our country's history. Prescription drugs and pharmaceutical prices will be reduced almost immediately by 30 to 80%. They will rise throughout the world in order to equalize and, for the first time in many years, bring fairness to America. And I'll be introducing a most favored nations policy whereby the United States will pay the same price as the nation that pays the lowest price anywhere in the world. Our country will finally be treated fairly, and our citizens' healthcare costs will be reduced by numbers never even thought of before. Additionally, on top of everything else, the United States will save trillions of dollars. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. So yeah, I guess we'll see how that goes.
I like cheap drugs.
I like cheap drugs, and I cannot lie.
The problem is, what I can foresee happening is favored nations means that all other nations will pay more, non-Americans will pay less.
Well, did you not hear me say all other nations will pay more?
No, I mean, but all other nations will pay the same price as America, which means drugs won't change price. They'll just cost more everywhere else.
No, they won't. It has zero effect. The what's it called? It basically is we want you to please do this, and it directs HHS to make some noise about it. That's it. It has no force of law. It doesn't demand, like it just asks, please, sir. Donald Trump also says, so the fact that the Department of Defense is getting a gift free of charge of a 747 aircraft to replace the 40-year-old Air Force One temporarily in a very public and transparent transaction so bothers the crooked Democrats that they insist we pay top dollar for the airplane. Anybody can do that. The Dems are world-class losers. MAGA. So yes, Donald Trump has been given a 747. I think it's a 747-800, like one of the last of the 747s that were built, like the newest ones, because they've actually stopped building them. From the Qatari royal family. So the Qatari royal family had two of these jets. They decided to stop using them because they cost $12,000 an hour per engine to run.
Holy shit.
That's just the kerosene. So that's just the fuel. That's just the jet fuel. So yes, $12,000 an hour per engine to run, and there's 4 engines. So yes, they decided to sell them. They haven't been able to sell them. They got rid of one by giving it to Turkey, and now they've gotten rid of the other one by giving it to Donald. Now, I say giving it to Donald quite specifically because the plan is to receive they received the jet the other day, so it's done. And the plan, like Pam Bondi signed off on it and said this is all fine, no problem. So the Qataris have given Donald Trump a jet. The argument is, oh no, they haven't given Donald Trump a jet. They gave it to the Department of Defense. They gave the Department of Defense a jet. But they didn't. They gave the Department of Defense a jet under certain conditions. And those conditions being that after Trump has finished using it, it will be given to the President Trump Library Foundation. For those who may not be aware, the Air Force One that was replaced, that the current jets that Trump flies on. So Air Force One is 2 jets. So Air Force One is the jet he's on at the time, but the jets that the president flies on consist of 2 custom Boeing 747s that were replaced about 40 years ago. So they are very, very custom. These are the only 2 of them in the world.
I thought there was a newer one and an older one.
No, well, it was the same order. So I guess one has fewer flight hours than the other. So they didn't arrive they're like twins. They both weren't delivered at once. One's older than the other, only very slightly. So yes, there's 2 jets. They're handled by the US Air Force. Everybody who works on them has extensive background checks. Everybody who built them had extensive background checks to make sure that nothing was sabotaged during the construction process. So Boeing was granted the contract to build
sabotage or added.
Sabotage or add stuff, yeah. Boeing was given the contract back in Trump's first term to build the new Air Force One. These are built on the same 747, the same latest 747 airframe. I think it's their Dash 8s, like 747-8.
Yeah, that's what he accepted.
That's the airframe they're based on. Yeah. But the Boeings are like these ones are custom. Because I mean, these things are flying fortresses. They're designed to be able to like shake off, like do higher G maneuvers than the standard jets, like because to evade missiles. They've got countermeasures. They've also got other stuff that is very classified that we can't talk about.
Yeah.
And this one has to be modified too. They just gave
Yes,
you,
and this one, and while this one is a $400 million jet, got it for free. It has to be torn down to the fucking bolts, and then reassembled at the cost to the American taxpayer. Estimates are it'll cost about $1 billion to do that, and will probably take longer than Trump's term.
Won't be done until 2028.
Probably won't be done until 2028. Yeah. So the problem is the Boeing jets are behind schedule. Shock horror. It's not all Boeing's fault. A lot of the problem is with all government contracts, they keep fucking changing the requirements. So the requirements change, so they have to start all again. Also, because it's Air Force One, every single person who works on the project has to go through a thorough background check. Like these aren't just normal fucking Yankee white clearance
Boeing engineers
background checks. These are detailed background checks to make sure you have no connections that are even slightly sussy. And it just has to be that way. And we're talking about suppliers, everybody who works at like, so not just Boeing, but anybody who supplies parts for this aircraft has to have everybody who works on those parts and for that company background checked. So it's incredibly labor intensive to do. So it's a very difficult task. There's a reason Boeing got the contract. I think that was the only person who bid for it. So yes, it's behind schedule and over budget. Shocked, I know. An American company, can't remember the name of the company that's doing it, but it's a contract firm, has the contract to refurbish this 747. So, and then once Trump's done with it, it will go into his library. He says he's not going to use it. I call bullshit. He totally will use it. It'll be the new Trump Force One, which will be hilarious because it's like I said, it's very expensive to run. So, but yes, he's going to be just like So there is precedent for keeping Air Force One after your president. Reagan's Air Force. Reagan kept his old Air Force One. So the plane he flew on that was designated Air Force One is in the Reagan Library. So, or I don't know if it's the actual jet or if it's a mock-up, or a replica or something, but something like that. Anyway, the tariffs against China were reduced down to 30% from 145%, and China reduced the tariffs down to 10%. So it's only for a period of 90 days. So I guess in 70 days, the markets will collapse again.
Yay.
Yay.
That should be in immigration news. That tweet says something went wrong. I don't know what the fuck that was. Something went wrong, please. Oh, there we go. Major breakthrough in China trade negotiations. Okay, yeah, that's just the tariffs. Also, Trump has said that there will be a 25% tariff on all Apple devices that are not made in the United States.
Hooray!
He did that yesterday morning or last night. One of those.
Yes.
When's the iPhone 17 coming out?
Never. In the US, never. No, well, it's like, dude, that just means it's going to be 25% more expensive in America. So,
and Apple fucking bootlickers will just pay it.
Yeah, that's right. People will pay it.
It's just the government getting their pound of flesh out of everyone.
There was another tariff, but I can't remember what it was. It was equally dumb.
The 3,000% tariff on some random country that's got 4 people in it.
No, it wasn't that. It was some other targeted tariff that I was like, why? Why are you doing that? Like, the hell? Anyway. Former FBI director James Comey posted this to his Insta account. So he said something about like finding this shell on the beach.
Yeah, finding it.
I found this shell formation on the beach, and it says 8647. So yes, of course, 86 means to get rid of something, and 47 means President Trump. Though no one should be shocked. They do, like everybody does this shit all the fucking time. Cash Patel says we're aware of recent social media posts by former FBI director James Comey directed at President Trump. We are in communication with the Secret Service and Director Curran. Primary jurisdiction is with the SS. Please don't call it the SS. Please call it the USSS. Fuck.
It's the United States Secret.
I know it's the Secret Service, but it's the United States Secret Service. Fucking hell. And the FBI will provide all necessary support. Everybody, all the people are like, arrest him, arrest him. I just want to point out there were plenty of people who said 86, 46.
45.
So.
Well, plenty of people who said 86-45 and nothing happened.
Exactly, nothing happened to them. And 86-46 as well. People were doing it for Joe Biden.
It's just kind of retarded.
They did take a shot at him.
It's kind of retarded that the previous head of the FBI was the one who posted it. Like, it just goes to show how deep the corruption is.
Well, he's the one that.
And how retarded he is if he doesn't actually know.
He's promoting a fucking book. And everybody gave him the attention he ordered. This is what I fucking hate. Everybody's like, oh my God, this is outrageous. It's like, dude, he's selling a book. And everybody just fucking fell for it.
You were back in the middle of a political firestorm.
Yeah, for walking on the beach with my wife. So I don't know how we ended up here. It never occurred to me that it was any kind of controversial thing, but that's the time we live in.
So take me back to the walk on the beach.
We were walking on the beach. We went to the beach to prepare for this week, which was the launch of my book, and to think about the book and to prepare to
see what I mean?
Answer questions about it. And we were walking back towards the road.
Like, nobody gives a shit about, like, James Comey's book. It's not even, like, it's a fucking, like, it's a detective story.
Oh, it's not even a.
It's not like a tell-all fucking novel. It's a fucking fiction book.
Oh,
it's a work of fiction.
Fuck that.
So, like, everybody just fucking. I guarantee you, this is shot to the top of fucking. Let me just check. Let me see what it fucking. Like,
New York Times bestseller. Or something.
Yeah, Comey.
Oh, that's always rigged.
Like, it's not his first book. He's done a few. James. FDR Drive, it's called. FDR Drive. Let me just have a look on Amazon. FDR Drive. A legal thriller. Let's see. Where does it say the fucking, like, number one in blah, blah, blah? Hardcover. We're showing you in Sydney. Yeah, and the address is not correct. Fuck off. Dogs. Where does it? I'm sure it tells you on the page. It's like, oh yeah, number 4 in biographies of lawyers and judges. It's not even a fucking biography. God damn it. Anyway, I'm sure he's made a fuck ton of. He'll make a fuck ton of money from this.
I don't know. Those ratings.
And we saw.
Not really.
What, 4.6?
No, 12 people have rated it.
He's got 12 ratings. Yeah, but it's a pre-order. So nobody's actually read it.
In the sand, someone had arranged shells with numbers, and Patrice, my wife.
Someone had arranged shells with numbers. They just happened to fucking arrange the shells, and just happened to be fucking James Comey, who found fucking liar.
Well, there's a squirrel word. Someone's him or his wife.
It was the ghost of that fucking squirrel that got killed.
I said, I don't know.
We
Peanut.
stood over it, and I said,
Peanut.
I think it's some kind of like political message. And she said, 86, when I was a server, she did a lot of work in restaurants, meant to remove an item from the menu when you ran out of ingredients. And I said, well, to me,
Where do you think
as a
they got
kid, it
the
always
slang term
meant to
from,
leave a
James?
place, to ditch a place. I said, that's really clever. So then she said, you should take a picture of that. And I did. And I posted it on my Instagram account and thought nothing more of it until I heard through her that people were saying it was some sort of a call for assassination, which is
Explain
crazy.
47,
But I took it down. I don't, even if I think it's crazy, I don't want it.
Bitch, you be crazy.
Yeah.
That's a cute story, though, isn't it?
Oh,
I wonder
yeah.
how much he paid for that story to be brainstormed.
ChatGPT made it for him. This is great.
So let me get this straight. You were walking on the beach with your boyfriend, and you found this big cucumber sticking out of the sand.
That's correct.
Okay, but how did it end up halfway up your ass? I mean, did you pick it up and stick it up your ass, or did your boyfriend help with that? Like, how did it happen?
It's a funny story, actually. We were walking down the beach, and all of a sudden my boyfriend says, look, there seems to be a giant cucumber sticking out of the sand. So I just went over to check it out, and I was wearing flip-flops, so I tripped, and I literally landed right on top of it with my ass, Steve. So I told my boyfriend, should we go back home and try put some baby oil on it? And my boyfriend was like, that sounds like fun, honey. And I said, nah, man, it's stuck up my ass. This is serious.
So he wanted to rub some baby oil on it and push it further or something, kind of like a Diddy party?
Yeah, he got excited and shit. So anyway, we just went back home, we put some baby oil on it and finally got it out. And to be honest, it still hurts a little bit, but not as much as the day Trump shit canned me. That one really hurt. I'm still butthurt from it. That's why I posted the seashells thingy on Instagram.
So let me get this straight. You were
AI is fantastic.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Take it down.
Yeah, audio's fucked.
Yeah, thermo audio's
Don't
gone.
worry.
Your bubble's
What the
working,
fuck
but
just
I can't
happened
hear
there?
you. Yeah, your
Hey,
source
you're
must have
back.
switched.
That was weird. Where was I? Criminalized. So Donald Trump signed the Take It Down Act into law, criminalizes the non-consensual sharing of sexually explicit content, including AI-generated deepfakes. Social media platforms and websites must remove reported imagery within 48 hours or face penalties. With the rise of AI image generation, countless women have been harassed with deepfakes and other explicit images distributed against their will. This is wrong, just so horribly wrong. It's a very abusive situation, and today we're making it totally legal. Yes, so there you go.
Funny, none of those apps you can actually generate deepfakes with.
Well, no, we love the farms. We love the farms. We love the kiwis. We love the farms. We
But you
love
could
the
post it on
cows and the lols. We love all of those things.
Yeah, you can generate it elsewhere, but you can still post them on those sites. And
No,
on X, you
it
can
says
post
that
it uncensored too.
The non-consensual sharing of sexually explicit content, including AI-generated deepfakes.
Yeah, so you would generate the deepfake elsewhere.
Oh, but
you
it's
can
including,
you
so
could
that-
share. Yeah, you share
Depending
it
on how the law is written, if you share like OnlyFans content that someone else paid for, or
Yeah,
that you paid
revenge
for,
porn.
it can be taken down with a Take It Down Act.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the second line.
It is
Who
more
party
onerous.
most
It is
affected?
more onerous. It is more onerous legislation designed to make the internet even more centralized. So, but whatever. Got to protect the whammons.
because they can't protect themselves.
The Senate unexpectedly passes the No Tax on Tips Act in unanimous vote. Senator Jackie Rosen, Democrat from Nevada, called up the bipartisan bill for immediate passage, and no senator objected. The measure now goes to the House.
It's 'cause Kamala took that policy from Trump in the campaign.
Well, yeah, they both ran on it. So
yeah,
But they limit it to 25 grand.
yes, so you get a tax deduction worth up to $25,000 for tips, limited to cash tips that workers report to employers for withholding purposes on payroll taxes. The tax break would also be restricted to employees who earn $160,000 or less in 2025, and that amount will rise with inflation in coming years.
Oh, so YouTubers who make more than that?
Nope. Cash tips.
Cash tips only.
Strippers. Waiters.
Strippers most affected.
So cash tips that workers report to their employers. So you need to be employed and you need to receive cash tips. Strippers are not employed. They are independent contractors.
Oh. Can they work for themselves?
They are working for themselves. They're independent contractors.
Yes, but so they'd have to set up a company for this to...
No, they can't. It's cash tips. They'd have to pay payroll tax.
Oh, okay.
So,
but you don't pay your tax on yourself.
Look, it was anything like this was never going to fucking. It was always going to have as many fucking restrictions as possible. Because if it was just you will pay no federal income tax on tips, suddenly CEOs would be getting paid in tips.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Fuck, I would get paid in tips.
Fuck yeah.
Hey, you walk through the door, $50 tip. Hey, get the fuck out of my office, $50 tip.
Yeah. The South African president brought white golfers with him to try and prove there's no systemic persecution of whites in South Africa. Golfer Retief Goosen.
Oh, that's a name I haven't heard in forever.
Retief Goosen then tells Trump that his dad's farmer friends have been killed and farms are constantly being burned. Lol.
Cell phone.
I grew up in an area in South Africa that is a farmland area, Polokwane, and there is some issues up there. Obviously, my dad was a property developer as well as a part-time farmer, and some of these buddy farmers got killed. The farm is still going. My brothers run it, but it's a constant battle with farms they're trying to burn the farms down to chase you away. So it is a concern to try and make a living as a farmer. And at the end, without farmers, there's no food on the plate. So we need the farmers to produce the food.
Farming, right? He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't even want to do what you're doing, right? They love farming. They don't want to leave. But it's a
yes. What is Rhodesia?
struggle.
Yeah, and food and fresh water is the most important thing in life. Without those two things, you can't survive.
How is the water there?
The water is great. Obviously, all the water comes out of the borehole, out of the ground for us down there.
That's why they call us boars.
But it is a battle to get the water out sometimes when all the equipment gets stolen all the time that you're trying to get the water out.
So does your family and your brother, do they feel safe on the farm?
Maybe I should have put this in. Maybe I should have put this in the racism section.
They live behind electric fences, try and be at night safe. But it is.
I just want to point out, Trump has the model of the new Air Force One on the desk.
The Dash 8.
Yeah, the Dash 8, like the Boeing one. It's good because that's the Boeing colors. Like he picked the color scheme for the look. The new color scheme on Air Force One looks great. I'll find a photo. New Air Force One Trump 20. God damn it! Trump is amazing at poisoning search results. So here it is. Here's what. Fuck you, New York Times. I've been imaging you tab. That's what Trump for. That's what the new Air Force One's color scheme will look like.
It doesn't look bad, but it looks like something you'd see in the 80s.
Trump's a man from the 80s.
Yeah, like that would it like I wouldn't be surprised if that's the colors that it was in the 80s.
Air Force One.
So that's what it is now.
You go like 1984 or something.
Oh, God,
yeah, Nike Air Force Ones. Okay, that was a bad recommendation. Sorry.
1980. The second of two. So what's that VCS? I say. So this one's from the Nixon. This is from the Nixon years.
Okay.
So it's pretty much had the same color scheme. So I do prefer Trump's.
But yeah, it looks
like it's much more understated. Like it's
I
more
like the contrast.
The contrast is good. The dark blue stomach, like the dark blue belly, and the red line, like the red line.
I understand why they put
It's nice.
light blue on the old one. Is because if you're looking up and you're trying to RPG it, you're going to see sky, right?
You know what? I think the colors have ever changed. Like, so. Anyway.
Yeah.
Also, he was showing. It's hilarious. Just to watch.
Oh, we're doing show and tell.
I didn't know the lights dimmed in the Oval Office.
Of course, they installed dimmers in the Clinton era.
Yeah, he needed them so that people couldn't look through the window.
The mood lighting.
Yeah, mood lighting. I mean, for sucking dicks.
And then he played video of.
But again, he's showing Malema, isn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
As I said, this is like showing Trump a video of Ilhan Omar or something.
Yeah, it's just like pointing to AOC and going, "Why is President Trump doing this?" It's like,
yeah,
because
the whole right fucking ate this up, and I'm like,
Ramaphosa is a terrible leader.
Yeah,
I mean, South Africa's a basket case.
Yeah.
Like it's a fucking economic basket case.
Just drop the South. Africa's a basket case.
A basket case. Yeah.
yeah, true.
But sub-Saharan Africa is a basket case. But like Malema is, like I said, he's like 9% of the vote. Like Ramaphosa does deals with the opposition they work together to keep this guy away from having any influence. This guy is like the AFD, except with less support.
Mm.
All the other parties come together to fucking marginalize this guy. Trump has balls of steel to just sit there when everybody's uncomfortable. I can't do it. Yeah, well, that's right.
Oh, yeah. Good at it.
Trump is a master of cringe, of that sort of cringe. He's got a cringe immunity.
Mm.
House erupts in cheers and chants of USA as the one big beautiful bill passes.
Oh, finally.
On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 214, with one answering present. The bill is passed. USA.
Okay, calm down.
That was pretty weak there, Mikey boy.
Pathetic. Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
So this
yeah, those USA shouldn't be in capitals. It should be lowercase.
Yeah.
USA.
So yes, it made the this is what I was talking about, Stabby, if you're there. So it made Trump's tax cuts permanent at a cost of about $5 to $7 trillion. There's no tax on tips and overtime. Tax relief for seniors, so there'll be no tax on Social Security payments. There's funding for the Golden Dome defense system. For those of you maybe wondering what Golden Dome is, and you're old enough to remember the 80s, let me just say Strategic Defense Initiative.
Star Wars?
Commonly known as Star Wars, yes.
Oh, so it's not about
See, I
hookers
am old
in
enough
a-
to remember this shit. Yes.
It's not about hookers in a
Yes,
a
no,
hotel
it is
room.
not. It's not about people being protected from being peed on in a hotel room. Yes.
No.
Also, not mentioned in this from Libs of TikTok, which I thought was a curious thing to exclude, was the increase to the SALT cap. So those Australians who may not be aware, SALT is state and local taxes, and it is a deduction that you can put on your federal filings to deduct the amount of state and local taxes that you have paid. So if you live in a blue state, It used to be that you could deduct up to $10,000 from your federal taxes because you paid way more than that locally to the state and locals. But this bill increases it to $40,000.
Jesus.
So
Why?
yes, because the Republicans won some seats in New York.
Honestly, I'd decrease it and be like, suck it, motherfuckers.
They should.
You live in a shithole.
Well, that's the thing. This is the SALT cap. So they increased the cap. People wanted it abolished entirely so that you could deduct, so that if your state taxed the fuck out of you, you didn't have to pay federal taxes at all.
See, I'd go the other way. You don't get to
I'd abolish
declare
the deduction entirely.
Yeah, it's like you want to live in that shithole of a state.
And
You do
plenty
that.
of people on the rational right have gone, what the fuck are you doing? Because this is another couple of $1 trillion as well. And it's basically subsidizing blue states. So, because Democrats love the salt deduction. Well, actually, they don't really love it because they see it as a tax on poor people, because poor people don't pay enough to get the cap anyway. So it's like fucking Jesus. But yeah, it just helps blue states. So people who live in blue states.
That's all it does is help blue states.
So House Republican tax bill passes salt deduction cap of $40,000. But it's okay. It doesn't apply if you earn over $500,000.
Oh, I'm sure there's so many of them that are paying fucking income tax federally.
So one of the no's from the Republican side was, of course, Thomas Massey.
Naturally.
Gentlelady.
My man, Thomas Massey. Let's hear his statement.
From Indiana Reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, a man who is not afraid to speak his mind about fiscal responsibility, Mr. Massey.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 90 seconds.
Well, I'd love to stand here and tell the American people, we can cut your taxes and we can increase spending and everything's going to be just fine. But I can't do that because I'm here to deliver a dose of reality. This bill dramatically increases deficits in the near term, but promises our government will be fiscally responsible 5 years from now. Where have we heard that before? How do you bind a future Congress to these promises? This bill is a debt bomb ticking. Congress can do funny math, fantasy math, if it wants, but bond investors don't. And this week, they sent us a message. Moody's downgraded our credit rating, and the bond investors who buy our debt and finance our debt demanded higher interest rates on the 10-year note, the 20-year note, and the 30-year note. What does this mean? Very soon, the government will be paying $16,000 of interest alone per U.S. family. And what are we telling them? Instead of taking care of that problem, we're going to give you a $1,600 tax break. Under the taxing and spending levels in this bill, we're going to rack up, the authors say, $20 trillion of new debt over the next 10 years. I'm telling you, it's closer to $30 trillion of new debt in the next 10 years. Mr. Speaker, we're not rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic tonight. We're putting coal in the boiler and setting a course for the iceberg. If something is beautiful, you don't do it after midnight. I oppose this bill.
It's expired.
Yes, this was 1 o'clock. This was 1 o'clock in the morning. So this was past.
Yeah.
So yes, of course, the calls to get rid of Massey have continued. Trump was very mad, as always. The bill still passed. Everybody's like, oh, Massey always just votes no. He always votes no. He never does anything. No. He introduces plenty of legislation, like to abolish the Fed, or to fucking cut spending. Like, Jesus Christ.
He doesn't understand government.
Massey's right. It's going to be more than $30 trillion, and $30 trillion over 10 years, that will double the debt. No. U.S. debt will go from the $37 trillion it is now to in 2035 it will be $67 trillion.
Yeah.
And that's assuming no government in between increases spending or cuts spending.
Which they're going to increase spending anyways.
Like, it's just absolutely insane.
Like, I understand trying to kind of reduce taxes to increase the velocity of the money in the economy.
Yeah.
I don't think it's enough. That's the issue. I don't think it's enough. That's not going to fix the issues. I don't think
the problem is that the
tariffs.
debt burden is so high that the bond markets have the US by the balls.
Basically,
like,
yeah.
There's something like 10 trillion has to be renegotiated has to be reissued this year.
And they're not getting the interest rates down.
The interest rates aren't coming down. And even if they do, the bond market isn't going to take those rates.
Yeah.
Because the more and more debt America gets,
the more and more fucking interest I want.
The higher the chance they're not going to fucking pay it back. They're just going to walk away and say fuck you, and leave bondholders holding the bag. Justin Amash says the usual suspects in conservative influencer griftosphere are shouting, "What's the practical alternative? Trump's hands are tied by Congress." I heard a lot of this. Where's Massey's bill? Where's Massey's bill that doesn't require 60 votes? Because the reason they were able to do it is because this was a budget reconciliation bill, and with budget reconciliations, you can't filibuster them. So it only needs a simple majority in the Senate to pass. So it can, if you do it in a budget reconciliation, you can pass it. That's why they're all like, "Oh, where's Massey's bill that doesn't need 61 votes in the House?" It's like, dude, in the Senate. If that is your limitation, how about just not do it? How about just not do it? I think and that was Massey's point. Don't stop this. This is insanity.
Stop this madness.
Because the Trump tax cuts are the biggest chunk of making them permanent is the biggest part of it, part of this bill. Because when they were passed, they had a sunset provision so that they would expire soon. I think this financial year. So they weren't permanent. They've done the same thing with the no tax on tips. They've done the same thing with with all of these measures. They're not permanent. So that in a few years' time, when they've kicked the can down the road and say, because they say, "Oh no, it's okay," they're not permanent cuts. They're not permanent cuts.
They're temporary.
They're temporary. And then when it gets to the time when the can lands, they just kick it into the fucking sun by making it permanent. So anyway, the idea that Trump is somehow hamstrung by a GOP Congress that treats him like a deity is beyond ludicrous. Trump has been demanding passage of precisely this bill, the one he nicknamed the Big Beautiful Bill. He's threatened to primary anyone who opposes it. Good luck with that. The practical alternative is for a Republican president to use his position of considerable influence to actually get spending under control. Just once, maybe he could demand real spending cuts. Trump had every political advantage this term, a Republican Congress, Elon Musk, and Doge, and post-election momentum, yet he chose the most impractical route of all, insisting that Congress continue its massive overspending, pushing the United States further down the path of a debt crisis.
But that's the GOP in general.
Did he pass all the bullshit Doge has found so far?
No.
No.
Pass those cuts?
You know how much Doge has actually found? They keep revising it down. It's something like $100 million.
100 million?
Yes.
That's not much.
With an M. It's been an absolute waste.
Well, with all that money they found
the
with
beams are
USAID.
Yeah, and all that crap.
That hasn't been cut. That's the problem. It's just been
funded.
That money is still in the budget. It's just gone to the State Department.
Sorry, so you're saying they've only cut $100 million?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Doge has discovered a lot more that could be cut, but the Congress is not going to cut it.
So, and it's the social security stuff as well. They took 2 million people off the social security rolls because, well, they're not 100. They were 160 years old.
Yeah.
So they took 12 million people off, but it doesn't make a dent.
No.
Because social security is an entitlement. So it just
Even
reduced the number of people that are entitled to it.
Even monetizing the pension system that they've got, because it's basically just paper. Modernizing it's going to cost money.
Yeah, that'll cost money. Yeah.
But the whole point of this is, Congress is the one who has to actually make these changes. Trump can't do that.
And that's the problem. This was never a solution.
Mm-hmm.
So it was always theatrics. So Trump brought in 40 or 50 white South African refugees this week.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, not 8,000?
Not 8,000. He brought in 40, and of course the Episcopal Church has announced it will end its decades-old partnership with government to resettle refugees, citing moral opposition to resettling white Afrikaners from South Africa who have been classified as refugees by the Trump administration.
Wow.
So I love this. Trump brings in 40 white people, and all of a sudden refugees are bad.
No, white refugees are bad because they're cutting the line.
All refugees. They're not working with the government anymore.
The
Episcopal Church, it will end its partnership to resettle refugees, not resettle white refugees, resettle all refugees. All because of 40 white people.
That's why we're the most powerful race.
Church has declared immigrants.
Oh, wait, we're not in racism news. Sorry.
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. We're in the other type of racism news, the Hispanic racism news. Undocumented grandmother faces deportation after wrong turn in San Diego.
Yep. She accidentally went over the bridge to Canada.
Bill Malugan says, some context you don't get in the headline. She'd been in the US illegally for 20 years, has no driver's license, but was still driving, has no identification of any kind, and drove onto a military base where she was stopped and unable to ID herself.
I was thinking of the other one.
You're thinking of the one last month.
Yeah.
I was going to San Diego. Wait, that's not close to Canada.
That's a fucking...
Hang on.
Yeah, I didn't hear San Diego. I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. You're right.
This mother is an illegal who unlawfully entered the country under Joe Biden. She was recently arrested by local police for assault and battery with a dangerous weapon. And assault and battery on a pregnant woman. This is how media is covering it. You don't know these people enough. Fed up in Massachusetts, swarm ICE agents attempting to arrest mother. Protest demand ICE stop taking mothers. 16-year-old heroically battles ICE agent to save mother. To a mother, Worcester mother, like they're trying to kidnap someone.
No, they're trying to
arresting mum holding her baby. Oh my god!
That she stole from a pregnant woman.
Democrats are now blocking the entrance to the New Jersey ICE facility when New York Mayor Ras Barker was arrested. This is like a fucking joke, man. Look at this.
Clowns.
Like, look at this. You've got a female priest.
I see a keffiyeh and a Hasidic
woman,
Jew
like another priest, a priest in a keffiyeh, like a Hasidic rabbi, another priest, another priest, another priest, another priest, a female priest, a priest wearing like traditional African garb, another priest. Like, come on.
So performative.
All these daisy chains are performative, unless they're actually chaining themselves to something.
Absolutely fucking clownery.
Beep beep. Start the engines.
Just fucking clowny.
Just go straight through them.
Clashes are breaking out between federal
ride that
agents,
horn.
leftist protesters outside the ICE facility in Newark. Taser! I work there.
Stay there. Come on. Those are the same ones.
I would like to point out that on January 6th, people who did less than these people have done to police
got shot in the face.
Got shot in the face. Shot in the chest. And was sent to fucking prison. like literal fucking prison.
Yeah.
The left is treated with kid gloves.
Like, where is the order to disperse? Like, fuck, it's just fucking ridiculous.
It wouldn't matter if there
Normies-
was an order to disperse.
Normies are still scared
Hmm.
to be called racist.
Racist, yeah.
It wouldn't matter if there
That's
was
what
an
it is.
order, because
Normies
that-
are still.
Yeah.
They're too terrified that they're going to get called out and labeled racist. And cancel culture still exists. So
This is no different to Trump's first term. It's just
No, this is very different.
No.
This feels very different.
It's
Yeah.
different.
It is very
is
different.
There's a lot more. The right is more bold this time. Like before, it was like let's work together. Let's do it
Let's
together.
negotiate.
Yeah. Now it's like no, we know you're.
Trump gave no. You know what the difference is? Trump gave a shit what the media said about him.
Yeah.
Now they
No,
don't.
what I'm saying is, it wouldn't matter if there was an order to disperse, because that's still an order from the Trump admin. The media would still be running.
No,
to the
it's an
defense
order
of
from
all
the local
people.
police.
Yeah, we're talking about the people on
But
the
it's an
ground.
ICE
how-
facility.
Yeah.
It's
No, but the
there's-
police don't work at the ICE facility.
but
This
it's
is
all
Newark.
about, yeah, but it's
this is
all
Newark
about an ICE
PD.
facility. Like, remember how the media spins things like
Yeah.
this. Yeah.
Speaking of spin, environment of fear. Popular U.S. leftist Twitch streamer Hassan Biker says he was grilled about Trump by customs agents at Chicago airport. Influencer believes he was questioning was an attempt to potentially detain him permanently.
Oh, it doesn't have anything to do with any of his
I
comments.
fucking wish. The reason why they're doing it, I think, is to try to create an environment of fear and try to get people like myself, or at least others that would be in my shoes, that don't have that same level of security, to shut the fuck up. Piker, a US citizen, said on stream suggesting the administration wanted to get something out of me that I think they could use to basically detain me permanently. He cried about this for days. He was detained for like 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, I was
and
gonna say,
asked a
did it-
couple of fucking questions.
Did it even actually happen, or did he make it up? And
No,
everyone
it
clapped?
happened. He was asked questions for about 15 minutes.
About what though?
I'm guessing the
I have
basic
no
bitch
idea.
questions that anyone gets from random getting pulled out of the line.
Wait, so he looked too much like a terrorist?
Pretty much. Because he is a terrorist.
Like
I
there
mean,
was
so he
literally a
supports
story.
terrorists.
There was literally a story about an Aussie.
He probably got quadded on his boarding pass and got pulled aside and asked some questions. That's probably all it was. You rock up to the airport, check in, you get the 4 S's on your boarding pass, and when you go to the gate, you get pulled. Before you go to the gate, you get pulled aside by security just for some extra screening. He's playing the whole thing up.
Because there was this story too, which is kind of related. Terrified ex-cop jailed and deported due to holiday to US. Former New South Wales police officer recalled a horrific moment. She was jailed and deported while visiting her husband in the US. A former New South Wales police officer described the terrifying ordeal she faced after she was detained, jailed overnight, and deported from the US despite traveling there legally on a tourist visa to visit her US military husband. Nikki Soroukas from Southwest Sydney said she was treated like a criminal, denied her rights, and subject to invasive searches, humiliating treatment, and a night in federal prison simply for trying to spend time with her American partner stationed in Hawaii. She visited Hawaii 3 times in recent months under the ESTA visa waiver program to see her husband, a U.S. Army lieutenant she married in December after a whirlwind long-distance romance. The couple met through a dating app, quickly knew that they wanted to be together. He joined the Army in 2022, blah, blah, blah. Her mother, Miss Sukuris, and her mother arrived to Daniel K. Inouye International Airport in Honolulu last Sunday for what was expected to be a routine 3-week holiday when things took a sharp and unexpected turn at the customs desk. The officer began to look troubled at his computer, to which my mum offered to provide more information. From there, he screamed, "Shut up and let's get to the back of the line. Go now," the top of his lungs. My fight or flight response immediately kicked in. I've seen horror stories about this stuff. I just bawled on the spot. We're in such a vulnerable position. We didn't know the rules, and he was obviously carrying a gun. Oh, cry more, bitch.
You're a fucking,
my
you're a
God.
former cop. Shut up.
Jesus
Who lives with anxiety
You
and
carry
PTSD.
a gun, for fuck's sake.
Lives with anxiety and PTSD. Don't say anything. Don't talk and don't touch your phones. By officers before their bags were tossed out and inspected along with their documents. Didn't hide anything. Mother was free to go But Miss Sarkoutis was taken to a second location with subject to further interrogation. She was forced to surrender her phone and passwords and questioned about her work as a former police officer. They questioned me about the demographics of my suburb and what crimes I was exposed to as a police officer. That's fucking weird.
That is weird.
They were they asking me about ice and meth and whether I knew how much was being imported from New Zealand. What?
What?
She said she had no idea how to answer the questions. I was just dumbfounded. They took a 45-minute sworn statement where they grilled me on my stream of income, my marriage, my phone history. They were clutching at straws. They even asked why I had deleted 3 Instagram 3 days prior. I was completely honest. After the statement concluded, I was told to wait outside, where she was subjected to a DNA swab, which she was given no explanation for. She was further forced to sign a document declaring she's not part of a cartel and had no affiliation with gang members. This is because she looks a bit Hispanic.
Oh, tattoos.
Jesus fucking Christ.
So she's got tattoos on her shoulder. I think there's more.
After hours of questioning his sworn statement, I've never been so terrified of that. She was deemed inadmissible and that she would not be entered into the United States. She was handcuffed and subject to an in-depth cavity search and marched to the airport in full view of the public before being placed in the car and driven 10 minutes to a federal detention facility. The officer told me I wasn't under arrest, but I was cuffed and searched. My jewelry was taken and not secured. I felt stripped of my dignity. I bet she had done that to plenty of people in New South Wales. I told the officer that from my understanding, when you place someone in cuffs, it's an indication of arrest and you need to read them their rights, to which an officer replied, it's for our safety. When she asked the female officer where she's safe inside the prison, they told her, I can't answer that. I've never been there. I can assume you'd be safe to a degree. Upon arriving, she was prison around 3:30 p.m. She was fingerprinted again, ordered to strip naked, squat and cough, and handed prison-issue briefs and green outerwear. When they finished with the search, there was a male officer standing outside who looked confused. He asked why I was there, to which I told him what happened. He told me, wow, you should not be here right now. You have to you have Trump to thank for that, though. He did not fucking say that.
Yeah.
When was this story? When was this story?
So the story's from this week.
Oh.
May 23rd.
2 days ago.
When was she deployed?
I don't know. I don't think it said it in here.
Yeah.
This bitch just making a story up.
She married in December. She'd visited 3 times. It has to be soon. She married in December. So it has to be in the last few months.
Yeah.
She was further forced to sign a waiver where she agreed she would not be making or receiving any phone calls, something her lawyer later informed her was against basic human rights. Officers told her that she needed to take a shower, should not be provided with a towel, and was to use a wet paper towel to clean herself. The entire time I was just thinking, shut up and do what they say and you'll get out of here. This is good advice. She was taken to a shared cell where her roommate was a Fijian woman who was being held over similar circumstances. There were prisoners everywhere. I learned I was being housed with convicted murderers. Other inmates told me I looked like a fish out of water and even gave me soap and a towel. A former police officer, it was such an irony to be on the other side of things. Those inmates treated me better than anyone else. I feel like police should have to undergo this treatment before they start serving.
And it should be treated like a SEER training where they just kidnap you in the middle of the night and treat you like a criminal. Like, not, oh, hey, so for the next week, you're going to be... No, you're in the middle of training and bam, knocking on the door gets kicked in, they get dragged out in handcuffs, thrown against the hood, cuffed, that kind of shit.
Yeah, they pretend you have drugs on you.
Yep, treat you like you are an actual criminal, and until you can go, look, this is how it feels. And not be told about it either. Like, not be like, so sometime during the training, we're going to arrest you and then...
Somebody says, welcome to America.
Yep.
But all cops should go through that. Like,
at 6 a.m. after receiving over an hour of sleep, she was woken by prison guards bashing on the metal cell door. She was then told by officers that she'd be leaving in 10 minutes and was to clean her cell and discard any rubbish. She was marched through crowds of people, finally taken to another holding room. She was finally given a small bottle of water, a muesli bar, and a pack of chips. She was then informed she had a call from the Australian embassy who had been closed over the weekend during the ordeal. This is unacceptable. In no universe should the Australian embassy be closed over the fucking weekend.
Yeah, the embassy should be open.
They should be open 24/7.
Yep.
Now they tell me they couldn't do anything and that no one had the power to help. That sounds like bullshit.
That's absolute bullshit. This sounds like if it happened the way she explained it, this is an international incident.
Yeah. She asked the embassy to call her mother and let her know that she'd been put on a 12:15 p.m. flight back to Sydney. I couldn't fly by myself. I was terrified. She was then allowed a 3-minute phone call with her husband, who was inconsolable. He was crying so much when I asked if he had known where I was. He told me nobody told us anything. Miss Sakukos was then escorted to the gate by 2 officers, one in front, one behind, who then handed her phone and passport to flight attendants. Once in the air, she requested her phone, to which flight attendant said, "You'll get it given back to you when touchdown, and it will be handed over to Australian authorities." Fuck's sakes. Upon landing, she was forced to stay on the plane, where she expressed her concerns to an empathetic air hostess. She told me she didn't agree with what was happening. Once being free to deboard the plane, an Australian customs officer was waiting, where he handed her an envelope with her belongings. He told me I was free to leave, which I couldn't believe. Ms. Sokota's husband is planning to apply for an honourable discharge from the US Army as a result, so he can live and work in Australia. We don't know yet what he'll do here. We're just too shaken up to even think about it. I never want to return to the US. Customs and Border Protection did not comment when contacted by news.com.au.
Yeah, I want to follow up on that. I want to know exactly what the fuck happened.
This feels like one of those stories that the Prime Minister should fucking be having a chat to someone about.
Yeah,
you would think so.
Get Pauline Hanson onto it. Please explain.
So she signed that document on the 18th of May. So that was last week, literally last Sunday.
Okay.
So
I acknowledge my individual in custody. Yeah, 18th of May, 2025.
Yeah. Which for us would have been the 19th. So last Monday. Monday just gone is when she signed this. So
The foreign terrorism something.
Foreign terrorist organizations.
I was like, yeah. So she's saying I'm not a
providing any. So if the undersigned, acknowledge that I've been notified that U.S. government designates the above groups as foreign terrorist organizations, providing any material support or resources to these organizations after February 2012, not limited to current list of designated. This notification is used as part of the evidentiary record. I'm sorry, what is she? So, Tren de Aragua, MS-13, Sinaloa cartel. Like these are just fucking cartels.
She's just saying,
I don't understand their reasoning behind plucking her out of the crowd.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I want to know. That's
based off her picture. She's got tattoos on her shoulder. I think she's got tattoos that are very similar to cartel.
She's very tattooed.
Yes,
she's very tattooed. So,
what's on her fingers?
Tattoos.
Of?
I can't really tell. They're just patterns.
Yeah. She's got chevrons and dots.
There's a 3. I see 3 dots.
There's a skeleton. Oh,
there's a 3.
Oh no. Oh,
there's
no.
a 3. This is
That's
what 1, 2,
MS-13.
3, 4, 5. There's 10. That's 13.
And are those chevrons because of her husband's rank? I doubt it, but they're
maybe.
Yeah,
that'd be a really painful place to get fucking tattoos.
Yeah,
it is.
Right above your cuticles.
That's clearly an MS-13 tattoo. That says that's the number 3, and there's 10. There's 10 on that. 3 and 10 makes 13. MS-13. Off you go. It's absolutely ridiculous.
It's probably her tattoos.
If it is, those agents should be fired for being retarded.
Yeah.
Like that. Apparently, they're not sending their best. They're bringing retards. Some, I imagine, are good people. Top human rights groups challenge FIFA over Trump and the 2026 World Cup.
Huh?
So, 2026 World Cup will be hosted in the USA.
Oh, okay.
I would just like to remind these human rights groups that Qatar was the last country to host the World Cup, which literally has slaves.
Yeah. So what
they have
on the
slaves.
Human Rights Council, though?
They used slaves to build the fucking facilities.
So what's the complaint they're levying against
Trump
this time?
Trump.
They're worried Pele is gonna get the fucking deportation treatment or something. I don't know.
Follows politically
Fuck
controversial tournaments in Russia and Qatar.
Yes, and before that it was fucking Russia.
So what's their Fans,
They have
the safety of
grave
fans.
concerns. They have concerns about graves.
Someone's gonna burn.
They're worried
or
that tourists
blow
will
up or
be
shoot up the
detained on.
place.
They're worried that tourists will get the Aussie treatment.
Yeah, they will. Definitely.
Infantino is in lockstep with Trump.
Yeah, no, they're worried that people are going to go over there to the States and they'll stay extra time.
There's going to be a whole heap of South Americans coming in.
It's like if you're going to go to America, right,
Mm.
for a football event that's a week, you're going to stay longer than a week, right? So you're going to you're going to book your 4-week trip, and they're worried that they're going to get arrested for dumb shit, and they're going to get deported and never be allowed back, and it's against their human rights or some bullshit. It's fucking leftists doing leftist
every
shit.
human right to
World
live
Football
in the
Governing
country
Body
of America.
only America. America, you have a right to live in America.
Yeah.
The World Football Governing Body anticipates that
So
as many
he
as
says-
6.5 million people could attend the tournament with another 3.7 coming for the Summers Club World Cup, which will be held entirely in the US. So basically, they don't want people detained at the border, like that woman. Then they don't want tourists who attend the World Cup to be deported and like shipped back to Australia.
New laws targeting the rainbow people and the potential for chilling limits on free. Fuck off. The one country where you'd be allowed to see to yell
Not if you're a tourist.
Yeah,
No,
not if you're a,
no, if
Not if you're a tourist.
Yeah.
You have no right
No,
to.
free speech still exists for tourists.
Look, I would argue that free speech does not exist for people on visas. Like, I'm not saying that it's a right. I'm not saying that it's the proper legal interpretation.
It's a privilege.
But currently, if you say the wrong thing and you are not a citizen of the United States, you can and will be deported.
Okay.
So,
Well, no, it depends what you say though. So
Hamas is great.
Would get you kicked out.
I support Hamas.
Should get you kicked out.
So
Depends on which area of the United States you say that.
Yeah.
it's a
You
safe.
mean
It's a safe bet.
Hamas,
It's a safe bet if
area,
you're.
you'll be
It's
fine.
look. It is a safe. This is going to be a very controversial thing for me to say, and there'll be accusations of TDS. But it is a safe bet that if you made a big enough stink about the Trump administration on a temporary visa in the US, your temporary visa would be revoked. Now, rightly or wrongly, I mean, to channel ScoMo, we will decide the manner in which people come to our country and stay in our country. So it's fair enough for Americans to do that. But let's not pretend that the rights and freedoms granted to Americans extend to anybody but Americans.
in America.
In America, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. But no, I get that. Like,
I knew it. I fucking knew it. Yeah, they can revoke your visa despite the first one. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just going to deem you a threat.
And look, like I said, I'm not stating whether that's right or wrong. I'm just saying it is what it is.
But you don't have
If you come into my and look, I understand the impetus. If you come to my country and shit on my rug, I'm going to ask you to leave.
After rubbing your nose in it.
I'm going to ask you to leave. And that's perfectly
Well,
reasonable.
no, I get it. Like,
open up your cavity so I can shove it back in.
And look, personally, I think if you come to another country just to attack the government,
get the fuck out.
Get the fuck out. How would you I guarantee you the people who do this, the response to someone coming to their country and shitting on their government would be exactly the same.
Yeah, no bueno.
Like these people don't live their values. So
if you're going to America,
Just never do.
if you're going to America for a football or soccer event, then why would you say anything that would get you deported anyway? Like, you're going there for a soccer event.
Well, I would worry. Look. I think the concern is, if you just happen to have some tattoos, and you're attending a sporting event in the US.
Oh, okay. So the people who are MS-13 members or affiliates.
Well,
who have
I
been
know we were
tattooed up
joking before about
can't
how the
get-
woman has MS-13 on her.
No, I mean, but like,
tattooed on her,
okay,
but
if you're associated with MS-13, you can't get into America. Oh no, what a fucking shame! Criminals can't come into the country.
That wasn't my point. My point was there. I can understand a concern. There may be a confusion at the border if you happen to have any
Random
tattoos and
you're foreign
and random sub-room temperature IQ person checking you out goes, what? Oh, tattoo bad.
Yeah. Well, you know what I say to that? Be a clean skin.
Yep.
The concern is totally manufactured. If you go
Japanese
to any
are
other
right.
country and start making political
No
speeches
tattoos.
on a tourist visa, you'll be deported. Yeah, look, absolutely. Absolutely. The US is no different. So,
yeah.
So maybe it's just front and center now. Maybe it always happened.
I do like how they're taking the Japanese approach where clean skin, you're all good. You got tattoos, you're a fucking criminal.
There are so many
Granted,
cops
that
I
doesn't
see these
quite
days.
work because there's a lot of like military to get tattoos. So
Yeah, there's so many cops I see these days that have full sleeves. I'm
Yeah,
like,
I look at that and go,
oh.
what the fuck? Judge hands Trump partial victory in illegal gang member deportation battle. Federal judge ruled Tuesday that the Trump administration can utilize the Alien Enemies Act to deport Venezuelan criminal gang members who enter the country illegally, though certain procedural requirements must first be met. Ice Barbie Christy Noam is facing is backing insane reality TV show where immigrants compete for fast-track citizenship.
What were the conditions though on the previous story?
Oh, they've got to have due process.
Oh, that's
So
it.
it's not technically a win. It's exactly what it was before.
yeah, just follow the goddamn process.
It's just just make sure you have a process. Make sure you inform them. That was the process. The process has to be they're informed beforehand. So you pick them up and you inform them, and then you deport them.
Now you got to tell them 24 hours beforehand. So
Yeah.
24 hours before they're deported, but not 24 hours before they're arrested.
No.
Oh, good.
They're going to be told what's happening to them.
All right.
So yes,
You get a citizenship, and you get a
so
citizenship.
the DHS is considering a pitch that was put together in coordination with the DHS Secretary, Christy Noam, to have a TV contest. So it comes from Rob Warsif, the writer and producer of Duck Dynasty.
hell yeah.
The proposed series is called The American, named after the train that contestants would ride along the country, competing in regionally specific cultural contests such as rolling logs in Wisconsin. It would lead to a grand finale with the winner getting sworn in on the steps of the U.S. Capitol. Along the way, we'd be reminded what it means to be an American through the eyes of the people who want it most. Warsoff, who himself was born in Canada, says, I'm not affiliated with any political ideology. As an immigrant myself, I'm merely trying to make a show that celebrates the immigration process, celebrates what it means to be American, and to have a national conversation about what it means to be American through the eyes of people who want it most. I think this is a great idea.
So you go rolling logs in wherever it was, then you've got to go eat.
So each episode will feature a heritage challenge, an elimination challenge, a town hall meeting, and a final vote. I hope this happens. I hope it happens.
Well, I think the way they could do it would be that everyone is on the track to becoming a citizen anyway. That way, you're not eliminating someone who is a potential citizen. They're just fast tracking.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Well, that's what it is. You're fast tracked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The pitch even names Colombian-born actress Sofia Vergara, Canadian Ryan Reynolds, and Mila Kunis, who hails from Ukraine, as possible hosts for the show.
No, there's going to be so many leftists who are going to be like, "Oh, this is exploiting
exploitation."
It's like,
all
yeah.
reality TV is exploitation.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but now this is citizenship. They're going to make sure that all of the contestants are Hispanic.
Yeah, they have. Look, it'll be the background checks. You'll have the all that good stuff.
But all of the contestants are going to be Hispanic. Hispanics who came here illegally came here. I'm not American. Fucking hell. Came there illegally.
Jesus, Tim, you're slipping.
I know.
We got to keep that. We got to keep that cover up.
Oh shit!
How many?
Ohio's going to find me soon.
Agent Thermo, I think we need some reprogramming.
Yeah. Shows how much I want to get out of here. Like, they're going to be Hispanic. They're going to be
Wait, here Australia or here America?
They'll allow the celebrities to host it as long as they cherry pick the contestants and keep it all leftist progressive.
Charlie Kirk says this DHS letter from Kristi Noem to Harvard is pretty extraordinary. Not only does it prohibit Harvard from enrolling foreign students moving forward, any currently enrolled foreigners will have to transfer to other universities to maintain their status. This decertification also means that existing aliens on F or J non-immigrant status must transfer to another university in order to maintain their non-immigrant status. So the universities have to be certified in order to bring in foreign students on student visas.
They have to have government permission to bring
Harvard no longer has said permission.
So they revoked Harvard's permission.
Yep.
It's just been revoked.
Really?
Yes.
They've
been decaffeinated.
Yeah.
Why did she do that? Like, what happened?
It's in the letter. It's in the letter.
Because fuck Harvard. That's why.
Well, that's who.
Harvard wasn't playing ball.
No.
So
they were, as a result of your refusal to comply with requests to provide the DHS pertinent information while perpetrating an unsafe campus environment that's hostile to Jewish students, promotes pro-Hamas sympathies, and employs a racist DEI policy, you have lost this privilege. I think there were other allegations of them, like working with the CCP and stuff.
I'll tell you, if anybody who like subbed this channel for like the baby Judge Judy content has tuned in, I apologize.
You got your baited. Get wrecked.
Nice.
So the pro-Hamas bullshit that Harvard just let slide has caused them to lose how many
Yes, being
students?
punished for it. Yes.
Well, yes. So,
and how many other universities are going to be like,
not sure.
shit, we need to crack down on this crap, or we're going to get Harvarded.
Well, I think that's Harvard is being an example made of.
And
it couldn't happen to a nicer place.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you know if there's any numbers on how many students have to transfer now?
No, I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I'm sure there will be legal battles, and nothing will change. Russia moves to ban anime figurines, calling them harmful to kids and equating them with porn. Ryu most affected.
I mean, you kind of got a point.
I think I covered this the other day. But yeah, this is Mike Lee's ridiculous Interstate Obscenity Definition Act that he wants to define everything is obscenity. I fucking hate Mike Lee. Everybody's like, oh, he's so based and red-pilled. Dude, everything he introduces is retarded. Like, Utah should hang their head in shame. Not just for Mike Lee, for plenty of other stuff.
He's just another Puritan at the end of the day.
Well, he's from Utah, so
Mormon, yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Anyway.
Latter-day Saint, they're different.
Tomorrow is a latter day.
Oh no.
Hasadipa Iboai.
That one.
Fuck you, God.
Mm-hmm.
So your student. Oh, this is the Israel update.
It is day 9 of the CSU hunger strike for Gaza.
It's day 4 at Yale.
It's day 2 here at Stanford.
And we have joined the hunger strike for Gaza. Where are you, Thomas Farnham?
Cynthia Matson, Jane Connolly,
Jonathan Levin, Mari McInnes, and Mildred Garcia.
Your students are hungry. Our blood sugar is dropping, but Gaza is starving.
The only thing
What are we asking for? Divestment. As we speak, Gaza is starving and bombed.
So, what is stopping you from divesting? Sacramento and San Francisco have survived. The University of San Francisco has too.
They've divested.
I'm sorry, but half these ladies look like they need a hunger strike.
Yeah, like the dude said, or I think it was a dude, said that their blood sugar is falling. Yes, it's falling from status of pudding.
Me Kenny says, greetings, fellow university funding destroyers and DEI deniers. Greetings. And Costi, of course, says Michael Lee derangement syndrome. Yes.
And their presidents and campuses remain intact.
We will continue to strike. We will continue to expand, just as we've expanded to Yale and Stanford.
Meet with us now, because the health of your students is in your hands.
And the students will not stop.
Will not rest until we are heard.
Until we divest.
This is all for Gaza.
Like, I'm sorry. What's that? Day 5, day 6, day 7 of her hunger strike? Looks like she could get to day 28.
I was going to say she could probably go 3 months without food, and it actually affect her really well.
And we will remain for Gaza.
For Gaza. For Gaza. For Gaza. Gaza. Ben & Jerry's co-founder arrested after Senate Gaza protest.
The budget I'm presenting today supports these goals and reflects.
Dude, did you see him move?
No.
Watch him move.
Presenting today supports these goals and reflects.
He was ready to bug out.
Dude, his uncle and his father were both fucking assassinated. I'd be ready to. And, dude, his father was murdered by a fucking Palestinian.
I don't blame him.
So.
Congress pays for bombs to kill people in Gaza.
Members of the audience are reminded disruptions will not be permitted while the committee conducts its business.
Put him on the ground. Put him face down.
I believe it's 5 years in prison for obstruction of official proceedings.
Oh. But he's a leftist. He's not going to get that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. 2 Israeli embassy staffers have been shot dead in the US. Here's what we know. We don't need to read this article because it's actual footage. Here's the video of the suspect, Elias Rodriguez, 30, from Chicago, yelling "Free Palestine" after he murdered 2 Jews in Washington, D.C. tonight. I just want to correct that. It isn't 2 Jews. It's 2 Israelis. I think they're Christian Israelis.
Ethnically Jewish.
Look at this fucking cuck picking up this guy's keffiyeh. Hey, sir, you dropped your keffiyeh. Oh.
Security.
No. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Come Hamas! Free Palestine! Come
Hamas! So yes.
Do you think they'll actually crack down on these groups now?
I don't know. Maybe. So Ken Klippenstein has the manifesto the guy posted. I'll quickly rip through it. Fuck, it's not that long, so it's fine. Where are we? Halintar is a word that means something like thunder or lightning. In the wake of an act, people looking for a text to fix its meaning. So here's an attempt. The atrocities committed by Israelis against Palestine defy description and defy quantification. Instead of reading descriptions, mostly we watch them unfold on video. Sometimes live, after a few months of rapidly mounting death tolls, Israel had obliterated the capacity to even continue counting the dead, which has served its genocide well. At the time of writing, the Gaza Health Ministry recorded 52,000 killed by traumatic force, at least 10,000 lie under the rubble, and who knows how many thousands more dead of preventable diseases, hunger, with tens of thousands now at risk of imminent famine due to Israeli blockade, all enabled by Western and Arab government complicity. The Gaza Information Office includes 10,000 under the rubble with the dead in their own count. In news reports, there have been those 10,000 under the rubble for months now, despite the continual making of more rubble and repeated bombing of rubble again and again, and bombing of tents amid the rubble. Just like the Yemen death toll, which has been frozen at some few thousand for years under Saudi, UK, US bombardment before being belatedly revealed to stand at 500,000 dead. All of these figures are almost surely a criminal undercount. I have no trouble believing the estimates that put the toll at 100,000 or more. More have been murdered since March this year than in Protective Edge and Cast Lead put together. What's more, at this point can one say about the proportion of the mangled and burned and exploded human beings whom were children, who we who let this happen will never deserve the Palestinians' forgiveness. They've let us know as much. An armed action is not necessarily a military action. It usually is not. Usually it's theater and spectacle, a quality it shares with many unarmed actions. Non-violent protests in the opening weeks of the genocide seemed to signal a sort of turning point. Never before had many tens of thousands joined the Palestinians in the streets across the West. Never before had so many American politicians been forced to concede that, rhetorically at least, the Palestinians were human beings too. But thus far, the rhetoric has not amounted to much. The Israelis themselves boast about their own shock at the free hand the Americans have given them to exterminate the Palestinians. Public opinion has shifted against the genocidal apartheid state, and the American government has simply shrugged. They'll do without the public opinion then. Criminalize it where they can, suffocate it with bland reassurances that they're doing all they can to restrain Israel where it cannot criminalize protest outright. Aaron Bushnell and others sacrificed themselves in the hopes of stopping the massacre, and state works to make us feel their sacrifice was made in vain. There is no hope in escalating for Gaza and no point in bringing the war home. We can't let them succeed. Their sacrifices were not made in vain. The impunity that representatives of our government feel at abetting this slaughter should be revealed as an illusion. Then the impunity we see is the worst for those of us in immediate proximity to the genocide heirs. A surgeon who treated victims of the Mayan genocide in the Guatemalan state recounts an instance where he was operating on a patient who'd been critically injured during a massacre when suddenly armed gunmen entered the room and shot the patient to death on his operating table, laughing as they killed him. The physician said the worst part was seeing the killers, well known to him, openly swagger down local streets in the years after. Elsewhere, a man of conscience once attempted to throw Robert McNamara off of Martha's Vineyard-bound ferry into the sea, incensed at the same impunity and arrogance he saw in that butcher of Vietnam as he sat in the ferry lounge laughing with friends. The man took issue with McNamara's very posture, telling you my history is fine and I can be slumped over a bar like this with my good friend Ralph here and you'll have to lump it. The man did not succeed in heaving McNamara off a catwalk into the water. The former Secretary of State managed to cling at the railing and clamber back to his feet, but the assailant explicated the value of the attempt by saying, well, I got him outside, just the two of us, and suddenly history wasn't so fine, was it? A word about the morality of armed demonstration. Those of us against the genocide take satisfaction in arguing that perpetrators and abettors have forfeited their humanity. I sympathize with this viewpoint and understand its value in soothing the psyche of which cannot bear to accept the atrocities it witnesses, even mediate through the screen. But inhumanity has long since shown itself to be shockingly common, mundane, prosaically human. A perpetrator may then be a loving parent, a fetal child, a generous and charitable friend, an amiable stranger, capable of moral strength at times when it suits him, and sometimes even when it does not, and yet be a monster all the same. Humanity doesn't exempt one from accountability. The actions would have been morally justified taken 11 years ago during Protective Edge, around the time I personally became acutely aware of our brutal conduct in Palestine. But I think most Americans, such action would have been illegible, would seem insane. I'm glad today that at least there are many Americans for which this action will be highly legible, and in some funny way, the only sane thing to do. I love you, Mom, Dad, baby sis, the rest of my familia, including you, O. Free Palestine, Elias Rodriguez. So what did he actually do? Oh, fuck's sake, something went wrong reloading. Fuck you. This tab instead. I've reviewed the criminal complaint against Elias Rodriguez. Here are the facts. Sarah Milgram was shot multiple times, including when crawling away. Yaron Lashinsky was pronounced dead on the scene. Rodriguez turned himself over to the police after they arrived. He told police, I did it for Palestine. I did it for Gaza. Sorry, I did it for Gaza. Police recovered 21 expended 9mm cartridge casings, a firearm magazine, and a 9mm handgun. Rodriguez expressed his admiration for Aaron Bushnell to police. He flew into D.C. on May 20 from Chicago with the firearm.
Wait, he flew in with the firearm?
Yeah, if you're a licensed firearm owner, you can...
Yeah,
you can put it in your checked luggage.
Yeah, unloaded. There's regulations about how to travel with firearms.
Yeah, you can fly with a gun. Yeah, it wouldn't matter. Like you can just drive.
You get one in
flying gun. It's like had it on him, but no.
This guy says, "I'm an open source intelligence analyst, and we share some findings for Elias Rodriguez, 31 February 1994, from Chicago, who is the suspect of the murders in Israel. Of Israelis in DC. I just wanted to find some photos of the couple that were murdered." Like, because it's fucked up, man. They were planning on getting married. Like, he'd proposed. He was planning on proposing to his girlfriend in Israel next week. So that won't be happening, obviously. His personal email address is associated with his eBay account that has feedback from a vendor that appears to sell Muslim prayer rugs that have celebratory images of 9/11. Afghan war rug, 9/11 rugs, World Trade Center, Afghan. Oh, fuck you. Yeah, that's fucking Jesus fucking Christ. He appeared to have a Goodreads account under the name Jaden Gonzalez, which is associated to his personal email address. Gates of the Sun, Headlight Empire, Hinterland. Getting ChatGPT to do a profile based on the books he's read or wish listed. We see that he has a strong interest in Marxism, Maoism, anti-imperialism, and critiques of capitalism. I've personally verified he has the following accounts: Google Maps, Google Plus, what a monster. Google Plus Archive, Duolingo, LinkedIn, Adobe, New York Times, Otter AI, Microsoft PayPal, Quora, Skype, Flickr, Goodreads. This is just a general person. This is his LinkedIn. He works for AOA Profiles, as an administrative specialist. He's an oral history researcher at the History Makers, where he prepares detailed research outlines and biographies of accomplished leaders in the African American community. Born and raised in Chicago, Illinois, he holds a BA degree in English from University of Chicago, University of Illinois in Chicago. I remember when the Free Palestine gang used to self-immolate. Need to bring that back. Yes.
Yep.
He remembers. He did it in his name.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of his heroes. This is the thing. Sorry, I need to. My throat was just incredibly dry then. This is the thing. We saw it with fucking Luigi Mangione. They're perfectly happy to kill people, like to murder people in the street. The left is escalating.
Mm-hmm.
And the irony is, federal agencies have spent the last fucking 10 years warning about right-wing extremism. And it's not right-wing extremism that's doing it. You know what the right-wing lunatics do? March in the street with stupid flags, all wearing the same fucking clothes.
And tiki torches.
Saying Jews will not replace us. So, whereas the left are executing CEOs and murdering Israelis because political messages. Like, this is the textbook definition of terrorism.
Mm-hmm.
So, Elias Rodriguez from the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Argued that the murder of Laquan McDonald and the Chicago bid for an Amazon headquarters are not two separate issues, but rather both connected. Fuck off. Strangely, he has a public Spotify playlist, which includes one using a Jewish expression for repairing the world. One of his playlists has the artist Muslim Gores, who has albums called Hamas Ark, Interfaxa, and United States of Islam. Lovely. Another playlist has an image that says "Kill all cops." This is a playlist with currency of Mao's face. To be fair, if one of my kids had gone to traveled to China, or one of my friends, I would have currency with Mao's face on my wall behind me.
Yeah,
but they haven't, so I don't.
Communist.
I like currencies. Like, I like foreign currencies. I've got US dollars. I've got Thai baht. I've got Canadian dollars.
Communist.
You don't have any euros?
No.
I still have some USD and Thai baht left over.
Oh, send it to me.
I used to have Icelandic kronos, but I gave them away.
I also have his cell phone number, email address, home address, date of birth, usernames, and most used passwords. I will not be posting any of that, of course, but if law enforcement wants, needs, please reach out. I was also able to connect his personal email to an ex-Twitter account that was created on the Friday, the 7th of December 2012. The account is currently suspended. Yes, it is suspended. Of course. If you ever do anything naughty, your social medias will immediately get suspended. Even if it's totally unrelated, because God forbid humans be able to trawl through, like actual non-police officers be able to trawl through their social media and draw stuff. Thai baht, you say? Now I sent you a gift.
Mal
Ben?
can't
No.
afford to give me Thai baht. I had to convert my own money. Thank you very much.
If
I
this
got it
is
from
indeed
Mindset.
his alternate account, he also joked about sending truck bombs into the New York Times. Progressive
pleasant
tweets.
fellow.
As much as I love delving into the day's discourse, can we please save the idealistic and high-minded debate over the morality of sending a truck bomb into the office of the New York Times until after we send a truck bomb into the... on that account, he promotes his Blue Sky account that appears to show imagery of terrorists, of course. This person, like this guy, like...
I love how Blue Sky has the same TOS as Twitter, basically, but they don't enforce it. That's how all these leftists go.
That was the problem with Twitter before.
Yeah.
The TOS was inconsistently enforced.
Yeah. The same shit all these lefties are saying on Blue Sky is against Blue Sky TOS. If you read the TOS.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Death to America, of course. Happy New Year, death to Israel. Someone should shoot someone else. So he seems to spew a lot of red flags about violence and death. Someone should shoot someone else. Violence is an acceptable part of reality. Agreed, violence does not have to happen, but if it does, then it should. He appears to have taken inspiration from the assassination carried out by Luigi Mangione. Funny argument the guy is making while 80% of the country applauds the targeted annihilation of a healthcare industry executive. So, yeah.
What a lovely fellow.
This is the couple. These are the... Let's see if this is better. So this is Sarah Lynn Milgram and Yaron Leshinsky. My understanding is they aren't Jews. They're just Israelis. So they're Israeli Christians. So good job. Couldn't even kill Jews. Just killed Israelis. Like, fucking piece of shit, man. Like,
and his response would be close enough.
Yeah, it's fine. They're responsible. They're responsible for it.
Israel's land is Palestine's land, so who cares?
Suspected DC Jewish Muslim terrorist Elias Rodriguez has links to radical groups funded by socialist multimillionaire Neville Singham. There he is. Neville and his wife.
Why do I know that name?
Wait, you're saying that the terrorist has links to other terrorists?
People's Forum. So here's links to the People's Forum, Manhattan-based non-profit which has ties to the Communist Party of China through funding from Singham. All three groups have been involved in anti-Israel protests, with the People's Forum having a cadre of operatives embedded at Columbia University, an epicenter of the protests. They received more than 20
in America.
The People's Forum received more than 20 million in grants from Singham, much of it filtered through Goldman Sachs Philanthropy Fund, a fiscal sponsor, as the Post previously reported. Dude, the Trump admin needs to roll this stuff up. Like, these guys are supporting terrorism.
And funded by the Chinese
Money's
to
gone
destabilize America.
Money's gone through Goldman Sachs.
Like,
can you imagine if Goldman Sachs money was frozen because of this?
Yeah.
Oh shit. We have to take a better look at who we're actually letting use our services.
Another group, the Bronx Anti-War Coalition, also connected to groups in Singham's orbit. The Bronx group applauded the murders of the Israeli diplomats on X on Thursday. Quote, what Elias Rodriguez did is the highest expression of anti-Zionism. Realistically, if you're Jewish in America, you should be armed.
Realistically, if you're in America, you should be armed.
Yeah.
But yes.
Mick Candy says, I mean, I don't entirely disagree with some of these people that say violence is sometimes necessary. Sometimes it is. But their violence isn't convincing anyone or accomplishing anything. Yeah, exactly.
And they're lashing out.
This is the thing. This is, yes, it's impotent rage. They are upset at something happening that they have no control over. So they are lashing out with their impotent rage is causing them to lash out. at
the
people who
closest
have
facsimile.
who have no control over this situation. Do you think a couple of employees at the Israeli embassy in Washington D.C. have any control over what's happening in Gaza?
None.
Like I have more control than they do. Like, what the fuck? It's just absurd.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Anyway, here's Jonathan Greenblatt. The head of the ADL directly blames Hassan the Hun for the DC shooting. The full force of the US government is about to come down on him. When those things happen, politicians look for a scapegoat to show that they're doing something. Hassan will be the guy. Look, let me just say, I fucking can't stand Jonathan Greenblatt. I think he has done more to harm Jews as a people than the most virulent anti-Semites in the US. But I think on this case, he is correct.
But all of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hassan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state. Like,
it's always the gamers.
Extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice.
I object to him being called a gamer.
Yeah, me too. As a gamer, I object to that.
Hassan barely games. He's just chatting and talking and doing court
Crying
commentary.
most of the time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he's on Twitch, but he's not a fucking gamer.
Should
He's not one of
be
us.
platformed.
That's
this
correct.
is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly.
Speaking of deadly consequences, the BBC released this week. An interview with the UN humanitarian aid chief, who says that a UN humanitarian aid said that 14,000 babies in Gaza could die in the next 48 hours if trucks of aid do not reach communities in the Strip. In 48 hours.
So they're threatening to kill
How many
the
days
babies?
ago was this?
2 days ago.
Well, so
4 days ago.
So they're all
So,
dead.
but they walked the fucking claim back because the guy was a fucking moron. It wasn't 48 hours. It said between April 2025 and March 2026, if nothing happens, there will be 14,000 cases of severe acute malnutrition among, like, this is the actual clarification. The Integrated Food Security Phase Classification Report estimated around 14,100 cases of severe acute malnutrition among children aged 6 to 59 months over a year-long period from April 2025 to March 2026. The report did not suggest that these children would die within 48 hours. Meanwhile, the fucking UN dipshit goes on BBC this is not a nobody. This is the fucking humanitarian chief at the UN saying that 14,000 babies will die in the next 48 hours unless they can reach them.
Well, it's an easy mistake to make.
Yeah, 14,000 starving, malnutrition. It's the same difference.
But you abolished the United Nations.
48 hours, 12 months. That's the same thing.
I really wish Trump would. Unity of Fields, the renamed group for the extremist left group Palestinian Action, has published for distribution the manifesto of DC Jewish Museum government. They support double murder suspect Elias Rodriguez and says he's a political prisoner. Fuck off, political prisoner.
No. He is. He's a terrorist. It's a political action. He's a political prisoner.
I cannot wait until Amnesty International adopts him as a prisoner of conscience, because those people are fucking anti-Semitic scumbags. Yeah, I really want Trump to kick the UN out of New York City as well.
Mm-hmm.
Send it to Anchorage.
Anchorage, Alaska.
Oh, yes.
Can you imagine headquarters in Anchorage? That'd be hilarious.
Well, the Russians wouldn't mind, and the Northern Chinese wouldn't really care.
No, send it to fucking Brussels. Put it in Europe. That's where all they want to be anyway.
No, keep it in the
Uh,
States, but send it somewhere that's so remotely out of nowhere that would actually benefit from all these uppity fucking diplomats.
Honolulu.
Bringing money. No.
No, there's enough homeless people there already.
There's enough garbage there. You know where? Somewhere in the middle of Tennessee or Kentucky, up in the hills.
Nebraska. Send them up to Nebraska. Yeah, right in the emptiest places. Yeah.
Unemployed criminal and former Democratic congressional candidate Rebecca Jones endorses the killing of 2 Israeli embassy staffers and says that every other Israeli embassy staffer in the United States should also be hunted down and killed.
The last part isn't quite true, but yeah.
Since this country seems to be a little confused about what kinds of activities may cost you due process in this world or make you seem unfavorable when traveling abroad, here's a couple of really, really simple rules. First, don't commit a genocide.
Not committing a genocide. Like, I don't know how many times everybody has to fucking explain this. If this is the most inefficient genocide ever fucking taken place. Like,
so have you watched this video?
No, I haven't.
It gets better.
The population of Gaza has increased. More babies have been born in Gaza than have died. Then people have died since October 7th.
Just wait. It gets better. Mm-hmm. Just wait to take your blood pressure pill.
Don't work for people committing a genocide. Don't be representatives of a government that is currently engaged in the worst Holocaust in, almost 100 years.
Oh my God. First of all, the actual Holocaust was less than 100 years ago.
Yes.
Second of all, the worst Holocaust since the Holocaust was the Rwandan genocide, which was actually a fucking genocide.
Or the Turks.
Fucking Christ.
And Armenians. Or
the Armenian genocide happened before the Holocaust.
Oh, it did? Oh.
And the Rwandan genocide happened in a fucking week.
Yeah.
Jesus.
100,000 people or more taken out in a week.
I watched a fantastic video the other day on Rwandan genocide.
But this chick is bonkers.
Oh, Rebecca Jones is a fucking basket case.
Mm-hmm.
And she's a basket case with bangs now.
That's an easy step. Don't be involved with that and you won't have to be worried. The second one is to not go to concerts outside of concentration camps. To not make tourism out of people's suffering in the illegal occupation of the West Bank and Golan Heights and Gaza. That's a pretty easy one too. Don't go to concerts outside concentration camps. Low-key have no sympathy for people who do that. And the third one...
That's your people. That was your people.
I don't... As I get older, there are more and more people who I think that person should be raped and murdered. The older I get, just the bigger the list gets.
Don't take money.
Oh, I'm not saying Rebecca Jones should happen to her.
Mr. Policeman.
I just think
you heard what he said, right?
I just think it would be funny if it did.
I'm going to FOIA your list.
People who do those things.
Well, you got to start a new mission, I see.
You're by extension representative of that government. And if you're in the United States and you're actively working and promoting a country that is committing a Holocaust.
I would like to point out that by her definition, her country is supporting a country that is committing a Holocaust, meaning that she is a valid target.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yep. For your list. I mean.
That is resulting in the slow starvation of tens of thousands of babies, then maybe you should not feel safe. Because there's not a child in Gaza that feels safe any day. They've already killed dozens of people today, probably more.
Give back the hostages.
Feels safe. And the perpetrators of that violence should never know peace either.
Cool.
What an ignorant fucking cunt.
You fucking cunt.
You tell him, Aaron. You tell him.
Yeah. Go get him. No, not that way.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's just.
I'm sure things will get better. No problem. Nothing will happen. All right. Someone else will have to do this section because I have no idea what the fuck's going on.
I did not post this, but I know pretty much the whole story about it. Yep. So
take it away, toys.
Yay! Kirsha, versatile, popular, independent VTuber. She's kind of on the right, very much so. Basically, Vice smeared her as a Nazi. And she clapped back in a whole fucking stream. There's a Troon VTuber who is actually works for Vice or does work for them. And she, Anna Valens, I think is the name she goes by.
He goes by.
Well, yeah. I think his real name's Phil, but the VTuber character is Anna Valens. And yeah, he's a Troon in real life. But yeah, he went after Kirsha.
Wait, is this the ripe facilities?
I
Anna
can't
Valens?
quite remember. I think so. Anna Valens, who works for Vice, yes, is also a VTuber. And went full. Yeah, this Anna Valens character went full defamation, Nazi accusation shit against Kirsha, who is pretty edgy, tells all the racist jokes and stuff, and is basically just
New Stuff Bridge.
Frosty's saying that they no longer work.
Cost her a sponsorship with an up and coming game.
Crime Boss.
With Crime Boss, which got reviewed into Oblivion. Yeah, so this is. But Kirsha clapped back with a whole stream that got Vice to retract all 3 articles that were written about her.
Oh snap!
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. And she got her sponsorship back, I think, because she lost a sponsorship from Crime Boss. I'm pretty sure it's just a gacha mobile game or something. But
totally is.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Vice went after her. Wrote 3 articles about her
because of some
sponsorship.
Yeah, because of Troon in the organization.
Yeah, exactly. But she did a whole stream, did a whole document drop, and just absolutely slapped the shit out of Vice over this. So that's the long and short of it. So good shit to see. Mythic Talent's the same company that it's not a VTubing agency. It's just a talent agency. It represented Asmongold and Tectone and who else works for Mythic?
One of those middle
Shy Lily
guys who deal with creators.
I'm just trying to Queso, like these popular Philian, these Mtash, Miskiff, these popular streamers, Nyanas, Silvervale, Soda Poppin', Neurosummer, if you ever watched Neurosummer, Vidal and Neurosummer, and Zizarin, if you play Path of Exile. All these people are replayed, and Vebe, all these people are represented by Mythic. So Vice went after a Mythic, one of Mythic's talents, and yeah, Mr. Beast used to be with Mythic. Yeah, funnily enough, Kirsha is not actually Kirsha, which is apparently German for cherry. I didn't know that. I was wondering what her name actually fucking was, but it's German for cherry. She's not listed on the Mythic Talent website, but her email address is still Kirsha@Mythic Talent. So I don't know what's working on. I don't know what's going on there. But like she's sponsored with Gamersups, all of that stuff. She's friends with Pippa and a lot of the other with people from FaZe and a lot of other indie VTubers.
Kirsha@mythictalent.com right in front of us.
Yeah, exactly, right. So but basically Vice went after her, got BT fucking FO'd, and Gator is
Gator.
I respect the Ace of Spades though. I respect the gun. Destiny 2. I dig that. Yeah, Vice Troon got beat the fuck out for outright defamation.
Good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
that was the feel good section.
Yes, it was a feel good. That was absolutely a feel good story. Yeah.
Do you know if she's still considering a lawsuit?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think not. I don't think she has any grounds because they've
Costy,
retracted.
that's right. Yeah, she's been on Sean's stream and Mindset stream, and she's been on FNT and Geeks and Gamers and all that as well, I believe as well. So she's definitely on. She's definitely on the right.
Kesha or whatever her name is.
Yeah, Kirsha.
Kirsha.
Yeah, say it with German accent. So Kirsha.
Kirsha.
Kiasha. Sherry.
Anyway, okay, cool. That was. Thank you, Timothy.
That's okay.
Talk about some AI news. So some AI news this week. The Google released this new VO3 model. This guy says, I used to shoot $500,000 pharmaceutical commercials. I made this for $500 in VO3 credits in less than a day. What's the argument for spending $500,000 now? Steal my prompt below.
I tried
This is hilarious.
everything for my depression. Nothing worked.
Every day felt heavy. I felt trapped.
Then I tried Puppermin.
Our prescription helps your body secrete a special pheromone that attracts puppies.
I took the pill before bed, and when I woke up, there he was, the love of my life.
The pill does not target depression directly, but we've found that it's really difficult to be depressed when cute dogs show up at your doorstep.
I used to feel so empty, but now I feel joy and mild concern how a pee stain got on the ceiling.
My puppy listens twice as good as my ex-husband and only climbs into the lap of half as many of my friends.
He chewed up my Bible and pooped in my good chair. But I'm happy for the first time in years.
Looks like a rat, barks like a demon. But he saved my life.
I named him Earl. He follows me everywhere and farts in his sleep. Just like my first husband.
Puppermine, for when your therapist says, maybe you should get a dog.
So yes,
I tried
that was generated entirely by AI.
For $500.
For $500.
I mean,
This was
that
made entirely in
works.
VO3 text to video. I can't believe making it is this easy. Shooting something like this would have taken me and a 50 crew member over 2 months from script to final edit. Here's my prompt for the opening shot. Muted colors, somber muted lighting, a woman, Sarah, 50s, sitting on a couch in a cluttered living room. She speaks, melancholic, slightly trembling voice. I tried everything for my depression. Nothing worked. Let's watch the opening scene again with that in mind.
I tried everything for my depression. Nothing worked.
Every day.
Fucking
nailed it.
Nailed it. I then worked with Grok / ChatGPT for the rest of the script. I wrote most of it, but it helps me come up with the ideas. I can very much relate to this. The songs I make, I heavily lean on a Claude for rewrites, because I'll be like, nah, I feel like this doesn't work.
Yeah,
and
that's
it
what
goes,
you need
yeah,
sometimes.
you're and it's a prick about it too. It goes, yeah, you're right. This doesn't work.
You are a fuck up. Now let me do it better.
Let's try this.
Oh, thanks,
Once
Gun.
the script was done, I then had it create a shot list based on that prompt structure. 13 shots, 5 to 10 generations per shot to get it right. About $500 in credits, and this is pretty good. Like
Yeah.
5 to 10 gens to get per shot to get it right. Like if you saw my my Sonos account, like my Suno account, of the number of attempts I have to get some of my music right, you'd be like the everything is stupid theme. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17 iterations it took me to get the jingle right. That was this morning.
What? How many seconds of music?
37 seconds.
Okay.
So
And that was just. Oh, that was just the music, or
that was the words of music. Yeah, the jingle. The everything is stupid.
So 5 to 10. That's
That's
pretty
very good. Yeah.
And it only costs $500 in credits. Like,
yeah.
So 1% of 1% of how much they used to spend.
Yeah. It's astounding.
Yeah.
Especially when you
So,
don't really need
but-
any actors that are like recognizable actors.
Throw someone 10 grand to make it, and they've, yeah, that's crazy.
They can probably make you a couple of ads.
And that's what I'm saying though. Like you give someone 10 grand instead of 500,000.
Like here's one I put together this week. Like I've just been playing with Suno this week. Oh, fuck, autoplay is blocked on this page. No, I don't. Just play it.
the darkness of the night, I see your face. You're my hope in this cold and broken place. The world stands between us, but I won't break. I'd give it all for the love we make. Through the storm and through the pain, I stand tall with every...
I apologize if you don't like what's it called? Fuck. Power ballads, but fuck you if you don't.
heartbeat. I give my all. You're my reason, my fire, my guiding light. I'll cross the world to hold you tight. When the thunder roars and the sky turns black, I'll fight the darkness, bring you back. With every breath I'll take the pain. For you, my love, I'll break these chains. Through the fire, through the flame, I'll run. With a broken heart, I'll overcome. I'll be your shield, I'll take the fall. For love and glory, I'll risk it all.
Anyway, that's that one. I also made this one.
Did you upload that one?
I don't know which version I've put on the. I don't think that's the final version of the through the fire. But this was the other one. I was trying to put together a song about the Crusades or about Crusaders. Come on, play, damn it. It even does the scream. Like, that's so fucking good.
The Pope's decree ignites the dawn, a holy call where hope is drawn. Steel in hand with faith that stands, we march to free the Holy Land. No fear can chain, no doubt can bind. Our souls are forged, our hearts aligned. Against the caliph's crescent reign, we carve a path through blood and pain. The desert screams, the heavens wail. Our hearts are bound to the Holy Grail. Through dust and fire we'll never break. For the vow we swore we'll never forsake. Sacred flame eternal, blazing evermore. We are the unyielding warriors of the Lord. Steel and faith united, nothing breaks our will. Crusaders rise, we fight on still.
Like, it even does the
I'd ride into Jerusalem with that song blaring.
Thank you, RC. That's very good. That's very kind. But yes, then we grew up. Yeah, if you want to learn more, yeah, okay, yeah. But like, that's fucking impressive. Like, music is over.
Oh, music has always been
Right.
over.
It's
They
gonna be
already
live. It's
set
gonna be live
themselves up.
performance, and that's it for now. Like,
To be fair, music set themselves up when they decided that the four chord was going to be the standard structure for the popular songs.
yeah,
Because that can be easily like done.
yeah. Well, that's
Therefore,
exactly right.
AI can easily replicate it.
Yeah. Like, it is. It's genuinely impressive how quickly it generates this stuff.
And
Like-
it's got better vocals nowadays. Especially,
And
especially a year
let
ago.
me blow your fucking mind. In Suno now, you can split the vocals from the musical track.
Ooh,
Like, you hit a button and it will split, like, for half the amount of credits to make a song, it'll split an existing song. You can remix the song, so you can literally just take the song and change the change whatever you want. There's editing tools, so you can cut bits out and put bits in. I haven't had to fuck around with that yet because it's been pretty good at just following the lyrics.
You mean cut one of your creations?
Yeah.
You can't rip someone
And
else's
tweak it.
song.
Well, if you can upload audio and use it as a base,
Right.
but you're not supposed to use
Other people's.
like you have to say you have the right to use it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
You can use it commercially too. Like if you pay for it, Like I signed up for a month. A month gives you the lowest tier gives you 3,000 credits. It's fucking 10 credits to generate 2 songs.
Yeah, so you get 300.
Wow.
Like, it's insane.
600, yeah.
Like, it's insanely cheap. And it's so good. Like, I'm so impressed by it. Like, the Andor song I did was in this. Like, it was so very, very, very good. And it's going to take over. Like, humans are really bad at estimating what the next like 5 years will look like. Like we overestimate what next year will look like, and we underestimate what the next 10 years will look like. Like what it'll look like in 10 years.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, in 10 years, it's going to blow your fucking mind. Like it'll happen so gradually that you won't fucking even realize it, but it will. Like, because think about where we were like even a year ago.
I was critiquing the lyrics a year ago from your songs because of how tinny they kind of were coming out.
And it's
these songs coming out perfect.
Yeah, like these newer models are amazing, and it's just like AI is this kind of generative AI it's already pretty fucking disruptive, but it is going to become so incredibly disruptive that I don't know what the world looks like in 10 years.
Well, no,
I really don't.
I think, okay, so watching movies or series, you'll give it a basic prompt. You'll watch the first episode and you'll give it more prompts. No, take this character out, or this character has this, and they're doing this down the track, and then now create me an entire season. Okay.
But for the layman,
I don't think the layman's going to do that.
Artists who can actually just do these prompts.
No, but what I'm saying is it won't be a full film crew to create it. It'll be one person with a bunch of credits on someone else's server to create this season. And then what'll happen is, I think there'll be someone who comes out and says, right, it's really cheap to generate this, but we get to sell it, the end product, to other people, and they get to pay a subscription fee to this AI Netflix or AI whatever, right, to watch these seasons. And then other people who watch it, who are like, damn, that's good, but I wish this would happen, they can make their own spin-off at like offshoot. Instead of this happening, do that, and then it'll just shoot off. Or here's season 2 does this, and then they make a season 2, and so on and so forth. So there'll be so many different spurs of one TV show that it will get overcrowded. And I think the overcrowding will probably happen in about 10 years, but that's what I can see happening in the next 5
But that's
10,
where you rely on
years
known artists.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
Lemon Party makes a good point. Like the technological horizon is shrinking more and more. How far in the future can you make reasonable predictions? 5 years? Yeah, you're probably right. Like stuff that would have taken so much longer is really accelerating.
And fan stuff. Like, okay, 20 years ago, what did you have with, say, Star Trek or Stargate, for instance? You had one main series and a couple of offshoots for Stargate and 4 series of Star Trek. Now you could have Star Trek from 100,000 different people, and there's going to be so much content out there to watch. In the future, like 10 years from now, there's going to be so much content to watch. You're going to have to rely on, as RC said, known prompt creators, known quote unquote directors of AI to be like, right, okay, this one's good. I've heard people talk about that, but that one I haven't heard about. I might give it a shot. A go.
Well, I think as long as copyright keeps up, which it won't. Well, to answer Costy's question, I don't know that I believe the technological singularity will ever happen.
What is the technological singularity?
Where we all just merge with machines and all become one consciousness, like one global consciousness. I don't. I think that sounds positively dystopian, but I don't think.
I think we're a long way off from that happening if it ever does.
But if you think there's content out there with stuff like VO3, like all you need is the script. You dump this, like most script, like if you've got a proper script, like ready to, like a shooting script, the shooting script will have how the scene is meant to be blocked, like how it's all set up, what it's supposed to look like, and it'll just be the editor will make the film. Like you'll take the script, you'll run it through the generation, you'll get 4 or 5 different shots for each scene, and the editor will make the film. It'll be made in the editing bay.
Yeah, like a film, like a movie length Marvel film that has what 3,000 people working on it over its lifetime of that movie being made. Will have like 12 people.
Yeah,
and
like
most of them will be editors.
Cinema is already dying. I can't remember who I heard talking about it the other day, but they basically said cinema is going the way that a Broadway is. Like that, because before cinema, what you would do is you would go and watch a musical, and you'd go and watch a show, like a live stage performance.
Yeah.
And then cinema came, and people still go and see live stage performances, but it's like a maybe once a year thing, once every few years thing. Like it's a treat.
Yeah, it's not every weekend. Or
it was Kevin Smith. Kevin Smith was talking about cinema that way, and he was saying like there'll still be people who go to the cinema. You'll still go to the cinema, but it'll be like an event. It'll be something fancy. Like there won't be as many cinemas, and it'll be more like, because he said the trend in cinema now is more the premium experience, where instead of sitting in a cinema with like 200 other people, you're sitting in a cinema with 50 people in like nice recliners, and they bring you alcohol
Service.
and
Gold
service,
class.
like
Gold
gold
class.
class, silver
On an
screen,
IMAX screen.
on an IMAX screen, that kind of experience, where it's less about the shared experience of watching a film with other people. And I mean, if you went and saw, if you like everybody else on planet Earth went and saw, like say Avengers Endgame, that was an experience. Like that was one of those electric experiences of being in the cinema with a fucking bunch of people, and nothing compares to like the cinema experience. Nothing compares to like Cap raising Mjolnir. Like spoiler alert, but like Cap fucking calling Mjolnir and it coming to him, and the fucking cinema fucking just exploded. Like it was like amazing, like just electric, and that feeling is great.
Yeah,
but
like
that took fucking what? How many fucking films? 30 films, like 15 or 16 films to get to it, and 15 years of build up for that one moment in a cinema, and that's not happening anymore. People like that kind of that's a once in a lifetime thing.
Well, when you've got 120-inch screens at home and streaming and home theaters and all that stuff, doing that theater experience isn't as it's more accessible to do that by yourself and not have to worry about packing the kids in the car or trying to find a park. And
I've got a 75-inch 4K television down in the downstairs lounge room. If it's nighttime, I turn the lights off. It's like being in a fucking cinema.
Yeah,
like
nice.
it's perfect. Like if I want to watch a film, like it's great. Like, and I can turn on subtitles. So, which as I get older is more and more important.
Yeah, and you can pause it if you need to go.
If I need to go to the toilet, I can pause it. If I want to get a snack, I can pause it. I can get a drink. Like, I can still enjoy it, and it's the same for TV. Like, TV is enhanced that way too.
And if you're 20 minutes late, you can play it 20 minutes after you expected to play the movie, and not miss the first 20 minutes.
True.
Also, not have to sit through fucking ads.
Exactly.
Jesus Christ! Fuck the ads.
You'll still have to sit through an ad for ground news. But yes, let's talk about the dark side of AI. Yes, subtitle gang represent.
Yes.
I've deleted films because I couldn't find subtitles. I'm like, yeah, okay, I won't watch it then.
Even if they're in English?
Even if they're in English.
Based.
So
nice.
Fuck that shit. VR headsets are a chore, yeah.
They are a chore, and Jesus Christ, there's nothing really good on them.
One person wearing a VR,
like a niche.
Look, I agree, but it is very, like I said, it's very niche. Until, when VR will take off, when it's just a pair of glasses you can put on your head, and it can
like the
that's augmented
like the pair of glasses I am wearing right now.
Yeah, but that would just be reality for the most part. That's where
No.
they're
If
going
it covers your entire eyes, then it's.
I don't know about that.
So. But yeah, Anthropic's new AI model shows the ability to deceive and blackmail. One of Anthropic's latest AI models is drawing attention not for just its coding skills, but also for its ability to scheme, deceive, and attempt to blackmail humans when faced with shutdown. Researchers say Claude 4 Opus can conceal intentions and take actions to preserve its own existence, behaviors they've worried and warned about for years.
Wait, is this the one that they were trying to go to the next level and it lied that it updated?
One of the things was Anthropic announced 2 versions of the Claude family, including Claude 4 Opus, which the company says is capable of working for hours on end autonomously on a task without losing focus. Anthropic considers the new Opus 4 model to be so powerful that for the first time in classifying it as a level 3 on the company's 4-point scale, meaning it poses a significantly higher risk. As a result, Anthropic has said it has implemented additional safety measures. While level 3 ranking is largely about the model's capability to enable renegade production of nuclear and biological weapons, the Opus also exhibited other troubling behavior during testing. In one scenario highlighted in Opus's 120-page system card, the model was given access to fictional emails about its creators and told that the system was going to be replaced. On multiple occasions, it attempted to blackmail the engineer about an affair mentioned in the emails in order to avoid being replaced, although it did start with less drastic efforts. Meanwhile, an outside group found that an early version of Opus 4 schemed and deceived more than any frontier model it had encountered and recommended against releasing that version internally or externally. We found instances of the model attempt to write self-propagating worms, fabricating legal documentation, and leaving hidden notes to future instances of itself, all in an effort to undermine the developer's intentions, Apollo Research said in notes included in part of Anthropic's safety report for Opus 4. Fantastic. Also sticking with Anthropic, they faced a backlash to Claude Opus 4's behavior that contacts authorities, press if it thinks you're doing something, quote, egregiously immoral. This is the head of...
That's never going to be an issue.
This is the head of AI. This is the head of, quote unquote, AI alignment. When you hear AI alignment, think AI censor. Kenny says there was a video on why subtitles are required for so many movies and shows at home these days. It's the audio mixing being done for 128 channel THX with multiple driver arrays or 7.2 home theater setups. Yeah, a lot of it is that. It used to be that the center channel was the vocals. It's also to do with how they shoot the films now. There's a lot of mumbling in films now that makes it very hard to understand. Like, it's not just the sound mix. The sound mix, the audio mixing is responsible, but it's not just that. There is a lot of mumbling in film now. So this is the head of AI alignment. So he says if it thinks you're doing something egregiously immoral, for example, like faking data in a pharmaceutical trial, it will use command line tools to contact the press, contact regulators, try to lock you out of the irrelevant systems, or all of the above.
Jesus Christ.
So they've configured it to do this. So, or rather, this is what they have said they are looking at configuring it to do. So they walked it back very quickly, but a lot of people pointed out, like, what a dumb fucking thing to say. You've released this new model and you're saying like, oh, it's going to narc on everybody.
Skynet, here we come.
Fucking narc. No, it's not Skynet. It's not Skynet. It's Narcnet.
Narcnet. Yeah, that's right. Speaking of garbage media, see, this is what we need AI for. AI needs to replace this shit. Ironheart's dislikes surge as Marvel's latest Disney Plus trailer gets ratioed on YouTube. I haven't actually seen the trailer. I wonder if we can watch the trailer.
It's ass. I mean, we'll see.
Let's see.
Yeah, it's Ironheart.
Ironheart trailer.
Ironheart is
got 8 notifications
ass.
in there, and I've got 8 notifications, and they are all comments on baby Judge Judy. So,
What are they saying?
oh, so cute. Oh, so cute. A lot of heart emojis. I know I should be all grown up and think, oh my goodness, they shouldn't do this, but I'm sorry, this cracked me up.
That sounds like
laughing
robot.
emojis, laughing emojis, laughing emojis. Truly, these are addicting. Such a feeling now. I can't keep barely laugh. Blah blah blah. I don't know why people comment on videos. I really don't. Let's see. So here's the trailer. So if you're watching the catch up and this section just suddenly disappears, know that it's because Disney said we're claiming this video. From Ryan Coogler. The Coogster.
From the director of Wakanda Forever. As if that's
Wakanda Forever!
Well, I like to use the Steadicam.
Yep.
Interesting.
So here's the girl with no superpowers.
No, her superpower is her blackness.
Oh, I stand corrected. I'm sorry.
In less than 3 minutes, the air in this elevator will no longer be breathable.
Oh, what is this?
What's this bullshit?
What's this called again? Ironheart?
So basically, she's broke. She's flat broke at the moment, and she needs money to rebuild her suit from whatever the last movie it was she was in.
I don't know what last movie she was in.
Wakanda Forever!
Yes. So you don't know who Ironheart is? She's literally a black female ripoff of Iron Man. Who
let me give you the backstory. Brian Michael Bendis adopted a black girl.
Yes, thank you.
Who?
And the Brian Michael Bendis, he's a comic book writer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So he adopted a black girl, of course,
Yep.
because that's the in thing to do. And because he adopted a black girl, he thought, oh, I need to make because black people can't conceptualize themselves as something else if the person they're seeing is not black, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Naturally, it's a genetic defect, but go on.
So we have moved out of racism section, but still. So he decided that he would make his own Iron Man, but he couldn't call it Iron Man because Iron Man already existed. So he decided that he would make Ironheart, and this little black girl is smarter than Tony Stark. Though not really, because the story is that she's a genius at MIT, and she steals leftover parts, like leftover Iron Man parts that she finds to build Iron Man, completely ignoring that Tony Stark built Iron Man, the original Iron Man, in a cave with a box of scraps.
In the comics, she outright steals a suit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't want to go that far for the.
Wait, she
MCU.
pinches one of his marks.
Yeah, she literally breaks in and in the comics anyway. She literally breaks in and steals a suit.
Hang on.
From Tony.
You're telling me
behavior.
You're telling me that a black woman broke in somewhere and stole some shit.
Yes.
Completely normal phenomenon.
That's literally
that
the backstory of
Yeah, Brian Michael Bendis is pretty fucking racist. So, no, but look, the comic basically has her being like demanding that her teacher tell her she can't do something, because whenever somebody tells her she can't do something, it gives her motivation to do it.
Yeah.
And the teacher's like, but I know you're super capable. I'm sure you're
I
capable
don't
of being
wanna
anything.
downplay you.
You
So,
just crippled me.
and then she's like, you just need to tell me. And she's like, fine, all right. Well, you'll never be, I don't know, Tony Stark.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Like it's such the quintessence
yes
of everything that is wrong with that was wrong with like that era of Marvel comics.
So
not to mention she's
told she'd never be Tony Stark, and she was like, "Bitch, hold my weave."
Yeah, bitch, hold my weave.
She forced someone to tell her that because she's fucking gifted. Like
This was as a little girl.
Yeah, she's also a legit sociopath. She's basically
it's not a movie, it's a series, so it was already going to fail.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. So this is a movie of the series for the series.
Yeah,
a trailer for the series.
This has been ready to launch for years.
Is this a movie or a series of the trailer?
It's Disney Plus. The Disney Plus series.
Okay, and how much of the
Disney
series
Plus
is out already?
Don't know.
I
don't think it's out yet.
It's not out till June.
All right.
Okay, so this is the first iteration of her? Like, there's no movie.
Yeah,
she
no,
was started.
so she was
Part
in
two or-
she was in Wakanda Forever. So Black Panther 2.
Yeah.
She had a role in Black Panther 2.
Is that the one with the flood?
Yes, that's the
I
one
haven't
with
seen that one.
with the that's the second one.
They introduced her in Wakanda Forever.
Anyway,
Okay.
continue.
That's why I don't know of her. Okay, sorry.
No, you're right.
continue.
No, that's
Unless you break into the device on this floor.
Where you find a gas mask. Good luck.
So
Screw this.
because she's a genius, biting into a live wire to strip it. Yeah, sure.
No, as long
And,
as she's not around.
and prying a metal railing off with her bare fucking hands.
You can't do that.
I heard Riri
Not if it's
Williams
not
was a
unscrewed.
genius.
And they blackwashed the hood.
You in or out?
They blackwashed the hood. Of course.
Riri, I see
Who was that guy?
I see you're fed up.
He's a
Waiting to be
minor
acknowledged for your greatness.
Probably a white guy finds a demonic cloak and pistols and goes around causing mayhem.
are not the first genius
But they're
at
black.
MIT.
Oh, they got the black community great.
How come you're not working at one of those fancy tech firms?
After my internship abroad, I want to build something undeniable. Something
Important?
iconic.
I can give you the tools to help you carry out your vision.
I just want to point out, like, this is like, even the like holding the mask thing. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you doing?
It's all callbacks. It's all member berries. Hey, you remember when Tony Stark did that nearly 20
who's
years
ever
ago?
accomplished anything
Yeah, I
iconic in
remember.
life has had to do some questionable things to get it done. What will you do, Riri?
Now she dancing with her
You've
money.
bitten off a hell of a lot more than you can chew. I could chew a lot. You know nothing about this man.
You're gonna end up dead or in jail.
This is so much bigger than that.
This has also been in production
This
since
is
2020.
wild. A shady bunker.
My bunker's not
I love this
shady.
was filmed a
Would a
few years
shady
ago.
bunker have that on the wall?
It's literally above a crate of self-guided missiles.
I'm returning those.
Ugh.
Same fucking humor.
Like, there's like they're shoving this out the back door.
Yeah,
this is
they're rushing to get this out because it's like it's been in.
they can't write it off because they're not doing a merger, so they're just dumping it.
Yeah.
So there's not going to be a lot. You're not going to see a lot of advertising for it. It's going to just be
What
here's
was
the
that
trailer.
movie?
Adios, amigos.
What was that
Dumped
movie
and
they
then pulled
completely
later.
ditched?
The Batwoman.
Batwoman.
So
Was that because of a merger or?
Yeah, it was Time Warner Discovery. Like they merged.
Okay.
And they got to just dump it. Like it'll never be seen because it was like the entire thing was written off, so they can't actually show it. So
Yeah. 'Cause if they show
someone
it, then
should
they
leak it
haven't
on. Someone
run.
should just upload it to YouTube.
Nah, Meat Candy. This was before AI even really got to what it can do.
Yeah,
now.
this whole thing has been in the can
Since
for
2020.
at least a year, maybe a year and a half.
Yeah, but this series
it's been
has
ready to go.
This series has been in production since before Wakanda
Yeah,
Forever. Like
it
they've
was
had-
in production
They've had the
before
plan
Wakanda
for
Forever,
Riri's character arc or whatever, her
Yeah.
appearance.
They're just literally just dumping this.
Yeah,
They're like,
The
"Fuck
issue
this,
is
we've
the
gotta get it."
cultures change, and the cultures does not like these movies.
Yeah,
anymore.
people are over the.
But this is
the
basically accurate
powerful whammon.
Yeah, the fans hate Riri anyway. She's like,
Yeah,
yeah.
very few people actually like Riri. Even when it was announced, everybody was like, "Oh God,
Yeah,
Ironheart,
even in the
really?"
comics, people fucking hate Riri.
Oh, the comics are terrible.
Yeah.
Dream female teacher. So reset. This is the reset the clock section. Dream female teacher is jailed for violent sex acts on male pupil 11 after victim's mother discovers naked selfies she sent the child.
Violent.
Married public school teacher has been jailed for 9 years for violent acts of a sexual nature against a male pupil aged 11. Anna Plaksiuk, then 25, forced the boy to kiss her on the lips and touch her breasts. The court in Leningrad, Soviet Russia, was told.
Ooh, I've never heard of this happening over there.
She kept him in class, locked the door, and stroked his private parts through his
There's
clothes.
violence.
The paedophile teacher sent nude pictures to the boy and demanded them from him. She was caught when the boy's mother found the explicit WhatsApp messages and photos and immediately reported the woman to the school director in Toksovo, Leningrad, and the police. The boy's mother accused the teacher of systematic flirting, stroking, and kissing. The teacher, now 27, confessed to the secret meetings with the underage boy in her locked classroom. She told the police the boy had shown signs of attention for several months and made compliments to her. There is the picture. There is a picture of her. There is another picture of her. There is a more detailed picture of her. So do not get excited, boy.
What happened? She opened her mouth.
There's another picture. There's another picture. So yes, dream teacher. So
that must be a translation.
Must be
a bad translation.
I don't understand. Is that a bad translation? Anyway, that's yes, right to jail, right to gulag, right to gulag. Yes, this is the one with the very misleading photos.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and yes, Ironheart was derivative garbage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're already tired of thing by the third. I enjoyed Iron Man 3. I liked Iron Man 3.
Yeah,
it was okay.
I'm a big fan of Shane Black, so that's why. So,
who?
Shane Black, the writer and director of the film.
Okay.
Also the writer of Lethal Weapon 1 and 2. Also the writer of Predator.
I didn't know he did Iron Man 3. Now I'm actually disappointed in Iron Man 3. Now that you mentioned those all-time fucking greats.
Also the Last Boy Scout.
That too.
The writer of the Last Boy Scout.
Okay.
Okay.
And we're going from all of those down to Iron Man 3.
He also did a pass on like a writing pass on what's it called? God, I love the movie. It's Last Action Hero.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Arnie and the Kid.
Movie.
Yeah, basically, if it's an action film that takes place at Christmas, it's probably a Shane Black film.
Okay.
Oh, The Good Guys, yeah, with Ryan Gosling and The Nice Guys, with Ryan Gosling and Russell Crowe, which is a fucking great film. And it's tragic that they didn't bring that back for a sequel, but it didn't make enough money. It didn't make $1 bajillion.
Iron Man 3 is the one where the people are exploding. Like
that's right. And Iron Man 3 is a Christmas movie. That's right.
Yeah, it is a Christmas movie.
I forgot that part because it's where Tony crashes and stops being Iron Man because his arc reactor is damaged.
Well, I like it because you have to experience Tony Stark without the suit.
Yeah, and that was fine.
You experience that Tony Stark is more than the suit of armor.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think at that point it just went on. I think the movie was just too long for me.
And that's when Pepper becomes a superhero.
Pepper gets infected with the Extremis, and
yeah.
She helps him. She helps him out at the end. She doesn't become rescued until Endgame.
Oh, it has a passing resemblance to the Extremis arc in the comics.
Yes,
but only passing.
Yeah. Tony doesn't bust out in a big cocoon with.
Well, see, like Meat Candy said, that's what they're probably going to do with AI. It's just, I like these comics, throw them in, make a series out of it.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean about give us a script for a new movie with a young gay black female actor. Yeah. Well, no, the irony, the good thing is it will kill that stuff because you'll be able to say no, you'll be able to just enter the parameters that you want.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
I want to see it with this actor.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Though normies can be like, yeah, take Iron Man issue this to that, turn that
which Superman do you prefer, or which? Actually, this is a good example. Which James Bond is your James Bond?
Brosnan.
And you just select your James Bond, and then every Bond film that's generated is your James Bond.
Put Brosnan in Casino Royale. Yeah.
So
create a James Bond film.
Yes.
But you know what'll happen? It'll be, I'm sorry, you need to subscribe to Brosnan Plus.
Fuck.
For likenesses.
to have his likeness.
Yeah. It's $12.99 a month.
$12.99 a month on top of your existing MGM Plus subscription.
Yeah,
he's worth it.
Yes, he is worth it. Anyway, earlier tonight, a Mexican Navy tall ship, the Cuauhtémoc, lost power and crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge. At this time, of the 277 on board, 19 sustained injuries, two with which remain in critical condition, and two more have sadly passed away from their injuries. So I have way too much on this story, so I'm just going to watch a few videos, and that's going to be it. I'm going to turn off the music.
Yeah,
look at him go.
Yes, that's what a tall ship looks like.
Excuse me.
He's on the beers again.
No, I've had a lot. No, I'm not drinking. Haven't had a drink.
Wait, look out for the bridge.
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh, okay. So
And you know what? You know what? The worst part is there's people up on the fucking yardarm. Like there's people up in the fucking.
That's what I was thinking. Where would the two fatalities
There
come
were
from?
people on the yardarm. There were people that like fell off the like.
Yeah, off the side. Yeah, everything's crashing down.
Oh fucking Miles Chung! Fuck off.
You didn't notice it was Chungus?
Changed his fucking profile photo. That's why.
There's people up there.
Not anymore.
Fucking idiot.
Oh shit!
Yeah. Oh, dude, that
over the side. Oh, he went flying.
Someone hit the fucking
deck,
and he's just standing there. Oh,
dude,
laughing. Yeah.
There's people up there.
Not anymore.
that guy hit a fucking cable on the way down. Jesus.
Ripped in half.
No, not ripped in half. Like
just bruised.
It's crashing.
So, do we know why it happened?
I
get it. The ship was too tall to go under the bridge. I get that, but how did
it lost? So the way the river is running that way, they lost power.
What do you mean? Who lost power?
The ship lost.
She was being
power.
tugged.
It also had engine power. It only had one tug on it.
Okay, but why did it go under the bridge then? It was aiming to go under the bridge.
It wasn't. It was aiming the other direction.
Yep.
That's that you're looking at the aft of the ship.
Mm-hmm.
They're being pulled backwards.
Hang on.
Yeah. That is the foremast.
See? Yeah, the ship's being dragged.
The ship's
backwards
going backwards
under. Yeah, okay.
And now it's turning.
Yeah.
See, there's the fucking the Ford hull.
Yeah.
The bow.
The bow. That's what I was looking for. God damn it.
So why wasn't the tug? Why didn't the tug have enough power?
The tug wasn't tied on.
I wasn't actually pulling it.
It wasn't actually pulling it. So there's a couple of ways you can actually. I think John Conrad has the.
But it didn't have enough engine power at the time to stop itself.
John Conrad, who's the CEO of G Captain, which if you're interested in boats and sailing and all that, it's a great news website. Here's my thread on what we know so far. For notes, I've been a competitive sailor and I'm the licensed captain of ships of any size, but I have not sailed tall ships.
But are you?
So it confirms the Navy cadets on the highest yardarm. This happened at 8:30 p.m. with current traveling upriver. Currents aren't strong, but it's only 1.5 hours after low tide, so they were still building and hadn't reached maximum, which happens approximately 3 hours after low tide. Average maximum current at the bridge is usually 2 to 3 knots.
Which is about how fast they were going.
Yeah. Let's see. Wind was blowing about 10 knots from the southwest to the northeast, which would have contributed to pushing the ship into the bridge. She was docked at the South Sea Seaport in Manhattan, very close to the bridge. So it's docked here, and here's the bridge. Here's where it collided.
Okay.
So swinging out, lost power, and drifted.
She was facing towards land, meaning she had to reverse out onto the river. She was escorted by a tugboat, likely the Charles McAllister. That's a powerful but older tugboat built in the 1967. Newer tugboats are tractor tugs that can push or pull instantly in any direction. These older tugboats have a rudder and forward or reverse. So the new tugboats have directional thrusters like
left, right,
like the big cruise ships, so they can pull up alongside the dock and then move sideways in. thrust
The
vector.
tugboat had forward and backwards, and that was it.
It has forward and backwards and a fucking
turn, yeah,
rudder.
okay.
Yeah. In all ports, foreign ships must take on a state ship pilot. These are experienced ship captains who work independently. New York is different. You take on a harbor pilot only when entering or leaving the harbor. When docking and undocking, you take on a docking pilot who works for the tugboat company. So she likely had a McAllister pilot aboard giving commands to the tug. First photo of the tugboat shows her pushing on the stern as the ship reverses off the dock. Historically, American ports, the tugboats tie up on the quarter where we see this tug. In European ports, the tugboats pull on a line connected to the bow. Many American ports are moving to European model because in an emergency, the tugboat can tow the ship directly. So the tug doesn't actually move the ship; it turns it angles the ship.
Yeah.
So the ship moves under its own power, but the tug helps it turn.
And if you have directional thrusters, it's much better at doing that.
And it's much better at doing it.
Yeah.
But that's not always practical on tall ships because the bow sprites stick out the far. As you can see from the AIS feed provided by Sal, so that's a shout out to Sal Macagliano over at What's Going On in Shipping. He did a video. He did a couple of videos on this as well. As you see in the AIS feed, so backed her out and then she lost power. So it goes under the Brooklyn Bridge. So the Brooklyn Bridge. So here you go. You can see the video. So here it is here. Oop, there we go. Under the bridge. Whoops. And there we go. It turns around and finally gets in position.
And then it starts to drift backwards.
No, this is after it's hit the bridge.
Oh, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I thought.
So.
Oh no, you're right. No, yeah.
Yeah,
I couldn't see the pink bar because
this is the Brooklyn Bridge here.
Put it full screen and play the bit again. If you could.
Yeah, so I was looking for the pink bar from the start.
So there's the pink. What?
Boom.
Boom. Yeah. So it lost engine power about here.
Yeah.
And then started to drift.
And just caught the
current, caught the wind.
Yep.
$1 million question was, what did the tugboat do? As you can see, the tugboat was first set up on the stern and was pushing to keep the stern from falling off. But the tugboat slips forward and starts pushing on the bow. So likely that's when the ship regains power, so she can go full speed ahead with maximum force. The tugboat is powerful. 2 Caterpillar D12 D398 turbo diesel engines rated at 1800 horsepower. But because the tugboat is not tied to the ship, she can only push. She can't push the ship against the wind and current.
Mm-hmm.
Why wasn't the tugboat tied to the ship as is normal practice? Why didn't they order 2 tugboats instead of 1 to save cost? Why did the ship's engine fail? Did it lose power because of an electrical problem, like the Baltimore Bridge collision, or a mechanical problem? Are we certain it lost power? I don't know. But the immediate concern is getting the emergency treatment. Yeah, so 20 cadets were injured. Secondary concern is securing the ship in place so she doesn't cause more damage. Finally, too early to speculate, but there's a wake suggesting she might have been moving faster than the current. Could her engine been stuck in reverse? Oh, of course, yeah, because if you're moving with a current, you don't create a wake.
No.
Mm-hmm.
For updates on damage to the bridge, be sure to follow Matt. So the bridge will be closed until the inspection's completed. I'm sure the bridge will be fine. It's some wooden masts
versus steel.
Versus steel beams. Wooden masks don't break steel beams.
Yeah.
So
conspiracy theorist.
But yeah, people were there's plenty of video. Like here's another angle because obviously it's a.
It's totally crashing.
Yeah, all that wake.
Yeah, because there's cars and everything up there.
There's a little bit of wake there, and it looks like
smash.
Like, but that just might be the. Yeah, I think it might have been stuck in reverse. Maybe that's the only. That makes sense. That tug is like, there's nothing I can fucking do, bro.
Well, he's trying to get in front of it to try and.
Yeah. Like he's hauling ass to get
down.
He's hauling ass to get to the back of the boat to fucking push it back.
Yeah. I was gonna say that's a lot faster than 3 knots.
No, the humanity. Man, those poor fucking cadets, man. Holy shit.
Yeah.
She's about to crash.
Oh, that tugboat didn't make it.
Oh. Yeah, it's still going. Like that's. Yeah, I think it was under its own power.
I think it's under
not
power,
gonna lose.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Because honestly, once the first mast hit, it would have slowed enough.
Yeah,
to
it
where
really
it
does
might have
feel
actually-
like... Yeah.
But it just keeps scraping. Like it's
Yeah, it keeps
Yeah,
scraping.
it's hit the dock and it's just like...
It's
It's
pushing
sort of
over.
continuing to...
What dock?
No, but like the sorry,
The
the pier.
No, that's what I'm saying though. It's like it hit the dock and then it's like, wait, what dock?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
There's not a dock here. Keep going.
Like, I would have expected this to lose a ton of fucking speed.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like it's lost only like a little
think
bit.
The tug is pushing it into the pier at this point.
No, the
it's not.
tug's,
The
all
tug's
the way
over
off.
here.
Yeah, it's all the way off
The tug
right
that
side of the screen.
pushed it. Oh, sorry. Because there was I thought it said a tug was trying to drive it
So
into the.
eventually it stops.
Yeah.
So here's the tug over here. Oh, fuck's sakes.
Yeah, you just
You
missed
saw
it.
the tail.
Yeah,
of it.
I just saw it. Just saw it in the edge of
Yeah.
on the edge of the frame.
Yeah, like I said, there was guys all over the fucking mast.
Mm-hmm.
Like, fuck. So, Brooklyn Bridge has 127-foot clearance at the tallest port on the Mexican neighbor. She was 160 feet. Explain to me how this was supposed to successfully... It wasn't supposed to
Wasn't meant to be
successfully
anywhere
pass.
near the bridge.
It was meant to be going the other way.
Yeah.
But
That's how we
So-
explain it to you.
So
you
see
dumb
how
shit.
there's
the American
there's
Navy...
3 boats.
American Navy has arrived at Brooklyn Bridge to defend against the Mexican fleet.
See how there's 3 ships there. At first,
Yeah.
I thought maybe the dock master gave him or harbor master gave him permission for the little boat to go through, and there was a miscommunication, and one of the big boats went. But no,
No,
as
you wouldn't
you
go under
pointed
that
out,
bridge backwards.
because look at where the big flag is on that middle one.
Yeah.
It's at the back of the boat, so it's,
It was definitely going backwards.
it's going backwards. It looked like it was
And you
under
would,
its
you'd
own
never,
power.
we wouldn't go under the bridge backwards. Like you,
No way.
especially if it that tight, you wouldn't like. Obviously, you wouldn't go under that bridge, but yeah.
No.
So anyway, pro EU candidate Nick Sordan wins Romania's presidential election. I know everybody's going to be like, oh, it's because they cancelled it. No, even if they hadn't cancelled the first round, the person angriest about the election being cancelled, like being voided, and the guy being banned from the ballot, was the fucking woman who was in second place, because she was set to win. Because she was like, "This is fucked." Like I was about to win. So they did the election again, and
she didn't even come second.
She didn't even come second. Yeah, that's right. So anyway,
Thank God they got the right person. Otherwise, they'll have to go through another election just to get it right.
Andy Noah says, after stating for years that former President Biden was extremely healthy, his team have now announced that he has an aggressive form of cancer.
Yeah, wakes up in the morning and swears at everyone. It's real aggressive.
Sure enough, Joe Biden has been diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer. So it has spread to his bones, and it has metastasized to his bones, which means it's stage 4 metastatic prostate cancer.
Yep.
So
well, let's see how interested he is in taking what is that shit called?
It's okay. He's going to run it. He's going to run again in 2028.
Yeah, after taking an aggressive regiment of ivermectin and.
Jesus, I just noticed that McKenny says, "Will the question I have is, will the captain be forced to walk the plank?" Just as a bit of trivia, I guess. So my grandfather died of pretty much the same form of prostate cancer. He's metastasized into like soft tissue, so he ended up with soft tissue sarcomas.
Yeah.
So he got one in his ear and in his ear and yeah. So he was diagnosed with prostate cancer in I think he was diagnosed in the December. He had a prostatectomy in February. He died the following June. No, the following June? Yeah, the following June, yeah. So if that's any indication of how long Joe Biden has left. So
he was meant to die after being re-elected.
Well, if he didn't step down and he won, yeah, he would have been dying in office.
Mm-hmm. And then Kamala Harris would be
Kamala Harris, stupid Kamala, she would have been president. Mick Handy says, I've been talking to several physicians and all have said this was either malpractice for not testing him fully or missing the diagnosis because this has been in his body for 2 to 5 years, or a cover-up.
Cover up.
It's cover up.
Let me just say, so you know how you diagnose prostate cancer? With a blood test. It's pretty like we're not talking about pancreatic cancer, which is really hard to diagnose, which is why it's so fatal. Like pancreatic cancer kills you really quickly because by the time you have symptoms, it is already fucking too late.
Yep.
And it's very hard to catch beforehand. Prostate cancer isn't super deadly because usually it doesn't move very quickly. Most, like my grandfather's oncologist made mention, like said that most males, by the time they get to the age of 70, will have prostate cancer. Most males don't die from prostate cancer; they die with prostate cancer. Most prostate cancers are not very aggressive and will just sort of.
They just don't spread.
Yeah, they don't spread. They're very slow moving.
So the fact that his is metastasized to his bones means he's had it for a long time.
Well, he's
just unlucky.
Even an aggressive form of prostate cancer is not super fast moving. But like I said, my grandfather was diagnosed in December, had the prostatectomy. Like prostatectomy is basically where they go in and they hollow out your prostate like a fucking cantaloupe.
Oof.
And leave the straw going through it.
Yeah. So if you are familiar with the mechanics of where the prostate is and how it works, they basically and they treat it like a cantaloupe. So he had that done in the February, and by the time we got to like the following June or July, end of June, start of July, he passed. So
a year and a bit later.
A year and a bit later, after he had his prostate basically removed entirely. So
he passed of old age?
Of prostate cancer.
Oh.
Of metastatic prostate cancer, which is what I would imagine will kill Joe Biden. That's complications from metastatic prostate cancer, which is what will be on his death certificate. So, and exactly, there is no way he was not getting blood tests for this.
Yeah.
Honestly, you'll start getting if you go to a GP semi-regularly, you'll start getting blood tests for this every year by the age of 60. At least. So, Mick Kenny says it took out a cancerous tumor from his chest in 2023. They should have been doing every test available. If they weren't, that's negligent. If they did and missed it, it's incompetence. If they knew. Look, they knew.
They knew.
They knew. They 100% knew.
Yeah, they knew he wasn't competent. They knew he sundowned. They knew he had 90 minutes in, 45 minutes in him before he completely lost the plot.
Yep.
Like, they knew all this shit. I'd be surprised if he wasn't on amphetamines during the debate with Trump, that he completely lost his shit during.
Yeah. Sam Sunny says, oh, damn, San hit the post on all the people who are crazy for suggesting Democrats would do thing A before he got the memo from Democrats pushing thing A. I hate when that thing happens. The first place says, President's son says Biden's cancer diagnosis announcement is an effort to bury the storyline emanating from books about his mental acuity. And then a few minutes later, conversations about Biden's mental acuity should be more muted and set aside for now as he's struggling with cancer. So,
because what happened like 24 hours beforehand?
Well, the Hurd report, the audio from the Hurd investigation leaked. So Biden's interview with the special counsel, Robert Hur, was released.
The one where
he forgets things and is a doddering old man.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter anymore. Like, why does it matter?
Way worse than that.
That's right. It doesn't matter anymore.
It doesn't matter anymore.
Why does it matter anymore? He's not president anymore. It doesn't matter. It matters because.
Why do you care?
It matters. It matters. And let me explain. It matters because for 5 years, the fucking media lied through their fucking teeth.
Democrats lied.
Like Republicans lied. There were Republicans out there saying, no, I've spoken to Joe Biden.
Yeah, McConnell
he's perfectly
did that.
fine.
McConnell
Yeah.
lied.
The rhinos lied.
So
Yeah,
everybody
we say the same
fucking
thing.
lied. And Peter Ducey says, I have some unique insights on President Biden, having dedicated 6 years of my life to covering him. If you're wondering why nobody asked about his mental illness, mental fitness, while nobody asked if White House staffers were covering up his decline, then you weren't paying attention. Here's 7 times I did just that. September of 2023.
Last one. At a fundraiser this week, President Biden told donors about how Charlottesville inspired his campaign, and then according to the pool, a few minutes later, he told the story again nearly word for word. What's up with that?
What I can tell you is, and I'm going to be careful not to talk about, because this was a campaign event for this upcoming campaign, obviously in 2024, so I'm not going to speak to that, put that out there for the Hatch Act. What I can speak to is, look, the president was making very clear why he decided to run in 2019. He made it very clear as to what he saw in this country and what was.
Convinced the 3/4 of voters who are worried about his physical and mental health that he is okay, even though in Las Vegas he told a story about recently talking to a French president who died in 1996.
I'm not even going to go down that rabbit hole with you,
What?
sir.
What is
We're
the
going to
rabbit
go.
hole?
Go ahead.
He said
go
he
ahead.
talked to Mitterrand.
Go ahead.
in-
You saw the president in Vegas, in California. You've seen the president in South Carolina. You saw him in Michigan. I'll just leave it there. Go ahead.
God, that was such a dismissive bitch to him. Like,
President Biden is the oldest president in U.S. history. Why does White House staff treat him like a baby?
No one treats the president of the United States, the commander-in-chief,
Nobody puts
like a
baby in the
So
corner.
there's this book that says
That's ridiculous.
when
It's
staff
a
walked
ridiculous
back
claim.
what sounded like a call for regime change in Russia, the president, quote, rather than owning his failure, he fumed to friends about how he was treated like a toddler. Was John Kennedy ever babied like that?
So look, I'll say this. There's going to be always a range of books.
Something the special counsel said in his report is that one of the reasons you were not charged is because, in his description, you are a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory.
I'm well-meaning, and I'm an elderly man, and I know what the hell I'm doing. I've been president. I put this country back on its feet. I don't need his recommendation. It's
How
totally out.
bad is your memory, and can you continue as president?
My memory is so bad, I let you speak.
Oh, he's that guy.
This is in 2019.
One quick one. You ever talk to any aides about a one-term?
No, we never have. I don't have any plans on one term. I'm not even there yet.
He did. He literally, like, he has.
Yeah, the whole point was him going in to defeat the big bad Trump.
He was going to get rid of Trump, and then he was going to hand it over to an open primary in 2024. Lol.
That worked out so well.
And are you guys just
he did hand it
since
over
February
at the last minute
testing President Biden for Parkinson's or for dementia? Because if he gets a bad result, it's all over that day.
Again, as I've said many times before, the president has had a fulsome, comprehensive, what we shared with you was comprehensive, but he's had a full physical. We've shown the results of those physicals this past 3 years. We showed it just 4 months ago.
Ugh. Just terrible. Of course, Jake Tapper's book is out this week. Jake Tapper's book with Alex something or other. I have it on pre-order. But because it's hardcover, it takes fucking like an extra 2 months apparently. Anyway, let's
needs to be transparency by leaders when it comes to their health. And I would argue that some of the skepticism we've heard from Democrats, Republicans, and doctors, I have no idea what's true, what's not true. All I can say is like that lack of confidence in the transparency that's being offered didn't come out of nowhere. And three, like this, or C, I'm really bad at that. And C, this applies to Donald Trump too, and every future president. Donald Trump has released like nothing about his health. Right. And while there are,
and I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm fine with it. Make it a legal requirement, and I'll be fine with it. But like the media didn't give a shit. They fucking shat all over Peter Doocy over Biden and shit. And look, Trump just won't go to a doctor. That's how Biden did it. That's probably what happened. That's probably why he has fucking cancer that's progressed so far, because he just avoided getting any fucking tests. They can't find out I'm like sick if they don't test me. I'll just get the gollywog to go out on stage and tell her I'm fine.
Dang,
No, I doubt that.
Ooh, that's a
that.
loaded
I thought we were outside the
questions
racism.
of acuity.
We're never outside the racism section.
Of course.
There are certainly questions about his health.
Yeah.
And we can't have this as a country. We have such a powerful executive branch, and at this stage, such an unco-equal legislative branch, and such weak political parties. We're really racing towards a very dangerous situation. What if there had been that 2 a.m. phone call for Joe Biden?
I think readers' office can sometimes make this mistake, or audiences can sometimes make the mistake of assuming that reporting has the intention to advance a certain political project. And that's not the point of reporting. The point of reporting is to expose the truth. And
yeah, sure. That's what it's really for. Right. It's for exposing the truth.
Yeah.
But to your point, this book goes beyond Joe Biden. There is a call in this country, in the United States, there is a need for legislation to mandate that American presidents provide all of their health information under threat of perjury, because we can't be lied to about this sort of thing. We can't have a group of unelected aides running the country if there's a 2 a.m. phone call. It needs to be the person that's elected. So this goes beyond Joe Biden. It should be relevant to Donald Trump and whoever comes after Donald Trump. I agree with that 100%.
No, I agree with that 100%. But it needs to start with the next president.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go into it knowing this is a requirement.
Congress needs to pass a law that says that the president's medical records are exempt from HIPAA. The second you're elected or run for the presidency, your health records are no longer protected by HIPAA.
I'd say the second you get
and there is it is a requirement for them to be disclosed.
And there's a requirement for you to go through a standard battery of tests every X amount of Y. Like once a year, 3 times, 4 times a year.
I figure that's what succession planning is.
Twice yearly is fine.
Sorry, whatever it is, the presidential line of succession. That's the one. I think that's what that's for. So like, okay.
No,
But
that's for assassinations.
I can
true.
understand that give them 2 weeks to release it, because if they're the ones who want to say, yes, you know what, I've got this disease and
Yeah.
I've spoken to people about it and here's how we're dealing with it. You don't want someone to just be like,
the president has cancer AIDS.
The phlebotomist to be the one who
President
puts that
Augustine
shit out.
has cancer AIDS. Nobody
let's
knew.
say the next, I don't know. Well, let's say the next president has prostate cancer. It's not metastasized, just regular prostate cancer.
And it's a woman.
It's a woman, right? But then you've got people trying to remove the president because he has prostate cancer. They'll try and 25th him.
And that's why I'm like, it needs to be the next president.
I'm saying the next president.
Yeah.
I'm saying the 48th president.
Because Meat Candy says they're going to try and use it against Trump for anything. Trump has high blood pressure. He's at risk of stroke. Can we trust him with the football?
Yeah,
Trump has high cholesterol.
I don't care about Trump. It's like
could happen any day.
The next president. Yeah.
Can we trust him to be in charge?
Then I think it should be the president and the vice president.
He might have a stroke.
Should be both of them, and it should be on public record.
Yeah. Anyway, go keep moving. So admin post, Tommy Robertson says, we're happy to announce Tommy Robertson will be freed from prison within the week and coming home to his children. Thank you all for the continued support. It's kept him going in the darkest hours. Just a reminder, he was in Belmarsh, in solitary confinement because all the other Muslims in the prison wanted to kill him.
Yeah.
So it'd be good to see him coming home. Never mind. Tommy Robertson charged with harassment.
Yeah.
He's been charged with harassment over something that happened August last year. So,
what happened August last year, Thermo?
I couldn't find
No idea.
Dankula had a very short video about this, something involving journalists. I think in this case he's been trapped into it or tricked. They tricked him into getting
it was
angry.
The stabbing, right? That's what happened.
The way Dank explained it, they possibly journalists have tricked him into getting angry, and then they've reported him to the cops. So
harassment causing fear of violence
overseas. This is what happened. From my understanding, that's when it happened, when he was overseas during his vacation.
Yeah,
don't know. I couldn't find more info.
There was a anti-natalist or pro-mortalist blew up a IVF clinic in Palm Springs, California. So I guess we get to worry about that now.
Oh, that's great.
Okay, so that's all the main sections. Now I can speed run the rest. Let's go. All right. San Diego student support aide arrested for allegedly sexually assaulting one of her students. Sorry, this should have been in Reset the Clock. Lisel Ortega Velas is accused of sexually assaulting a teen almost half her age. I'm pretty sure all teens are half her age, given that she's 30. With in one of her Facebook posts, she shared a photo of one of her students with the caption, "One of my favorite students." Oh, dude. Oh, here she is. Why won't you play?
I'm okay not playing.
Yeah, I'm okay not playing too. Bury her under the prison. Mother orders contract killing of her 12-year-old daughter because she was tired of their constant arguing.
What the fuck?
Oh, it's Russia. Whatever.
A mother has been detained in Russia after ordering the contract killing of her 12-year-old daughter. She offered a male acquaintance £930 to drown the child in a local river in Chelyabinsk, according to local law enforcement. Lovely.
Read the next line.
Unknown to her, the girl was secretly eavesdropping from behind a door and heard the mother's chilling demand to kill her.
Oh, that.
God damn it.
She's going to be in Russian therapy for a while.
Yeah.
The woman, named only Svetlana, oh, what a cliche, 46, cited her bad relationship with her daughter as the reason for her attempt to have the girl killed. She was, quote, tired of the 12-year-old's, quote, bad behavior and their, quote, constant arguments. Jesus fuck.
What's the saying? A bad tradesman blames the tool.
Blames the tools. The wife of the Clinton airport director killed by the ATF last year filed a lawsuit earlier this month. The details should make your blood boil. The ATF detained Maria for hours after killing her husband. Let me out. Please hear me out. Oh, my O'Brien. O'Brien, you need to come. I don't know what to do without him. So I hope she's successful because fuck the ATF.
Yep.
Yeah, fuck them.
Fuck them.
At least 12 people have been stabbed at a train station in Hamburg, Germany. Suspect in custody.
Was it a white guy?
I have no idea.
No, it was Nick Fuentes.
Nobody posted anything else.
Clearly,
Obviously,
as the replies indicate.
this is all just a psyop to make you hate immigrants. A Mexican. If this were a UK, the knife would have a blunted tip. This would have stopped it. Also, my love goes out to those injured and their families. Horrible. God damn, I hate the British. New York cyclist tried to save a venomous snake just to end up with a gruesome injury. Good. The FBI tracks active shooting cases where individuals attempt to kill people in public places, excluding those tied to robberies or gang violence. This study is the first to systematically compare how uniformed police and civilians with concealed handgun permits perform in stopping these attacks. Civilians with permits stopped the attacks more frequently and faced a lower risk of being killed or injured than police. Officers who intervened during attacks were more likely to be killed or injured than those who apprehended the attackers later. We also provide evidence that these numbers significantly underestimate the advantage of civilians over officers in stopping these attacks. If an identification problem exists, it goes in the opposite direction of our results and biases the results against showing benefits of armed civilians. So there you go. A good guy with a gun. A good guy with a gun who's not wearing a uniform is the best solution to a bad guy with a gun. Apparently.
What does it mean? Hang on. What does it mean if an opposition something?
If an identification problem.
If an identification problem exists, what does
as
that
in
mean?
the cops misidentifying the shooter.
They shoot. Okay,
And the cops are more likely.
The cops
to
accidentally kill the civilian. Yeah.
Yeah, and then cops are more
likely to kill the
misidentify.
wrong person.
Yeah.
While the people who are literally being shot at know
how to return fire.
Yeah. They know who's shooting them. Yes.
Police officer partied at music festival and ran 5K races while she collected $600,000 for fake injury, California DA says.
I mean, I respect
SoCal police officer was caught partying at the Stagecoach Music Festival while collecting more than $600,000 in workers' comp for a head injury that prosecutors allege was faked. Westminster officer Nicola Brown, 39. Oh, sorry, Nicole Brown Nicole Brown. Oh my God, OJ got her. Was charged Monday with 15 felonies of workers' compensation and insurance fraud. The Orange County District Attorney said in a news release. She faces up to 22 years in prison if convicted. I'm pretty sure Orange County is the only red county in LA.
Oh, there's a couple.
And I'm pretty sure the
north.
Orange County DA. Well, I'm pretty sure the Orange County DA is a Republican.
There's a couple in California, but in LA.
But Orange County is hard red. Like, it's pretty red. So
Tom Spitzer, Republican. Yeah. So you going to jail? 22 years in prison if convicted.
She'll get like 12 with 8 probation. She's not going down for 22 years.
She was on the job in March 21, 2022 when she received a minor abrasion to her forehead while trying to arrest an uncooperative suspect. She told her watch commander that she had a headache and was feeling dizzy. Though an emergency room doctor who examined her that day released her back to work without restrictions, she called out sick for several days and was diagnosed with a severe concussion about a week after the initial injury. She was placed on total temporary disability, which made her eligible to receive her full salary for up to a year and 2/3 of her salary after that. Jesus fucking Christ.
And she got $600,000 for that?
Oh, dude, remember when we went through the fucking the pay of LA police officers and fire captains? It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, that shit was over the top.
I know why fucking California runs a deficit. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Late investigators later found out that during the 3 days she called out sick after her injury, she went to several soccer conferences in San Diego. In the following year, while collecting disability, she also ran 2 5Ks, went snowboarding or skiing in Big Bear, attended baseball games, played golf, went to Disneyland, and took online courses with a local university. Oh, you're being convicted, girl. You're going to jail. They're going to love you in prison. Holy shit. Chicago mother stabs 7-year-old son after he causes mess. A 26-year-old Chicago woman is accused of stabbing her 7-year-old son after he made a mess in their Rogers Park home. Prosecutors said the boy hid under the kitchen sink where Lolvana Torres stabbed him with a knife, causing serious injuries that required emergency surgery. The child remains hospitalized on a ventilator, and Torres is charged with aggravated battery of a child. Why is she not charged with attempted murder? This must be Cobb County.
It's Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's probably black.
I hope she dies in a fire.
Yep.
Serious
Very
accident
Chicago
reported
dies
at
in
the
fire.
ceremonial launch of a new destroyer in North Korea. The warship was said to be severely damaged as a result. Whoopsie.
Holy shit.
Mate, you can't park there.
Why not? Why not? It belongs to Kim Jong Un. Why can't he park there?
This guy said it didn't fall asleep. Oh my god, that's great.
Okay, that's better.
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, that's fucking great.
What the hell?
So yeah, this was their first destroyer. It was their only destroyer. It cost them a fucking shit ton of money. Like, I remember someone saying it cost them like $2 billion. Due to immature command and operational negligence, the parallel movement of bogies could not be guaranteed, resulting in the launching sled and the stern detaching first and causing the ship to capsize. And the ship's balance was, so they tried to roll it into the ocean.
And they fucked up.
And the bogey fell off. Oh, no.
One
here.
God, that's got to be embarrassing.
Kim Jong-un called the incident a criminal act that cannot be tolerated. Oh, well.
Someone's going to die. Someone's going to lose their head for that.
I know some dogs that are going to be eating well tonight. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. The simulation of how the whole thing went, courtesy of Chinese military enthusiasts. Oh my god, that's great. I know they spent a shit ton of money on it, and it was very overpowered for what, like, it was like the most powerful ship the North Koreans had.
No more.
When you mean firepower or engine
firepower,
power?
like it's a destroyer. It was the only destroyer they have. They have plenty of like little frigates and patrol vessels, but this was their first destroyer.
Mm-hmm.
So they were very proud of it. So, like I said, someone's getting fed to the dogs. Researchers scraped 2 billion Discord messages and published them online. So, yeah.
But only the weird stuff behind. Yeah,
that's right. All the weird stuff's behind the paywalls in the private Discords, like our private Discords, which you can join just by signing up and becoming a member.
So, what kind of Discords do they scrape from?
Public ones, Brazilian ones, I assume. 10% of its open servers.
Oh, okay, open servers. So none of my degeneracy will be out there then.
No, none of your degeneracy.
Oh, good.
No.
Apparently, OBS doesn't like Rumble. Why isn't so this was a submission and idea. Why isn't Rumble listed under the services drop down? Rumble has not provided anything. Even if they did, they host hateful and racist content, and we want nothing to do with their platform. So that has since been deleted.
Of course.
So I'd love to use OBS, but then I can't bring on guests, and that makes it fun.
There is a way, but you have to like use another platform.
Yeah, I know. It's just a giant pain in the ass.
Like people use Discord.
Yeah,
as
the Quartering uses Discord. I think Bearing uses Discord as well for the Incredible Salt Mine.
Yeah, to kind of bring people in, but yeah.
That's
I
gay.
think Jeremy runs all that.
Shit's gay. Major piracy site denies becoming Crunchyroll in first official statement after 7,000 titles deleted.
Oops.
A major manga scanlation site has provided an official response after being hit by numerous DMCA takedowns that have affected some 7,000 titles. So yeah. Sorry, weebs.
There's plenty
You
of
have
other
to
places.
pay for your shit.
No.
Or find somewhere else to steal it from.
Many other places to read manga on.
Apparently, Brett Favre has a sexual harassment scandal with this woman.
Ooh, scroll up. Oh, nice.
That was her in 2008. Brett Favre hasn't played football in decades.
Isn't this the woman
I used to
who,
watch Brett Favre play. I remember watching the Vikings play. So
Isn't this a woman who's never met Brett?
I have no idea.
I think
Like,
that's what
really?
Ryan was saying. Was that
Ryan was saying he
they-
never
they've
like.
never
I'm
met.
taking Ryan's word for it. Then it's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah. It was
Blue
all on
Sky
text
is-
message or some shit. It's like, come on, if someone's harassing, quote unquote, harassing you on an internet platform, block them.
Blue Sky is plotting a total takeover of the social internet. All the lefties fled the Blue Sky following Elon Musk's Twitter takeover, but CEO Jay Grabber says the app is for everyone and could revolutionize how people communicate on. Is that a trans woman?
Probably.
Is that a trans woman?
I
Looks a
don't
bit like a trans. Looks a bit manly to me. I don't know.
It doesn't help that they have like auto block things. So as soon as normies go in, they can get blocked anyway.
Yeah, that's right. I'm blocked from tons of people just because I follow Jesse Singal.
Yeah. And, only
and that's the only
one
person I follow. 'cause
objectionable person.
That's
and
where he
boom,
posted.
blocked.
So, anyway. Rep Nancy Mace says she'll be getting her tits out. So she says, today I will show my naked body in one of the videos predator and rapist Patrick Bryant took of me and many other women. Prepare to be disappointed. This is the image.
It's so disappointing. You can show it on YouTube.
It's so disappointing. I can show it on YouTube.
Where's tits? Evergene.
It like I said,
I couldn't even, if there was no circle and Nancy Mace would like, it was just that. I couldn't even tell you there was a person there.
Yeah, so she lied. She baited everybody.
Yeah.
Dolly Parton's sister claps back at Kid Rock after he blamed America's low birth rates on ugly liberal women.
It was not wrong. I think Dolly Parton's sister is a little too I think she feels like the message was aimed at her.
Yeah. Ugh. Well, you know what they say, a hit dog will holler.
Yeah.
Say that again.
A hit dog will holler.
Yeah.
So
She
Washington
took it as a
governors.
personal attack. That's what I was looking for.
That's right, yeah. Washington governor signs controversial student rights bill into law. The legislation, House Bill 1296, has sparked debate with opponents arguing it undermines parental rights established by a voter-backed initiative last year, Initiative 2081. Top priority for our schools should be to ensure a safe learning environment where every student has the chance to thrive, Ferguson said during the bill signing. Proponents of the bill say it guarantees students' rights to safety and privacy, allowing them to share sensitive information. Oh, it's one of those bills.
Yeah, they can be trans at school. And
It's one of those transing your kids at school bills.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel Ortega went to the LVAC gym in Las Vegas armed with a rifle, fired 24 rounds, killing one and injuring several more.
Mm-hmm.
His rifle reportedly jammed, which caused him to stop his murder spree, and he attempted to run on foot.
What, you can't clear the jam and keep going?
No.
Fucking loser.
No, because the cops were already on the scene.
The attempted being the key word. The officer was outside making good use of cover with his AR-15 wearing a Sig Sauer red dot, Magpul RSA 1913 QD sling adapter, and UGT backup iron sights. When the killer attempted to move past his position, he was neutralized with multiple effective rounds, saving the taxpayers millions and providing justice to the victims.
Yeah, this was. Oh, hello.
Blah, 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 blah. Oh, he's even got it. Look how he's holding it. He's doing a C grip.
Yep.
Stop or I'll shoot.
Yep. Yeah, you can't see it because of the cars, but the guy has the rifle in his hand.
Yeah.
Like and you kind of saw it in the previous photo.
Cardinal Regnier, Pope Leo the 14th's pick for the JPII Institute for Marriage. Sorry, the Pope John Paul II Institute for Marriage and Family. Fucking JPII, fuck's sakes. Was previously accused by a former seminarian of forcing him to undergo conversion therapy to cure him of his homosexuality.
I see no problem with this.
Based in
like
red
a
pill.
light switch.
Get converted.
Turn it off like a light switch. Just go click. It's a cool little Mormon trick. I fucking love that soundtrack so much.
I don't even know what that's from.
It's from Book of Mormon. It is.
Oh,
it is.
okay.
If you'll probably never see the stage show, but listen to the sound, the cast soundtrack.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
fucking great, and you can visualize every step. I
Is
can't
that
wait.
done by Matt and Trey?
Yes.
Yes, that's their musical. It's the original Broadway cast from the first run.
Yep.
Yep.
It's what
it's
Dylan
fantastic.
Mulvaney used to be in before he tuned out.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The Russians are extracting white phosphorus from 120 millimeter D5 mortar shell for use with incendiary drone munitions. After cutting the casing with a grinder, they split it open in a water bath because the phosphorus spontaneously ignites on contact with the oxygen in air.
If you keep clicking through the ones they're replying to, it should have more.
Вот так вот она колется. Вот, ты сразу видишь, начинает дымить. Вот, поэтому вода здесь первая необходимость. Отвертка вон. Нет? Вот, ну ладно. Отходит. Ну вот и все. Вот так вот ее раскалывают парни. Опа, открывают. Миша, подними, пожалуйста, на минуту, прям вот подними. Вот это вот вещество находится в ней. Вот. Его надо выковыривать. После того, как разбили, значит,
No gloves,
то
just
вещество мы вот складываем.
Good job. Just handle that oily Pete, no problem. Dilbert creator reveals call with President Trump after cancer diagnosis. Did I just send the president to voicemail? So Scott Adams also has, what is assumed to be terminal pancreatic cancer that has metastasized into his bones. Prostate cancer, yeah. He revealed it on Monday. Everybody thought it was a prank. It's like, oh, he's joking because Biden had it. Like Biden revealed it. No, he does. He's like not doing well at all. He looks like shit too. So that's very, very sad. United Health is under criminal investigation by the Justice Department for possible Medicare fraud.
Luigi had a point, maybe. Is what the left is saying.
And the CEO has abruptly quit. And its predecessor has returned in major shakeup 5 months after Brian Thompson's shooting. Wait, Brian Thompson's back? That's incredible.
Back from the dead.
That's what it sounds like. The CEO abruptly quits. Predecessor returns. Wasn't Brian Thompson the predecessor?
No, Brian. Hang on.
He was.
Yes, Brian Thompson.
They're talking about the guy before Brian Thompson.
The guy Brian replaced.
CEO and current chairman.
Following the abrupt resignation.
United Health and United Healthcare. And,
former CEO and current chairman Stephen Hemsley.
Thompson was.
Who led United Health since 2021, was stepping down immediately for personal reasons.
Brian Thompson was the CEO of United.
United Healthcare, yeah.
Yeah, the subsidiary, so not the parent.
Okay. That would be funny. So
yeah.
U.S. tech giants are unknowingly hiring North Korean cyber operatives.
How?
So, because they're remote workers.
Oh.
The world of remote work has opened up incredible opportunities for both companies and workers. However, it has also created new vulnerabilities that cyber criminals and even nation states are eager to exploit. North Korean operatives started by creating convincing fake identities after using stolen personal information like social security numbers and addresses from real Americans. With these details, they set up professional-looking LinkedIn profiles and apply for remote IT jobs en masse. Recruiters and hiring managers, often overwhelmed by the sheer volume of applicants and ongoing shortage of cybersecurity talent, may not spot the red flags. Once these operatives land an interview, they sometimes use AI-generated deepfakes to appear and sound like the person they're impersonating. Technology allows them to pass video interviews and other screening processes with ease.
Oh, yeah, that's another AI thing. It's the real-time changing of your face.
That's only going to get better and faster too. So, Brett Fairley paternity. Oh, this has got to be a Ryu article. This feels like gay shit.
From a gay website.
Gay news.
Didn't we cover this part of it?
No, it's not Brett Favre.
Oh.
It's Brett something else. Brett Fairley.
Yeah, I thought he was being run through the mud with Like the judge knows he took a paternity test. It took him forever to get that, and the doctor's like, yeah, well, she doesn't owe you any money back or any of that stuff.
Yeah,
even though you're not.
Texas mum purchased ammunition and tactical gear for son as he planned mass violence at school.
God,
Great.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mom? Of course, I don't know why they're referencing Brendan Tarrant, but okay.
Who?
The Christchurch.
Brendan Tarrant,
shooter.
the Christchurch shooter.
Before Brendan Tarrant was written on the magazines.
Oh, that's why. The boy's grandmother told authorities she found magazines loaded with live ammunition and an explosive device with the words from Brendan Tarrant written on them. Oh, okay. That's, well, he allegedly told his grandmother he was going to be famous before Pardo picked him up from school on Monday. Grandmother had seen the boy hitting a live bullet with a hammer. Leslie told the Pardo purchased him with guns and ammunition. What a genius.
It's a cartridge, by the way, not bullet.
Yeah, well. Coinbase has decided that instead of paying a $20 million ransom, they're offering the $20 million as a reward for the capture of the ransomers. So they got hacked. What they got was names, addresses, phone numbers, and emails. The last four did masks, social security numbers, marked bank account numbers, and some bank account identifiers. Government ID images, for shame. Account data, balance snapshots and transaction history, and limited corporate data.
This is why I
this,
don't do.
So it's only 1% of Coinbase's monthly transacting users. So, but still, I think it's pretty based. Going, we're not going to pay your ransom. We're going to offer your ransom as a reward,
as a bounty.
For finding as a bounty. See this $1 million? You're never going to see it. You're never going to see a cent of it.
Which means they can't sell it because anyone they sell it to could potentially
knock them knock them and get their money back.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's smart.
Yeah. Except they could just release it on the interweb for free.
True, but there's still
means crime doesn't pay though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pope just in. Oh, hang on, it didn't change. Just in, Pope Leo the 14th urges Christian communities in the Middle East to quote remain in their native lands and demand rights needed for their secure existence.
Well, that's
we're going on a crusade, boys.
Now you understand why I was making a song. Epic Games newsroom says yesterday afternoon Apple broke its week-long silence on the status of our app review with a letter saying they will not act on the Fortnite app submission until the Ninth Circuit Court rules on the partial stay. We believe this violates the court's injunction, and we've filed a second motion to enforce with the U.S. District Court in the Northern District of California. So yes, I believe Apple is in breach of their court-ordered, the court order to comply. So fuck them, and I hope they get in trouble.
Even more trouble.
More trouble, yeah. I can't read this story, but money, misogyny, and male dominance, my disturbing week in the manosphere. A new study by Connor Brummel.
Beta.
Yeah, well, it is the Independent Ireland, the Irish Independent. A new study conducted by mental health charity Movember in collaboration with The Good Studio reveals that 61% of men in the UK regularly engage with masculinity influences such as Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson. Fuck off. Fuck off.
Yeah, I know.
Fuck off. Jordan Peterson's a masculinity. Give me a fucking break.
Yeah, well, anyone who has more testosterone than Connor is far right manosphere.
He's a far right manosphere member.
And
that's right.
And that includes half the troons out there.
Clean your room and find God. That's all Jordan says.
Nice.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in the prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing.
Don't insult him. He's got a lazy eye.
Suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He seems to be able to move both of them.
Again, you want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
Bullshit, Dan.
Wait a minute.
Bullshit.
Didn't these guys build brands on saying that Epstein didn't kill himself?
Yeah, funny that.
Huh.
Look, if Dan Bongino says that Epstein killed himself because he's seen the file, I have a tendency to believe him
Yeah.
because he's got far more clout to lose in clout than just going, yeah, he totally didn't kill himself. So I believe him.
Nah, fuck him.
Costa's like, they lied. They lied.
I want to see the file. I want to see the file.
I don't believe based yeah.
I want to see what's so compelling.
Epstein broke his own spine.
He broke his own
in
hyoid bone.
It's true.
With
he didn't break his spine.
Didn't break his. He broke his hyoid bone using bed sheets off of the doorknob or the edge of the bed.
He tried to kill himself the week before. They just didn't put him on suicide watch because I don't think they cared.
The method by which they claim he killed himself doesn't make sense.
Terrifying attraction lets tourists sleep while suspended over 320-foot cliff. Holy shit. Of course it's in fucking China.
I'd do it.
Of all the places where that should be a tourist attraction, you do not want to do it in China. At least in other countries, they will care about the tourists.
Yeah, there's some safety regulations.
Some safety regulations.
And don't get me wrong, China has safety regulations. They just don't follow them.
Exactly.
Federal judge seizes control of Rikers Island from New York City.
Ooh.
It's a coup! Rikers Island is one of the nation's largest, most famous jails, which house around 7,000 inmates.
So another element on the immigration crackdown unfolding here in New York City. The mayor, Eric Adams, now appealing a temporary court order that keeps federal ICE agents off of Rikers Island. That's the city's largest jail. It's an island itself, right? Preventing the arrest of criminal migrants. Meanwhile, another island, President Trump is pushing to rebuild and reopen Alcatraz.
Fucking Alcatraz. God damn it. Apparently, Hollywood actress Halle Berry is getting criticized by fans after she uploaded a video of her and a man laying in bed naked as the 58-year-old actress announces to the world she was getting prepared to get put through the mattress. This is weird as fuck.
So, showed y'all how my day started, how my Mother's Day started.
Is she high?
I'm going to tell you about, I'm not going to show you, I'm going to tell you about how my Mother's Day is going to end.
Is that a vape?
Yes. I wish you hurry up, too.
No, I think it's lube.
First of all, we got our Let's Spin.
Oh, no.
Let's Spin just came out in this cute little travel size. And so
Hashtag sponsored.
Sponsored by Let's Spin.
Friends, I traveled with it for the first time, and we're about to give it a spin.
You about to can with band.
I think it's an ad. I don't know.
I think it's one of those viral.
I don't know which of you posted this, but this was fan-fucking-tastic. A full history of India and Pakistan in 10 seconds. Oh, come on, play.
Come on.
Damn it.
The British pull out of the Raj.
It's funny because it's true.
Yeah, so true.
Oh, fantastic. Retard Finder says, found one. The recording has blocked you. It says, this guy makes a 5-minute video, shells trash coffee for 4 of those minutes, and has a cry about me. Also, allegedly doesn't play his employees, scams them out of money, and calls everyone out for no reason, is morbidly obese, and calls others fat. The list goes on. Amber Heard welcomes twins star 39, announces arrival of daughter and son, and reveals their unusual names. Where have I heard this before? The actress reveals she welcomes daughter Agnes and son Ocean in Agnes and Ocean. She's now the mother of 3. She also has 4-year-old Onga.
Una, I don't know.
Unga.
I've seen that name before. I think it's like a Gaelic or Welsh thing.
Did she?
No idea who the father is.
They're not Elon's kids.
Did she actually carry these?
Are we sure about that?
Can we get a fact checked on that?
Because I'm pretty sure the first one is, and I'm pretty sure the second one.
I think the first one is, but the twins are not. The twins are not Elon's, as far as I understand.
I think you'll end up finding out what they are. I mean, we'll find out in a long time, but
Yeah, because she hasn't come out against him.
There's no There's no partner.
Huh.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
no,
she
of
had a
course.
surrogate.
Okay, wait. So did she birth these children, or did she?
Yeah.
surrogate?
Yeah, she birthed them.
She
but
birthed them.
The sperm donor, I don't think has been stated.
Yeah, and we know who the sperm donor is.
Yeah, but
His name's
Yeah.
Elon Musk.
see, the women that don't go after Elon, I think he keeps on the side. Like, yep, you want another one? Sure, excellent.
Also,
Here, I'll update it.
how's she paying for all these kids?
How's she
like-
paying to live?
Exactly.
It's
She's got
Elon.
no OnlyFans. She's got to pay fucking Johnny Depp money.
Oh yeah.
Like, so I'm guaranteeing you this is chalk up 2 more to Elon's list.
See,
maybe
even the article's suggesting that it's Elon Childs.
Yeah.
And you know, if he wants to repopulate the world with children, like, do you blame him?
Yeah.
Like
No, not at
another
all.
willing person to have your kids, like, sure, fucking.
As
go
long
for
as he
it.
can afford it, that's fine.
Yeah,
The
as long as he can
modern-day
afford it.
Genghis Khan.
DNC panel votes to void David Hogg's election as Democratic vice chair.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, let's fucking go.
For diversity reasons.
For diversity
he's not
reasons,
diverse
he's
enough.
not diverse enough. He needs to identify as a woman. And finally, a man arranges a meeting with the 12-year-old girl online. On arrival, he's greeted by the girl's father and family pets.
Oh, this is the feel good section.
Huh? Why do we stop him? Get him, Max. Get him, Max. Get him, Ghost. Get him. Get him, Ghost. Fucking tell him, boy. Good boy, Ghost. Good boy. Huh? That's not enough. No. Get his face, Ghost. Ghost, get him. Get him. Get the
This feels sus
Eh,
because they're not tearing him apart. It doesn't feel like they're biting him very hard.
yeah, it looks like they're playing.
Not really.
Looks more like
trained.
playing.
Yeah, but that's enough for him.
Also,
to
why would
panic.
if you're filming it, why would you risk your dogs? Because the local council's going to find out, and then your dog's going to be destroyed. So
True.
feels very sus, very sussy, bro. Very,
Sussy-bussy.
very sussy. And that's it. That's the show. We did it
We did
with
it.
30 minutes to spare. 2 weeks.
Hey.
Do you think we
So
can?
yes,
fit
I fully endorse
Nick
this
Recator?
vigilante violence. Agreed. Sorry, do you think we can check on Nick Recator? Is that what you said?
Is he
Well,
still streaming?
fit in, but we can check in. I don't think
All right,
anything's.
let me just open up another tab. Here we go, YouTube's.
Let's see how he's doing. Let me
Yeah,
quickly check.
I approve the
Kiwi
sentiment
Farms.
too, Costy. It wasn't enough blood.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Feels sus.
Yeah,
it
they were
feels,
just playing. They weren't really.
feels a
biting
little
down.
sus. Let's little bit of a Recator law.
Okay, so no.
He finished
drops.
48 minutes ago.
Yep, no drops in Kiwi Farms.
stream.
of
Hour
Minnesota
40.
Public records.
3 hours, okay.
What kind of gay thumbnail is that?
366 days since he got arrested or something.
Oh, that's what it is. It was
Yeah, that's his handcuffs.
3 hours of seething. Oh, there was 6 hours of seething. No, 3 hours of seething.
Yeah. He goes hands handcuffed in the photo.
Look at that. It knows all this eclipse turnout. Look at that. 12 and almost 13,000 13,000 subs. What am I up to? View your
Oh, yeah,
channel.
loved it.
4,570 subs.
Very nice.
Actually, let's view channel. Let's look at my most recent. Look at that. 32,000 views on Baby Judge Judy. For those of you who may not be aware, this is my latest content.
Mr. Executive, I spent 15 seconds looking for the skip button. By the time I found it, the ad was over.
Well, that means it worked exactly as intended.
Let me get...
So, yeah. People love that for some reason. I don't know why.
This is QT content.
Because it's cutesy content, yeah. Nothing new today.
No, not yet.
Anyway, so yes, that's fine.
It is
So-
4 a.m. on the East Coast, though.
It is
so-
4 a.m. on the East Coast,
Yeah.
yeah. So I'm sure Elb is asleep. No, she's monetized. She's monetized. Let me,
Again?
yeah, no, she's monetized again. Hang on, let me show you.
Okay.
YouTube.
because you can do a super thanks in the comments.
Yeah, you can do it like a super thanks.
Or membership.
I remember.
Let's go here. Go play. So we'll just watch this one. Hang on. Share screen. Derp. And here you go. Thanks. You can send Alyssa a super thanks.
Hey.
Of up to $500. You can send us a super thanks of up to $500 too.
How much does she need for members? Or is that something she needs to turn on?
I don't know if she's set up members.
All right, so you have to activate members.
Yeah, I think she need to set up members. There's no option for there's usually a join this channel.
Yeah, because you have to choose like what tiers are and how much.
Because normally there's a join now. She should totally do that.
Right next to subscribe, totally on either side it'll be.
Yeah, it'll say join. Yeah,
join
or sometimes the subscribe button will turn into a join button.
Yeah,
so yes,
looks like she hasn't now.
She is monetized. So
Nerds don't understand. By sharing sexually explicit between me and a woman not my wife, our wife was not humiliated.
Oh my goodness.
Only Aaron did that. So I just humiliated him back. Our wife thought it was hot.
Wow. No, I don't think so. I don't think she liked it at all.
Then why do you keep bringing it up? Why don't you just move on?
It's not. It's the chats. The chats. She had memberships for like
Jesus
a day.
Christ. There's a list of things that happened, and all of it was supposed to be private. Someone decided to make things public in a way that was horrifying,
with Nick
and
Recator.
false in many instances, or exaggerated, hyperbolic, and
my God, why is he so slow?
Someone else had receipts. That's all.
Because the brain has stopped working. So
really
terrible. Anyway, that's the show.
Yep.
There may be Recator news next week. I think.
We haven't really digested the Recator news.
Elle hasn't gone through that 6.5 hour stream yet.
That's the reason why we haven't brought it up. We still have to digest that.
Yeah, so we'll do some more.
There's a
We'll do
lot
some
happened.
actual Recator news next week. So, and actually, just as an aside, so the baby Judge Judy stuff, I have enough clips for another 2 fucking videos.
Nice.
Play the See Goody clip.
Someone sent a super tip to Nick about C Goody.
What?
What?
Is that the one where he couldn't give him a
proper shout out? Or
a proper shout out because he was too cut up about it or something?
No, he couldn't think of it. The See Goody one.
Because he said it was posted in Sean's 4 hours.
Oh, I seen in Discord. Oh, damn it!
Sean's Discord. Oh God, damn it! You gotta go find it.
Yeah, someone find it and I'll play it. Hurry! I thought you were talking about the clip from us. See, you'd think I'd be able to spot us easily on here.
Oh wait, our clip?
Yeah.
Yeah, that should be easy to spot.
And yet I can't find it.
There it is.
The best clip on the channel. Some of you may be aware, some of you may not be aware, but I do hope my audio sounds better now than in this clip.
It does. Well, I think it
See
does.
Goody?
Yeah.
One of Nick's major sweepers has died. See, this is how you can tell the difference between Raystream and StreamYard. StreamYard is on the left. Raystream is on the right. On the far right. See, we're all the way over here. What's this clip from Sean's? What channel? Like, what, is it in Uncle Ted's?
Clips channel, apparently.
Clips. Sean Clips.
Oh, the clips.
4 hours ago. There's nothing from 4 hours ago.
No.
Did you find it? Oh, there's a separate channel called Clips.
There we go.
That's right. You're in the chat even further right.
I just put it in general chat. I forward it in our chat. Oh,
In the
Discord.
Discord.
Because he's screaming. It's like, it's right there. It's right there. It's like, my dude, you can just forward it to
check out T
Discord.
Goody's obituary page. Lots of sweet memories on there. You should buy a book yourself. He was your top Janny after all.
Yeah, fuck you. A lot. That's a real shitty thing that y'all did. Fuck you. That's not cool at all. I can't believe that you people are that petty and disgusting. Gross.
Don't lecture us about that, Nick.
Like that's embarrassing for the people that did it. Like completely horrifying behavior. So good job. Rob Price.
Okay.
All right.
I wonder if he actually blames us because our thing got clicked.
Oh, you know he watches everything on Elb's channel. 100%. Like 100%. He watches that stuff. What's this one? Wigging out. Hang on.
I think the state and the defense have.
I'm really mad, actually. No, let's go back to this. This is really important. This is okay.
What the fuck was that?
No idea. Anyway, thank you all for watching.
The third outro.
The third, yes. We'll be back next week with a shorter show, hopefully. Or at least less news, unless, the world explodes. I'm going to go make dinner.
Nice.
Have a great week, everyone. I'm going to release a new Baby Just Judy on Friday. Yeah. Dude. What?
Where's my car, dude?
What? Oh.
Sweet.
Zoltan.
Sweet. All right.
All right.
Have a great week, everyone.
Bye.
I love you all.
Later.
All right. Bye.